Musimy się spotkać. Będę w biurze Fullera. Znam prawdę. Gdzie jesteś? Na końcu świata. Ile jest takich symulacji? Tysiące. Ale wy stworzyliście symulację w symulacji. Tego nie przewidzieliśmy. To nie jest realne. Naciśniesz guzik i ja zniknę. Cokolwiek zrobię i powiem, będzie bez znaczenia. Znajdź mojego użytkownika. Na pewno jest lepszy.
For example, in January of 2012, scientists at the GEO 600 gravitational wave detector in Germany announced they now had scientific evidence that the entire universe is a holographic projection around the Earth. We'll take a look at that claim in detail later in this workshop. But first, imagine, if you can, living 500 years ago when many people thought the Earth was flat, and we based our opinions, beliefs, judgments, and fears on that one elementary but very mistaken premise. Like falling off the edge of the world if you sailed too far west from Portugal, and how that limited human lives and experiences. When we found out the Earth was round, we had to make some serious adjustments in our thinking. But unfortunately, you're going to discover in this workshop series that we simply traded one set of limiting beliefs for another. Well, we're at a turning point in history once again, and I want to share with you this revolutionary idea that we are living in a holographic universe and explore what that will mean in our everyday lives. Which brings up the question, who am I? And what are my qualifications to present this workshop? My name is Stephen Davis, and that's really all you need to know, because I am not the one who will be speaking to you today. Although you will be hearing my voice, you will not be listening to my beliefs or my opinions or my theories, because I am not an expert in quantum physics. I'm simply the messenger. My job is to bring you the message that the Earth is round and show you the scientific evidence for it. And I'm qualified to do that mainly because I have sailed around the world and experienced it for myself. But to present the scientific evidence is a different matter. And to do that, I have brought with me the real experts to talk to you about quantum physics through video clips and audio files and quotes from their books. I want you to hear all of this directly from them. And then, if you disagree with something you hear, you'll have to argue with the experts and not with me. For example, in 1991, Michael Talbot wrote a book called The Holographic Universe. Unfortunately, Michael died in 1992, just a year later. So this book is already 20 years out of date, and there's been a lot that's happened during that time in this field. But still, it's one of the best books I know to get started, and you'll be hearing a lot of quotes from it during these workshops. You'll also be hearing quotes from The Field by Lynn McTaggart, another excellent basic introduction to the subject. And you'll be meeting and hearing from a lot of different experts, mainly physics professors at various colleges and universities from all over the world, such as David Bohm, renowned quantum physicist at Princeton University, Carl Pribram, neurophysiologist, Georgetown University, David Albert, Director of Philosophical Foundations of Physics, Columbia University, Richard Feynman, Professor of Theoretical Physics, California Institute of Technology, John Hagelin, physics professor at Maharishi University. Stuart Hameroff, associate director of the Center for Consciousness, University of Arizona. Nick Herbert, assistant professor of physics, Monmouth College. Michael Ledwith, professor of systematic theology, Maynooth College in Ireland. Andrew Newberg, director of the Center for Spirituality and the Neurosciences, University of Pennsylvania. Dean Radin, professor, Saybrook Graduate School. Jeffrey Satinover, teaching fellow in physics, Yale University. Leonard Susskind, professor of theoretical physics, Stanford University. William Tiller, professor emeritus, Stanford University. Fred Allen Wolf, author of Taking the Quantum Leap and Parallel Universes. Brian Greene, professor of theoretical physics, Columbia University. And many, many more. But I want to introduce you first to Dr. Amit Goswami. Dr. Goswami is Professor Emeritus in Theoretical Physics at the University of Oregon, Senior Scholar in Residence at the Institute of Noetic Sciences, and author of 9 books on quantum physics, including The Self-Aware Universe and Science and Spirituality, A Quantum Integration. Listen carefully to what Dr. Goswami has to say.
This is the only radical thinking that you need to do. But it is so radical, it's so difficult, because our tendency is that the world is already out there, independent of my experience. It is not. Quantum physics has been so clear about it.
This is the only radical thinking that you need to do. But it is so radical, it's so difficult, because our tendency is that the world is already out there, independent of my experience. It is not. Quantum physics has been so clear about it. You'll be hearing that quote probably half a dozen times over the course of these workshops, and each time you hear it, it will make more and more sense. But now let's begin by taking a trip into outer space and then back into inner space with a video called The Powers of 10. Pay particular attention to what outer space and inner space look like.
The picnic near the lakeside in Chicago was the start of a lazy afternoon, early one October. We begin with a scene 1 meter wide, which we view from just 1 meter away. Now every 10 seconds we will look from 10 times farther away, and our field of view will be 10 times wider. This square is 10 meters wide, and in 10 seconds the next square will be 10 times as wide. Our picture will center on the picnickers, even after they've been lost to sight. 100 meters wide. The distance a man can run in 10 seconds. Cars crowd the highway. Powerboats lie at their docks. The colorful bleachers are Soldiers Field. This square is 1 kilometer wide, 1,000 meters. The distance a racing car can travel in 10 seconds. We see the great city on the lake shore. 10 to the 4th meters, 10 kilometers. The distance a supersonic airplane can travel in 10 seconds. We see first the rounded end of Lake Michigan, then the whole Great Lake. 10 to the 5th meters, the distance an orbiting satellite covers in 10 seconds. Long parades of clouds, the day's weather in the Middle West. 10 to the 6th, a 1 with 6 zeros, 1,000,000 meters. Soon the Earth will show as a solid sphere. We are able to see the whole Earth now, just over a minute along the journey. The Earth diminishes into the distance, but those background stars are so much farther away that they do not yet appear to move. A line extends at the true speed of light. In 1 second, it half crosses the tilted orbit of the moon. Now we mark a small part of the path in which the Earth moves about the sun. Now the orbital paths of the neighbor planets, Venus and Mars, then Mercury. Entering our field of view is the glowing center of our solar system, the Sun, followed by the massive outer planets, swinging wide in their big orbits. That odd orbit belongs to Pluto. A fringe of a myriad comets too faint to see completes the solar system. Ten to the 14th. As the solar system shrinks to one bright point in the distance, our sun is plainly now only one among the stars. Looking back from here, we note 4 southern constellations, still much as they appear from the far side of the Earth. This squares 10 to the 16th meters, 1 light year, not yet out to the next star. Our last 10-second step took us 10 light years further. The next will be 100. Our perspective changes so much in each step now that even the background stars will appear to converge. At last we pass the bright star Arcturus and some stars of the Dipper. Normal but quite unfamiliar stars and clouds of gas surround us as we traverse the Milky Way galaxy. Giant steps carry us into the outskirts of the galaxy. And as we pull away, we begin to see the great flat spiral facing us. The time and path we chose to leave Chicago has brought us out of the galaxy along a course nearly perpendicular to its disk. The 2 little satellite galaxies of our own are the clouds of Magellan. 10 to the 22nd power, 1,000,000 light years. Groups of galaxies bring a new level of structure to the scene. Glowing points are no longer single stars, but whole galaxies of stars seen as one. We pass the big Virgo cluster of galaxies among many others, 100 million light years out. As we approach the limit of our vision, we pause to start back home. This lonely scene, the galaxies like dust, is what most of space looks like. This emptiness is normal. The richness of our own neighborhood is the exception. The trip back to the picnic on the lakefront will be a sped-up version, reducing the distance to the Earth's surface by 1 power of 10 every 2 seconds. In each 2 seconds, we will appear to cover 90% of the remaining distance back to Earth. Notice the alternation between great activity and relative inactivity, a rhythm that will continue all the way into our next goal, a proton in the nucleus of a carbon atom beneath the skin on the hand of the sleeping man at the picnic. To the 9th meters, 10 to the 8th, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are back at our starting point. We slow up at 1 meter, 10 to the 0 power. Now we reduce the distance to our final destination by 90% every 10 seconds. Each step much smaller than the one before. At 10 to the minus 2, 1/100th of a meter, 1 centimeter, we approach the surface of the hand. In a few seconds, we'll be entering the skin, crossing layer after layer from the outermost dead cells into a tiny blood vessel within. Skin layers vanish in turn. An outer layer of cells, felty collagen. The capillary containing red blood cells and a roughly lymphocyte. We enter the white cell. Among its vital organelles, the porous wall of the cell nucleus appears. The nucleus within holds the heredity of the man in the coiled coils of DNA. As we close in, we come to the double helix itself. A molecule like a long twisted ladder whose rungs of paired bases spell out twice, in an alphabet of 4 letters, the words of the powerful genetic message. At the atomic scale, the interplay of form and motion becomes more visible. We focus on one commonplace group of 3 hydrogen atoms bonded by electrical forces to a carbon atom. 4 electrons make up the outer shell of the carbon itself. They appear in quantum motion as a swarm of shimmering points. At 10 to the minus 10 meters, 1 angstrom, we find ourselves right among those outer electrons. Now we come upon the 2 inner electrons held in a tighter swarm. As we draw toward the atom's attracting center, we enter upon a vast inner space. At last, the carbon nucleus, so massive and so small. This carbon nucleus is made up of 6 protons and 6 neutrons. We are in the domain of universal modules. There are protons and neutrons in every nucleus, electrons in every atom, atoms bonded into every molecule out to the farthest galaxy. As a single proton fills our scene, we reach the edge of present understanding.
You can see that outer space and inner space look very much alike. Lots of empty space. This video was made in 1977. As technology improved, scientists kept going deeper and deeper, and they found smaller and smaller particles and more empty space.
We were all taught in school that the world is made of stuff, of matter, of mass, of atoms. Atoms make up molecules, molecules make up materials, and everything is made of that. But atoms actually are mostly empty. For example, if this ball were the nucleus of an atom, a proton in a hydrogen atom, for example, then the electron circling this, which would describe the outer limits of that atom, would be out by that mountain over there, roughly 20 miles away. And everything in between is empty. In fact, the universe is mostly empty.
Within all the atoms and molecules, all the space within them, the particles take up an insignificant amount of the volume of an atom.
Dr. William Tiller said, within all the atoms and molecules, all the space within them, the particles take up an insignificant amount of the volume of an atom. But it's the particles that supposedly make up matter, so scientists focus on them in their experiments. And as the research continued, scientists discovered that the very small particles they were finding did not behave as they were supposed to. Basically, Newtonian physics only worked well on large objects, objects we can see with our naked eyes, but not on a subatomic level. This was the beginning of quantum physics. And the most famous experiment that got everyone opening their minds to new possibilities about the universe and how it works is called the double-slit experiment. Here is a cartoon that explains what happened in that experiment. Meet Captain Quantum.
And here we are, the granddaddy of all quantum weirdness, the infamous double-slit experiment.
The first people who did these experiments, and these experiments of, crude experiments of this kind were first performed almost 50 years ago, or more, 60 years ago. Those people were flabbergasted.
To understand this experiment, we first need to see how particles, or little balls of matter, act. If we randomly shoot a small object, say a marble, at the screen, we see a pattern on the back wall where they went through the slit and hit. Now, if we add a second slit, we would expect to see a second band duplicated to the right. Now, let's look at waves. The waves hit the slit and radiate out, striking the back wall with the most intensity directly in line with the slit. The line of brightness on the back screen shows that intensity. This is similar to the line the marbles make. But when we add the second slit, something different happens. If the top of one wave meets the bottom of another wave, they cancel each other out. So now there is an interference pattern on the back wall. places where the two tops meet are the highest intensity, the bright lines, and where they cancel, there is nothing. So, when we throw things, that is, matter, through two slits, we get this, two bands of hits. And with waves, we get an interference pattern of many bands. Good so far. Now, let's go quantum. An electron is a tiny, tiny bit of matter, like a tiny marble. Let's fire a stream through one slit. It behaves just like the marble, a single band. So, if we shoot these tiny bits through two slits, we should get, like the marbles, two bands. What? An interference pattern. We fired electrons, tiny bits of matter through. But we get a pattern like waves, not like little marbles. How? How could pieces of matter create an interference pattern like a wave? It doesn't make sense. But physicists are clever. They thought, maybe those little balls are bouncing off each other and creating that pattern. So, they decide to shoot electrons through one at a time. There is no way they could interfere with each other. But after an hour of this, the same interference pattern is seen to emerge. The conclusion is inescapable. The single electron leaves as a particle, becomes a wave of potentials, goes through both slits, and interferes with itself to hit the wall like waves.
Let's make sure we understand this double-slit experiment so far. When we shoot matter, like a BB or a marble, at a barrier with two slits, we get two bright streaks on the screen behind in line with the slits, like this. And when we shoot waves, like waves of water, through a barrier with two slits, one wave becomes two waves on the other side of the barrier, and when two waves hit, they interfere with each other. If the top of one wave aligns with the top of another wave, it's called constructive interference, and the result is a new and bigger wave. But if the top of one wave aligns with the bottom of another wave, it's called destructive interference, and the result is that they cancel each other out, and there's no wave at all. And when constructive and destructive interference happen together, you get an interference pattern on the back screen that looks like this. Now, if we shoot an electron, which we have always thought of as a particle, a little piece of matter, through a barrier with two slits, you would think we would get a pattern on the back screen that particles make, like this. But we don't. Instead, we get an interference pattern that waves make, like this. The conclusion is that electrons, which are the building blocks of what we call reality, are not solid particles at all, but exist as waves as well. In this wave form, they are called quanta, which is why the study of how they behave is called quantum physics. But that's not the end of the double-slit experiment. Let's rejoin Captain Quantum where he left off.
The conclusion is inescapable. The single electron leaves as a particle, becomes a wave of potentials, goes through both slits, and interferes with itself to hit the wall like waves. Physicists were completely baffled by this. So they decided to peek and see which slit it actually goes through. They put a measuring device by one slit to see which one it went through and let it fly. But the quantum world is far more mysterious than they could have imagined. When they observed, The electron went back to behaving like a little marble. It produced a pattern of 2 bands, not an interference pattern of many. The very act of measuring or observing which slit it went through meant it only went through one, not both. The electron decided to act differently, as though it was aware it was being watched.
So the electron is very peculiar. The electron is very peculiar in the sense that when you are not looking, electron can be here, can be there, or can be over there in the corner of this room. It can be all over this room, so to speak. But whenever we look, this is the strange thing about these electrons. Whenever we look, we always find them to be in one particular Geiger counter, although we may have a room full of Geiger counters. We never hear the Geiger counter sticking all over the room. This is the fundamentally important stuff about the electrons.
It was here that physicists stepped forever into the strange netherworld of quantum events. What is matter? Marbles or waves? And waves of what? And what does an observer have to do with any of this? The observer collapsed the wave function simply by observing.
Particles aren't really what they seem to be. They're momentary manifestations, momentary poppings of this deeper imaginary realm, this wave-like realm, this implicate order, as David Bohm would say it, this quantum wavy function, as quantum physicists might talk about it, in which there is no particle. There's just this waviness which can spontaneously pop out as particle.
Once again, let's make sure we understand, because this is so important. As we said earlier, when we shoot an electron toward a barrier with 2 slits, without watching what it does at the barrier, we get an interference pattern like this. But when we watch or measure what happens at the barrier, the electron becomes a particle again and makes a particle pattern on the screen behind, like this. In physics, this is called the measurement problem, because the nature of an electron changes when you look at it or try to measure it. It collapses from being a wave into a particle in a specific location in space and time, which is what we see as reality. This is called collapsing the wave function. Remember that term, collapsing the wave function, because we'll talk more about it later. This means that an electron, the core element of what we call our solid physical reality, is only a solid particle, is only matter when someone is looking at it. Otherwise, it's a wave and not solid at all. In his book, The Holographic Universe, Michael Talbot said, "There is compelling evidence that the only time quanta, or electrons, ever manifest as particles is when we are looking at them. When an electron isn't being looked at, it is always a wave." To put it the other way around, the natural state of an electron is as a wave. It only pops out of its wave state to form a particle in a specific location in space and time when it is being observed. Then, when it's not being observed, it goes back into its wave state. But it turns out that it's not just the electrons that pop in and out of existence. Listen to Dr. Jeffrey Satinover.
Matter is not what we have long thought it to be. To the scientist, matter has always been thought of as sort of the ultimate in that which is static and predictable. We like to think of space as empty and matter as solid. But in fact, there is essentially nothing to matter whatsoever. It's completely insubstantial. Take a look at an atom. We think of it as a kind of hard ball. Then we say, oh, well, no, not really. It's this little tiny point of really dense matter right at the center, surrounded by a kind of fluffy probability cloud of electrons popping in and out of existence. But then it turns out that that's not even right. Even the nucleus, which we think of as so dense, pops in and out of existence just as readily as the electrons do.
Dr. Satinover said, even the nucleus of an atom, which we think of as so dense, pops in and out of existence just as readily as the electrons do. So it is not only the electrons that exist as waves and then pop into a specific location in space and time when they are observed, but also the nucleus. And the most recent research has even found that whole atoms and molecules do the same thing. Physicist Nick Herbert says this means that the world behind our back, where we are not looking and cannot observe, is always a radically ambiguous and ceaselessly flowing quantum soup. But whenever we turn around and try to see the soup, our glance instantly freezes it and turns it back into reality. Herbert believes this makes us all a little like Midas, the legendary king who never knew the feel of silk or the caress of a human hand, because everything he touched turned to gold. Likewise, we can never really know the true nature of the quantum universe, because every time we try to observe it, it turns into matter. Richard Feynman, a physics professor at the California Institute of Technology, is reported to have said that if you really understand this double-slit experiment, you can understand all of quantum physics. You will hear me say fairly often that one of the best clues or hints about how our universe actually works can be found in our kids' video games. Right now, take a short look at a game called Minecraft.
Oh man, here we go, people. Minecraft, let's play. Oh, I can't believe I've never done this before. This game is the sweetest game, man. Oh, it is so awesome. Well, I'm so excited to get started, guys. I hope you're going to enjoy the series as much as I'm going to enjoy playing it. And today, we're just going to set up for the first night. We're going to try and make sure that we find a good little pad. Oh, God. I think I broke something. We're going to look for a nice place to start up and, ooh. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. This is not perfect, guys. This is absolutely perfect for our house. I'm going to build my house right into the side of this mountain. And when we come out of the house, we're going to come out with this amazing view of what can only be described as a rainforest. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God, this is so awesome. This is perfect. Yeah, I think I'm. Oh, yes, this is perfect. Wait, is there a tree above me? Oh my God, the sun is going down. The sun be going down.
Notice that when the player passes an object or turns in a new direction, whatever he had been looking at before disappears. Where does it go? Take a quick look again, and then we'll talk a lot more about that later.
Oh man, here we go, people. Minecraft, let's play. Oh, I can't believe I've never done this before. This game is the sweetest game, man. Oh, it is so awesome. Well, I'm so excited to get started, guys. I hope you're going to enjoy the series as much as I'm going to enjoy playing it.
Basically, unless the player is looking at something in the video game, it doesn't exist. It disappears, only to pop back up later if the player looks at it again. This is how quantum physics is telling us that our reality works as well. It means that our reality is not as real as we have always thought it was. Instead, as you hear many quantum physicists say, it pops in and out of existence. So, if matter is not solid and reality is not real, what is this physical universe that we experience and think of as so solid, that looks and feels so real to us? Two models have been developed to answer that question. One is the field, and the other is the holographic universe. We're going to take a close look at both of those models, starting with the field. When we speak of an electron existing as a wave, it isn't like an ocean wave or a radio wave. It is more like a wave of possible locations where the electron could end up as a particle when it is observed. It's a wave of possibilities. This wave of possibilities in which the quantum world exists has been called many names over the years, such as the quantum wave function, which you heard Fred Alan Wolf talk about, the implicate order, which was David Boehm's term, the Planck scale, named after Dr. Max Planck. These scientists apparently like to name things after themselves. The zero-point field, named of course for Dr. Zero Point. The superstring field and the unified field. Mainly it is just called the field. It is a field of unlimited possibilities out of which everything is created. Lynn McTaggart, author of The Field, defines it as a field of all possibility. In other words, everything you can think of, and everything you can't think of, and everything no one has thought of yet, already exists in wave form in the field.
Progress in our understanding of the universe through physics over the past quarter century has been exploring deeper levels of natural law, from the macroscopic to the microscopic, from the molecular to the atomic to the nuclear to subnuclear levels of nature's functioning, so-called electroweak unified scale, grand unified scale, super unified scale. And what we've discovered at the core basis of the universe, the foundation of the universe, is a single universal field of intelligence, a field which unites gravity with electromagnetism, light, with radioactivity, with the nuclear force, so that all the forces of nature and all the so-called particles of nature, quarks, leptons, protons, neutrons, are now understood to be just different ripples on a single ocean of existence. That's called the unified field or superstring field, a single universal field of intelligence, an ocean of existence at the basis of everything, mind and matter. And all the so-called particles of the universe, the forces in our universe, everything in the universe are just ripples on that ocean of existence. That's the unified field. And that field is a non-material field. Planets, trees, people, animals, we're all just waves of vibration of this underlying unified superstring field. We're really living in a thought universe, a conceptual universe. Quantum mechanics is just the play and display of potentiality. So the point I'm making is the deeper you go in the structure of natural law, the less material, the less inert, the less dead the universe is, the more alive, the more conscious the universe becomes. Then when you get to the foundation of the universe, the unified field or superstring field, it's simply a field of pure intelligence. Intelligence because it's the fountainhead of all the laws of nature, all the fundamental forces, all the fundamental particles, all the laws governing life at every level of the universe have their unified source in the unified field. That makes the unified field the most concentrated field of intelligence in nature. Non-material, dynamic intelligence. Those are the properties of the unified field. So, as you said, the tighter physics have tried to grasp onto physical reality, to understand what it's really made of. What are the core building blocks of life at the basis of it all? Life, the universe, slips through your fingers, and you come up with something that's increasingly abstract to come to the realm of pure abstraction. And that's what the unified field is. It's pure abstract potential, which rises in waves of vibration to give rise to the particles, the people, everything we see in the vast universe.
So, the field is a place outside of space and time where everything, all possibilities, already exists, but only in wave form. This field does not contain particles. It is not matter. It is not part of the physical universe. Instead, it is what the entire universe is made from these waves of possibilities.
Physicists give this a name. They call it our quantum wave function because it seems wavy. However, this wave function isn't just a wave of matter like an ocean wave or a sound wave or any kind of wave of matter. It's a wave of possibility. It's a kind of thought wave. And because it is a wave of thought or possibility or not matter, it's invisible to us. But we can't explain what we do see as matter in these small corners of space and time unless we picture that these matter particles somehow come out from or emerge from these thought wave patterns which are invisible to us.
Quantum mechanics is really the play and display of information, the play and display of potentiality, waves of information, waves of potential electron. And it's important, the word potential. This isn't the world of electrons, it's the world of potential electrons. But when you have to ask the question, waves of what, really? What is the field that is waving? Is it the ocean? No, it's a universal ocean, an ocean of pure potentiality, an ocean of abstract potential existence. We call it the unified field, or superstring field. And that's what we're made of.
Fred Alan Wolf said something very important. We can't explain what we do see as matter unless we picture that these matter particles somehow come out from or emerge from these thought wave patterns. The problem is that no one can prove that the field exists. You can't see it, you can't photograph it, you can't measure it, you can't hold it in your hand. But when quantum physicists assume the field is there, they can make incredibly accurate mathematical predictions about the physical universe and how it behaves, which they cannot do without assuming the field is there. Think of it like electricity. You can't see electricity itself. You can only see what electricity produces, the light it makes, and the power, and the other effects we count on every day. And when we see those effects, we know that electricity must exist. The same thing is true for the field. Even though we can't prove it exists, nothing makes sense without it in light of the results of the most recent scientific experiments. Think about taking a radio to a tribe in the Amazon who had never seen one before. I can imagine that the natives would stare at that little box for a while, trying to figure out how the music came out of it. They might even tear it apart, looking for very little people inside playing very small instruments. But eventually they would deduce that there must be radio waves in the air that they couldn't see and couldn't prove existed, that this little box could receive and translate into sounds they could hear. That's what we're dealing with when it comes to the field. We can't see it, we can't prove it, but we know from looking at the effects that the field must exist. But how did this field come into being? Who made it? Where did it come from? Why is it there? Science has no answers for these questions. They only know that the field must exist. So I will not talk about how the field was created, or who might have created it, or how it already contains all possibilities, because I want to stick only to the science right now in this presentation. We will have to leave that discussion for another time. The next question we can ask, though, is how is reality created from the field? Most quantum physicists agree that it is a very similar process to the creation of a hologram. In other words, the universe we see is a holographic universe.
When we look at some of the modern scientific views of reality that have tried to get down to the nitty-gritty, we see that at its ultimate level, say in M theory or string theory, that reality is not solid, it's mostly empty space, and whatever solidity it has seems more to resemble a hologram picture rather than material, harsh, solid reality.
So to understand the holographic universe, we have to understand what a hologram is and how it is created. The simple definition, according to Michael Talbot in The Holographic Universe, is that a hologram is a virtual image, an image that appears to be where it is not. In other words, a hologram is an image that is not real. The technical definition from the Merriam-Webster Dictionary is that a hologram is a three-dimensional image reproduced from a two-dimensional pattern of interference produced by a split coherent beam of radiation as a laser. Please don't panic. I'm going to explain that technical definition very simply. Let's look at how a hologram is made. It is actually a two-step process. First, we shoot a laser beam out of a laser gun, and then we immediately split that laser beam into two beams. One of the beams, called the reference beam, makes its way and eventually hits a sensitive holographic plate or film. This is like the film we used to have in our cameras before digital photography. The other half of the laser beam hits an object first, in this case an apple, and then hits the holographic plate. When these two parts of the original laser beam come back together at the holographic plate, they interfere with each other, just like the waves did in our double-slit experiment, and they form an interference pattern on the holographic plate. If you look at the holographic plate at this point, you cannot see the apple. All you can see is the interference pattern, which looks like a bunch of waves. This is step one of creating a hologram. Remember those 3D pictures that were such a fad in the 1990s, which looked just like a bunch of meaningless waves? But if you refocused your eyes, an image would pop out for you to see. So, for our hologram, we now need a step 2 to see the image of the apple. In step 2, we focus another laser beam on the holographic plate where our apple sits in wave form. And if we get just the right angle, out pops the apple, looking very real and very solid.
You might wonder what I'm holding in my hands here. Looks like a black picture, but if I shine a light on it at a certain angle, watch what happens. It's a picture, it's a hologram. Now this isn't one of those cheapskate holograms, this is the real deal. Watch what happens when I turn it. We have genuine three-dimensionality there, okay? There's no denying that. In fact, one of the things that the camera doesn't really pick up is that the image actually comes right out of the picture to the human eye. I mean, if I place my finger here, in terms of my depth perception, that's as if I'm touching its nose, and yet I can move that far back into it. There's nothing there, and yet it appears to be that I could literally actually stroke it. You know, there's no denying that there's real three-dimensionality there. This is a particularly good one because it's got these big gnashers, and if I try to move it a little closer to get you a real good look inside the mouth here, you can see very, very clearly, if you look at the teeth in relation to the tongue behind it, there's genuine movement here. You are actually getting to see behind things. Yeah. So that's the wonders of the hologram. And yet there it is. It's in a completely two-dimensional space. It doesn't really exist, even though my eyes tell me that it does exist.
I'd like you to see a few examples of just how far we've come in our holographic technology over the past few years, and how real holograms that we produce today are beginning to look. The first example is from 2007. It is part of an international conference being held by the company called Cisco. The man on the left is at the conference center in Bangalore, India. The two men on the right are on stage in India as holograms, but they are actually in San Jose, California.
So at this time, I'd like to beam up Martin De Beers and Chuck Stuckey back from San Jose. Martin, I'm beaming you up now with my spatial controls. How are you doing? Hey, Chuck, how you doing?
We're doing great, thank you.
Hey, John. Hey, guys. You know, yesterday, Martin, you looked a little bit bigger than me. I hope today we're going to play with some sizes and we'll kind of give the audience an idea how we can make variations on that.
I believe so, John. I'll tell you, it's been a long day here in California. You know, we were up here at 3 a.m. our time. We're still wearing the same shirts. And we had a 5.6 magnitude earthquake about an hour ago. So I'm here to tell you, though, that everything's fine. We've had no major damage here in San Jose. And, you know, as a global company, we'll continue to operate.
Well, you know, it's amazing. You can see each other as though we were playing poker. I can see you sweat a little bit. I can see that you both shaved since the last time I saw you. But we don't have the sense of smell yet. But it is...
that was a good thing, John.
In the holographic universe, Michael Talbot said, "It is relatively easy to understand this idea of holism in something that is external to us, like an apple in a hologram. What makes this difficult is that we are not looking at the hologram. We are part of the hologram." The two men on the right can touch each other, and they look very real to each other. That's because they are part of the hologram. But if the man on the left went over to where the other two men are standing, he could pass his hand through them and feel nothing. That's because he's outside the hologram. Remember that. It's a very important point. It was easy to tell who was a hologram and who wasn't in that example from Cisco. But now watch the video produced just 3 years later, an advertisement for something called the DVE Immersion Room.
This is the DVE Immersion Room. It just won the Global Telepresence Video Conferencing Product of the Year Award. And what I'm about to experience, so I've been told, absolutely has to be seen to be believed. The DVE Immersion Room takes video conferencing to a whole new level. And I must say, I'm already very impressed with this luxury boardroom environment.
Hi, Sarah. I'm David, your immersion room tour guide.
This is amazing. You're in 3D. Hi.
Hi. I am glad that we could get together this way via real telepresence. That's what you're experiencing, real telepresence. It's the best way for people to connect around the world, and it's truly a revolutionary way for people to collaborate.
This is beyond my experience. It looks like you're right here.
Right, I am. I'm right here via real telepresence. It's over a high bandwidth network connection. Now, let me show you. This is a 9-foot wide, volumetric 3D image that appears over the boardroom table. This will take your presentations to a whole new level. And that's just one example. This is the most realistic telepresence system ever developed. And it's also an advanced simulation environment for business, education, scientific research and defense.
So where are you exactly?
Well, I am in Irvine, California. But anyone can connect in this personal way to anywhere else in the world. I mean, it's virtually limitless. London, New York, Tokyo, you name the city, and we can make telepresence happen there.
I can easily see leaders of corporations, diplomats, even heads of state in the immersion room. It breaks down the barrier of distance, like we're all here in the same room.
Exactly.
Today, holograms are being used in the most creative of ways, in music concerts. First, there was Carrie Underwood as a hologram, joining Brad Paisley on stage to do a duet.
We keep saying that we're okay. I don't want to settle for good, and I pray I miss the way that it felt back then. I want to feel that way again. Been so long that I used to forget the way I used to kiss your neck. So on fire, so in love. Way back when we couldn't get enough.
Then Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre brought Tupac Shakur back to life via hologram on stage in a concert in Coachella.
Hey, it's Snoop Dogg performing with Tupac at Coachella wait a second, Tupac's still alive?
Yeah! You know what this is?
Nope, very confused right now.
Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg performed at Coachella last night with Tupac Shakur.
What the is that, Coachella?
But how is this possible? Tupac died in '96. This defies everything we know as human beings.
Well, it was a hologram of Tupac.
Okay, yes, it's a hologram. Tupac is still dead. But this was freaking amazing. Behold the resurrection of Tupac.
He comes like rising up from the bottom of the stage.
And then you'll never guess what happened. No! He's been shot by a hologram of Biggie! Or they just turned off the hologram machine.
It was so cool.
It was very cool!
Apparently, plans are in the works to do the same with Elvis, although he never really died, of course. And now they're talking about bringing Marilyn Monroe back for a live concert via hologram. Michael Talbot said, creating the illusion that things are located where they are not is the quintessential feature of a hologram. If you look at a hologram, it seems to have extension in space. But if you pass your hand through it, you will find there is nothing there. Despite what your senses tell you, no instrument will pick up any energy or substance where the hologram appears to be hovering. This is because a hologram is a virtual image, an image that appears to be where it is not. So here's the point. Many highly respected quantum physicists are telling us, based on the latest research, that we are living in a hologram, that our reality is a virtual image, an illusion that isn't real. University of London physicist David Bohm, for example, believes that despite its apparent solidity, the universe is at heart a phantasm, a gigantic and splendidly detailed hologram. Dr. Jacob D. Bekenstein, professor of theoretical physics at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, said an astonishing theory called the holographic principle holds that the universe is like a hologram. The physics of black holes, immensely dense concentrations of mass, provides a hint that the principle might be true. There is a famous TV program on the Discovery Channel called Nova, and in November of 2011, they broadcast a show called The Fabric of the Cosmos, What is Space? It was hosted by Brian Greene, theoretical physicist and professor of physics at Columbia University, who wrote the book called The Fabric of the Cosmos. Here is a 5-minute video clip from that program.
As we examine the fabric of the cosmos ever more closely, we may well find far more surprises than anyone ever imagined. Take me, for example. I seem real enough, don't I? Well, yes. But surprising new clues are emerging that everything, you and I and even space itself, may actually be a kind of hologram. That is, everything we see and experience, everything we call our familiar three-dimensional reality, may be a projection of information that's stored on a thin, distant, two-dimensional surface. Sort of the way the information for this hologram is stored on this thin piece of plastic. Now, holograms are something we're all familiar with, from the security symbol you find on most credit cards. But the universe is a hologram? That's one of the most drastic revisions to our picture of space and reality ever proposed. And the evidence for it comes from some of the strangest realms of space. Black holes.
This is a real disconnect, and it's very hard to get your head around. Modern ideas coming from black holes tell us that reality is two-dimensional, that the three-dimensional world, the full-bodied three-dimensional world, is a kind of image of a hologram on the boundary of the region of space.
This is a very strange thing. When I was a younger physicist, I would have thought any physicist who said that was absolutely crazy.
Here's a way to think about this. Imagine I took my wallet and threw it into a black hole. What would happen? We used to think that since nothing, not even light, can escape the immense gravity of a black hole, my wallet would be lost forever. But it now seems that may not be the whole story. Recently, scientists exploring the math describing black holes made a curious discovery. Even as my wallet disappears into the black hole, a copy of all the information it contains seems to get smeared out and stored on the surface of the black hole, in much the same way that information is stored in a computer. So, in the end, my wallet exists in two places. There's a three-dimensional version that's lost forever inside the black hole, and a two-dimensional version that remains on the surface as information.
The information content of all the stuff that fell into that black hole can be expressed entirely in terms of just the outside of the black hole. The idea then is that you can capture what's going on inside the black hole by referring only to the outside.
And in theory, I could use the information on the outside of the black hole to reconstruct my wallet. And here's the truly mind-blowing part. Space within a black hole plays by the same rules as space outside a black hole or anywhere else. So, if an object inside a black hole can be described by information on the black hole surface, then it might be that everything in the universe, from galaxies and stars to you and me, even space itself, is just a projection of information stored on some distant, two-dimensional surface that surrounds us. In other words, what we experience as reality may be something like a hologram.
Is the three-dimensional world an illusion in the same sense that a hologram is an illusion? Perhaps. I'm inclined to think yes, that the three-dimensional world is a kind of illusion, and that the ultimate precise reality is the two-dimensional reality at the surface of the universe.
This idea is so new that physicists are still struggling to understand it. But if it's right, just as Newton and Einstein completely changed our picture of space, we may be on the verge of an even more dramatic revolution.
And listen to Leonard Susskind, professor of theoretical physics at Stanford University.
But there's a quote that I like. There's a quote that I like very much. It comes from a famous intellectual by the name of Sherlock Holmes. And it says, when you have eliminated all that is impossible, which, by the way, sometimes takes 5 years, when you have eliminated all that is impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable. The thing I'm going to tell you tonight is one of those things which seems nutty, it seems wildly improbable, but it wasn't just something that some of us, I wasn't alone in saying this, that some of us just said, oh, one day, maybe the world is a hologram. That's not the way it happened. The way it happened was exactly this way. When you eliminate everything that's impossible, whatever is left over must be the truth. So let me tell you a little bit about where we're going. Good. Okay. What is this thing which Sherlock Holmes might have eventually concluded after trying everything else? And the answer is that in a certain sense, in a certain peculiar sense, the world is a hologram. Now, not everybody knows what a hologram is here. You know, you've all seen these pictures which look three-dimensional. They're made out of a film, which is a flat piece of film. Nevertheless, they look fully three-dimensional. I'll tell you eventually what a hologram is. But the idea that the world is a hologram is a wild idea, or at least a seemingly wild idea. That is what we now believe, and there's an enormous amount of very, very sharp mathematical evidence for this picture. It's not something that was just made up for fun, the world is a hologram, or a black hole is a hologram. There is very sharp mathematics to it. I'm not going to do the sharp mathematics. This is the universe, or at least this is somebody's representation of the universe. And what I'm going to tell you next is it's not just black holes which are holograms, but in a certain sense the entire universe can be represented as a hologram, or any finite region of the universe, any big chunk of the universe can be represented as a hologram.
So now let's come back to that press release we started with. Scientific evidence that the entire universe is a holographic projection around the Earth. Here's what it said specifically. German scientists have been trying to understand why their equipment that measures gravitational waves has been picking up a particular sound. One possible answer that they've come up with is that the entire universe is a holographic illusion. For many months, the GEO 600 team members had been scratching their heads over inexplicable noise that is plaguing their giant detector. Then, out of the blue, a researcher approached them with an explanation. In fact, he had even predicted the noise before he knew they were detecting it. According to Craig Hogan, a physicist at the Fermilab Particle Physics Lab in Batavia, Illinois, GEO 600 has stumbled upon the fundamental limit of space-time, the point where space-time stops behaving like the smooth continuum Einstein described, and instead dissolves into grains, just as a newspaper photograph dissolves into dots as you zoom in. It looks like GEO 600 is being buffeted by the microscopic quantum convulsions of space-time, says Hogan. If this doesn't blow your socks off, then Hogan, who has just been appointed director of Fermilab's Center for Particle Astrophysics, has an even bigger shock in store. If the GEO 600 result is what I suspect it is, then we are all living in a giant cosmic hologram. The idea that we live in a hologram probably sounds absurd, but it is a natural extension of our best understanding of black holes, and something with a pretty firm theoretical footing. It has also been surprisingly helpful for physicists wrestling with theories of how the universe works at its most fundamental level. So we're going to end part 1 of this workshop with 2 last examples of holograms that demonstrate how we could have been living in a hologram all along and not been aware of it. The first example is from the movie The 13th Floor. Here's the setup. A German scientist has built a machine that creates a hologram that a human being can go into and be part of. So far, he is the only one who has actually gone into the hologram. But he gets killed, and his partner and friend, named Douglas Hull, wants to find out who killed him. The scientist left a clue to his murder inside a hologram of Los Angeles, California, in 1937. So Douglas Hull is going into the hologram for the first time to try to find the clue. Pay particular attention to Douglas Hull's reaction when he realizes he's inside the hologram for the first time.
Set the timer for 120 minutes.
Set it for 60, it's better.
120 minutes, Whit.
60 is safer, I'm setting it at 60.
Whit. 1, 2, 0.
Minutes. Engage timer. Preparing user for download into simulation. Program link ready for download.
This is Greer 617, West Princeton, Pasadena. Ready.
Transference beginning. Download complete.
$12.05. Listen, young man, I do not have all day.
Ferguson, anything wrong? John, are you okay? Cigarette?
No, thanks, don't smoke.
Since when? Listen, John, why don't you break for lunch? Get some fresh air. You look terrible.
Let me remind you of what Michael Talbot said. It is relatively easy to understand this idea of holism in something that is external to us, like an apple in a hologram. What makes this difficult is that we are not looking at the hologram, we are part of the hologram. Maybe you recognize this. The last example of a hologram comes from the TV series Star Trek: The Next Generation. If you're not a Trekkie, the Starship Enterprise traveled around the universe 24/7, 365. So there was no time or place for the crew to take a break or a vacation. Instead, they had something on board called the holodeck, where any hologram could be created for you to enjoy in your free time. In this episode, Commander Riker is testing out some new improvements to the holodeck and wants to play some jazz in New Orleans.
Computer, I'd like some place to play some music, a little atmosphere.
Specify.
Jazz?
Era.
Circa 1958.
Location.
Kansas City. No. New Orleans, Bourbon Street Bar, New Orleans. Around 2 a.m.
Program complete. Enter when ready.
Very good. Very good indeed. Now I'll need someone to play with. A trio. Piano, bass, and drums, and a bone for me. Now an audience. Whoa, too many. I was thinking of something a little more intimate. Great job, boys. But computer, blondes and jazz seldom go together. Now that is truly exceptional. But more sultry. Gentlemen, if this is what you call enhancement, you've got a gift for understatement. What's your name? Tell me you love jazz.
My name is Minuet, and I love all jazz, except Dixieland.
Why not Dixieland?
You can't dance to it.
My girl. What's a knockout like you doing in a computer-generated gin joint like this?
Waiting for you.
Waiting for me? can't be serious.
Oh, yes, Will. I've never been more serious in my life.
I'm going to have to leave for a while to see to my duties.
Your work's very important to you.
It is me. It's what I am.
Can we dance once before you leave?
Sure, why not? How did you learn to dance so well?
From following you. I can anticipate your lead. So, tell me about your work. What is it about it that consumes and enthralls you?
An interesting choice of words. That's exactly what it does.
You're very fortunate.
I know that.
To be exactly where you want to be. And it's great that you realize it.
I'd be a fool not to realize how lucky I am to be on this ship serving with these people. It's like a dream come true. Just like this.
A dream? Is that what this is? Is that what I am?
I know you're a computer-generated image, but your smell, your touch, the way you feel, even the things you say and think seem so real.
Thank you.
How far can this relationship go? I mean, how real are you?
As real as you need me to be.
The conclusion to part 1 of this workshop is that quantum physics is very clear. What we call reality is actually a holographic picture that only looks and feels real to us inside it. Now maybe this will have more meaning for you.
This is the only radical thinking that you need to do. But it is so radical, it's so difficult, because our tendency is that the world is already out there, independent of my experience. It is not. Quantum physics has been so clear about it.
One last quote from Michael Talbot in the Holographic Universe. There is evidence to suggest that our world and everything in it, from snowflakes to maple trees to falling stars and spinning electrons, are only ghostly images, projections from a level of reality so beyond our own that it is literally beyond both space and time.
If you want to see fear in a quantum physicist's eyes, just mention the words, the measurement problem. The measurement problem is this: an atom only appears in a particular place if you measure it. In other words, an atom is spread out all over the place until a conscious observer decides to look at it. So the act of measurement or observation creates the entire universe.
Millions and millions of blobs of energy and light, photons and electrons. They make up this imaginary three-dimensional solid world, which doesn't exist at all according to relativity or quantum mechanics.
I hope now you can see how this idea that we live in a holographic universe is like learning that the Earth is round and not flat. It is going to change everything we think and believe. So if all of this is true, and quantum physics says it is, the next logical question is, so what? So what if the world we see is a hologram? What are the consequences of this? And how does this affect my daily life? I can give you a one-word answer right now: profoundly. But we're going to take a closer look at the answers to those questions in the next 4 parts of this workshop series. Your homework, what I want you to do in preparation to watch part 2 of this workshop series, is to first watch the entire movie called The 13th Floor, and then practice seeing the world around you as a hologram that isn't real. It often helps to look at everything around you as a movie set, with you as an actor in the movie. In part 2, we'll continue our look at the holographic universe with the question, exactly how is this holographic universe created for us to experience as physical reality? Welcome back to the holographic universe. This is part 2 of a 5-part workshop series designed to examine how quantum physics and recent scientific experiments are radically changing our understanding of life, our reality, and our spirituality. Let's briefly review what we learned in part 1. First, matter is not solid. It is mostly empty space.
We were all taught in school that the world is made of stuff, of matter, of mass, of atoms. Atoms make up molecules, molecules make up materials, and everything is made of that. But atoms actually are mostly empty. For example, if this ball were the nucleus of an atom, a proton in a hydrogen atom, for example, then the electron circling this, which would describe the outer limits of that atom, would be out by that mountain over there, roughly 20 miles away. And everything in between is empty. In fact, the universe is mostly empty.
Remember Dr. William Tiller saying, within all the atoms and molecules, all the space within them, the particles take up an insignificant amount of the volume of an atom. We also learned through the double-slit experiment that these particles that make up matter are not particles all the time. They are waves until they are observed, and then they pop into being a particle in a specific location. In fact, these particles are actually waves most of the time.
The conclusion is inescapable. The single electron leaves as a particle, becomes a wave of potentials, goes through both slits, and interferes with itself to hit the wall like waves. Physicists were completely baffled by this, so they decided to peek and see which slit it actually goes through. They put a measuring device by one slit to see which one it went through and let it fly. But the quantum world is far more mysterious than they could have imagined. When they observed, the electron went back to behaving like a little marble. It produced a pattern of 2 bands, not an interference pattern of many. The very act of measuring or observing which slit it went through meant it only went through one, not both. The electron decided to act differently, as though it was aware it was being watched. It was here that physicists stepped forever into the strange, never-world of quantum events. What is matter? Marbles or waves? And waves of what? And what does an observer have to do with any of this? The observer collapsed the wave function simply by observing.
We learned there is a field that exists as waves of possibilities and contains an infinite number of wave frequencies to create the physical universe that we see. This is where all particles live as waves until they are observed and pop into a specific physical location.
And what we've discovered at the core basis of the universe, the foundation of the universe, is a single universal field of intelligence, so that all the forces of nature and all the so-called particles of nature are now understood to be just different ripples on a single ocean of existence. That's called the unified field or superstring field, a single universal field of intelligence, an ocean of existence at the basis of everything, mind and matter. And all the so-called particles of the universe, the forces in our universe, everything in the universe are just ripples on that ocean of existence. That's the unified field. And that field is a non-material field. Planets, trees, people, animals, we're all just waves of vibration of this underlying unified superstring field.
Physicists give this a name. They call it our quantum wave function because it seems wavy. However, this wave function isn't just a wave of matter like an ocean wave or a sound wave or any kind of wave of matter. It's a wave of possibility. It's a kind of thought wave. And because it is a wave of thought or possibility or not matter, it's invisible to us. But we can't explain what we do see as matter in these small corners of space and time unless we picture that these matter particles somehow come out from or emerge from these thought wave patterns which are invisible to us.
We also learned how a hologram is made using a two-step process. First, we shoot a laser beam out of a laser gun. And then we immediately split that laser beam into two beams. One of the beams, called the reference beam, makes its way and eventually hits a sensitive holographic plate or film. This is like the film we used to have in our cameras before digital photography. The other half of the laser beam hits an object first, in this case an apple, and then hits the holographic plate. When these two parts of the original laser beam come back together at the holographic plate, they interfere with each other just like the waves did in our double slit experiment, and they form an interference pattern on the holographic plate. If you look at the holographic plate at this point, you cannot see the apple. All you can see is the interference pattern, which looks like a bunch of waves. So at the end of step 1, we have an object stored on the holographic film in wave frequencies. To get that object to pop out as a hologram, we now need to do step 2 by focusing another laser beam on the holographic plate where our apple sits in wave form, and if we get just the right angle, out pops the apple, looking very real and very solid. What we did not talk about in part 1 was that a single piece of holographic film, or plate, or disc can store a very large number of objects on it. In fact, a hologram is such an efficient storage device that it is the next step in computer storage. Very soon you will begin to see what's being called a holographic versatile disk, or HVD, which can store 30 times the amount of data as a DVD. So to make one certain object pop out as a hologram, like our apple, the laser in step 2 has to choose those precise wave frequencies for the apple by being shot at a specific angle at the film. In part 1, we learned that the physical universe we see is actually not solid matter at all, but more like a hologram.
But surprising new clues are emerging that everything, you and I and even space itself, may actually be a kind of hologram. That is, everything we see and experience, everything we call our familiar three-dimensional reality, may be a projection of information that's stored on a thin, distant, two-dimensional surface. Sort of the way the information for this hologram is stored on this thin piece of plastic.
Is the three-dimensional world an illusion in the same sense that a hologram is an illusion? Perhaps. I'm inclined to think yes, that the three-dimensional world is a kind of illusion, and that the ultimate precise reality is the two-dimensional reality at the surface of the universe.
When we look at some of the modern scientific views of reality that have tried to get down to the nitty-gritty, we see that at its ultimate level, say in M theory or string theory, that reality is not solid, it's mostly empty space, and whatever solidity it has seems more to resemble a hologram picture rather than material, harsh, solid reality.
In short, quantum physics says that the physical universe we perceive as reality is created by collapsing the wave function from unlimited possibilities in the field into a hologram. But the holographic reality we see looks very real to us, even though it isn't real at all.
I'd be a fool not to realize how lucky I am to be on this ship serving with these people. It's like a dream come true. Just like this.
A dream? Is that what this is? Is that what I am?
I know you're a computer-generated image, but your smell, your touch, the way you feel, even the things you say and think seem so real.
Thank you.
How far can this relationship go? I mean, how real are you?
As real as you need me to be.
Creating the illusion that things are located where they are not is the quintessential feature of a hologram. This is because a hologram is a virtual image, an image that appears to be where it is not. It is relatively easy to understand this idea of holism in something that is external to us, like an apple in a hologram. What makes this difficult is that we are not looking at the hologram, we are part of the hologram. So says Michael Talbot in his book, The Holographic Universe. The conclusion to part 1 was that quantum physics is very clear. What we call reality is actually a holographic picture that only looks and feels real to us inside it. In the words of Albert Einstein, reality is merely an illusion, albeit a very persistent one.
The easy answer to the question as to whether reality itself is illusory and it's really all fuzzy, and it's all just probabilities. The easy answer to that would be yes. So, if I were hurrying off to a meeting instead of being interviewed and somebody came up to me, pestered me on the street and asked that question, and I'd say, yes, that's basically right. But it's more complicated than that, because it's only fuzzy when you're not interacting with it.
Whether or not we're just living in a big holodeck or not, it's a question that we don't necessarily have a good answer to. I think this is a big philosophical problem that we have to deal with in terms of what science can say about our world, because we are always the observer in science. So we are still always constrained by what is ultimately coming into the human brain that allows us to see and perceive the things that we do. So it is conceivable that all of this really is just a great illusion that we have no way of really getting outside of to see what is really out there.
But this idea that reality is an illusion is not a new concept. Hinduism, Buddhism, and Sikhism all talk about Maya, or life as an illusion. Mipam Rinpoche says that the real sky is knowing that samsara, the physical world, is merely an illusory display. The Kabbalah says that the first aspect of God is all that there really exists. All else is an illusion. And A Course in Miracles puts it this way: in any state apart from heaven, life is illusion. Outside of heaven, only the conflict of illusion stands, senseless, impossible, and beyond all reason. Illusions are but forms. Their content is never true. What quantum physics has done is first scientifically confirmed what many other people have said about reality being an illusion, and secondly, discovered what reality actually is: a holographic picture that only looks and feels real to those inside it. You could actually call this physical reality we live in a holographic 3D total immersion movie. Here's Woody Allen's version of a total immersion movie. And let me set this up for you. The man you will see wearing a jungle hat was a character in a movie, but he stepped out of the movie and escaped into the real world and met a woman and fell in love. Now he wants to take her back into the movie with him.
Look, I don't want to talk anymore about what's real and what's illusion. Life's too short to spend time thinking about life. Let's just live it.
Live it how?
Well, we'll begin with dinner.
Oh, listen, no, we can't. I've only got a few dollars.
Well, we're not going to use your money.
But that's all we have, unless you've done something.
Well, say no more. The moon will be full, the stars will be out, and we're going stepping.
But we're broke.
Leave that to me.
It's him! Tom, you're back!
I want you to meet my fiancée, Cecilia. Oh, well, you know all these people.
It's not possible.
I'm in the world of the possible.
Yeah? Well, you better get back in the store, you little weasel.
Ah, you anticipate me. Follow me.
Saints preserve us.
Trust me.
Just comes and goes like he pleases.
Curse. Come on.
But she can't be in here.
Why not? Come on. Cecilia, my money's good up here.
Got too much money. What's it? It upsets the balance.
He's back, isn't he?
I told you he'd be back.
Can we get on with the plot now?
How can we with her here?
But she's here with me, and I'll sock any man in the jaw who makes her feel unwanted.
Well, it's about time you got back.
Right, now we finally go to the Copacabana. None of us have eaten in ages.
Good. I'm bringing a guest.
Won't Kitty Haynes be surprised?
Table for 7, please, Arturo.
Yes, sir. 7.
7.
That's impossible. It's always 6.
We have an extra.
7, Arturo.
This person.
So let's not speak of love sublime, because time brings on a breakup. There'll be no tears and no emotional scenes to spoil my makeup. And when the end comes, I'll take up the slack.
Would you like some more champagne?
Thank you. Listen, Tom, I don't know what they're charging you, but those champagne bottles are filled with ginger ale. That's the movies, kid. I don't care. I love every minute of it.
Domesticating every Sunday, Monday, one day at a time. Let's take it one day at a time. Let's take it one day at a time.
I came with Tom. You sing so beautifully.
What the hell is this? We're supposed to meet and marry. Who's the skirt?
My fiance.
Oh, what? Wait.
He met her in New Jersey.
What is this?
Kitty, she's real.
Ah! Kitty!
Quick, call Ginger Ale.
Which brings us to the question, exactly how is this holographic 3D total immersion movie created for us to experience as physical reality? Just in the last couple of years, we have discovered the answer to that question through some very amazing brain research. Dr. Karl Pribram has had a long and illustrious career. Born in Austria in 1919, Pribram is both a neurosurgeon and a neurophysiologist who spent many years trying to find out where memories are stored in the brain. The problem was that in the 1920s, a brain scientist by the name of Carl Lashley had found that no matter what portion of a rat's brain he removed, he was unable to eradicate its memory of how to perform complex tasks it had learned prior to surgery. So Pribram set out to solve the mystery of memory storage that seemed independent of brain cells, called neurons. But it wasn't until Pribram met David Bohm, one of the pioneers in quantum physics, that he found his answer. Here's how Michael Talbot describes it in his book, The Holographic Universe. Bohm helped establish the foundation for Pribram's theory that the brain operates in a manner similar to a hologram, in accordance with quantum mathematical principles and the characteristics of wave patterns. Technically, Talbot continues, Pribram believes memories are encoded not in neurons or small groupings of neurons, but in patterns of nerve impulses that crisscross the entire brain in the same way that patterns of laser light interference crisscross the entire area of a piece of film containing a holographic image. In other words, Pribram believes the brain is itself a hologram. Just as a hologram functions as a sort of lens, a translating device able to convert an apparently meaningless blur of frequencies into a coherent image, Pribram believes the brain also comprises a lens and uses holographic principles to mathematically convert the frequencies it receives through the senses into the inner world of our perceptions. In short, Pribram believes our brains mathematically construct hard reality by relying on input from a frequency domain. That's a very important sentence you will hear several times. Our brains mathematically construct hard reality by relying on input from a frequency domain. Let's translate all of this into simple English. According to Karl Pribram, and the results of many scientific experiments, some of which we will discuss in a minute, the human brain itself is a hologram. Its function is to receive holographic wave frequencies from a frequency domain, what we are calling the field, and translate them into the particular physical universe we see out there. Particular meaning made of particles in this case. Again, from Pribram, our brains mathematically construct hard reality by relying on input from a frequency domain. Or, our brains construct our holographic physical reality after receiving and based on wave frequencies from the field. You may have heard of another famous physicist, Nikola Tesla. He also said, "My brain is only a receiver. In the universe, there is a core from which we obtain knowledge, strength, inspiration. I have not penetrated into the secrets of this core, but I know that it exists. Think about a radio or TV set, which convert wave frequencies we cannot see into sounds we can hear and images we can see. Many scientific experiments have now proven that in the same way, the human brain receives wave frequencies downloaded to it from the field, and then converts those wave frequencies into our holographic physical reality. We're going to take a look at some of those scientific experiments and watch and listen to some of the experts involved.
Scientific experiments have shown that if we take a person and hook their brains up to certain PET scans or computer technology and ask them to look at a certain object, and they watch certain areas of the brain light up, and then they've asked them to close their eyes and now imagine that same object. And when they imagine that same object, it produced the same areas of the brain to light up as if they were actually visually looking at it. So it caused scientists to back up and ask this question. So who sees then? Does the brain see? Or do the eyes see? And what is reality? Is reality what we're seeing with our brain? Or is reality what we're seeing with our eyes?
Next, Dr. Stuart Hameroff from the University of Arizona is going to describe a very famous experiment done by Dr. Benjamin Libet in the late 1970s.
In the late 1970s, a neurophysiologist at University of California, San Francisco, named Ben Libet did some very famous experiments. What Libet did was study patients who were having neurosurgery on their brains, with their brains exposed, while they were awake. They were given a local anesthetic to numb the area of the skull and scalp to access their brains. And they were awake, and Ben would talk to these people. So, for example, what he did was he would stimulate their little finger and look at the part of the sensory cortex on the opposite side that was related to that, record from it electrically, and ask the patient when he or she felt the stimulus on the little finger. And he would also stimulate at that particular area of cortex.
Let's make sure you understand the setup. A patient was on the operating table, fully awake, but with their skull and scalp anesthetized, and the skull was cut away so that their brain is exposed. Dr. Libet would stimulate their little finger on one hand, maybe a pinprick or needle stick, and the patient was supposed to tell Libet as soon as they felt the stimulus. Then Libet would directly stimulate the part of the brain associated with that same little finger and ask the patient when they felt that.
Now, what you would think would be that if you stimulate the little finger, it takes a finite period of time to get to the opposite side of the cortex, so the patient would report it a fraction of a second later after the stimulus. And when you stimulate it directly, the patient would report it immediately. He found just the opposite. When he stimulated the little finger, the patient felt it immediately, and when he stimulated directly in the cortex, there was a delay.
The brain is actually where we feel things. So when you stick the little finger with a needle, that sensation has to travel to the brain before it is felt. But if you stimulate the brain directly, you should feel the stick immediately in your little finger because the sensation is already in the brain. But, contrary to all expectations and logic, the patients felt the needle stick on their little fingers immediately, and it took time before they felt the stimulus directly to the brain. Libet was flabbergasted. He tried to find an explanation, as did many other scientists, and the prevailing theory became that time can travel backwards. It's called the time reversal theory, or subjective backward referral, or antedating. However, after trying to prove this and failing, Libet himself later said there appeared to be no neural mechanism that could be viewed as directly mediating or accounting for the subjective sensory referrals backward in time. In other words, there is no evidence in the brain for time reversal as the explanation for this phenomenon. Just put that information to the side for a moment, and let's go on to the next experiment.
So the experiment that I developed to look at this is we wire you up typically to look at skin conductance, but also heart rate and other parameters. You will sit in front of a computer screen and you press a button, and you know that 5 seconds later you're going to see a picture. It could be a very calm picture, or it might be a very emotional picture. And it's randomly selected by the computer immediately before it's shown. So when you press the button, the future is not yet determined. So you need real precognition in order to be able to jump into the future and get it somehow. So since we're looking at your physiology, we know what happens to physiology after you see an emotional image. And we know what happens after you see a calm image. The question is, does that future experience leak into your present? Does it happen before you see the picture? And through this experiment, you can see what happens. Electrical activity of the heart, EKG. This is photoplethysmograph, which is the amount of blood in the fingertip, and respiration, breathing in, breathing out. Press the button, well, what happens to physiology? Well, if it starts rising before the image appears, it may suggest that you're about to get an emotional picture. And if it stays calm, it suggests maybe you're going to get a calm picture. So we've done this kind of experiment for several hundred people, and colleagues have run this experiment as well. And as it turns out, that is exactly what you see. People become aroused before randomly selected pictures in the future that happen to be emotional, and they remain calm for randomly selected pictures that are calm. This has been seen in heart rate changes, in skin conductance, in the brain, and basically systemically throughout the body.
The only conclusion to this experiment that makes any sense is that the brain knows what picture the computer is going to choose and display before the person is aware of it. Indeed, before the computer has even chosen which picture to display. And the body is responding accordingly. Basically, what science is discovering is that our brains seem to know what's going to happen before we do.
There have been some studies which have shown that when people are beginning to move a hand or beginning to say something, that there's actually activity in the brain and certain nerve cells of the brain even before they become consciously aware of what they're trying to do.
That's worth repeating. There have been some studies that have shown that when people are beginning to move a hand or beginning to say something, that there's actually activity in the brain or certain nerve cells of the brain even before they become consciously aware of what they were trying to do. As strange as that may sound, it is being proven time and time again with the latest research and technology. Here's a BBC documentary from June 2010 that confirms this phenomenon.
I'm in Berlin to take part in an experiment designed to explore the source and timing of my decisions. I'm quite apprehensive because the results could have a profound effect on how I live my life. They will reveal who is in charge of my decisions. Is it the conscious me, or an unconscious mass of grey matter that I have no control over?
So this is going to be looking at my brain?
Yeah, this is another day, another scanner. The experiment is simplicity itself. I have to randomly decide and then immediately press one of these left or right buttons. At the same time, the scanner system records when my brain made the decision, and the computer when I physically press the button.
Okay, Marcus, we are ready to start.
Okay.
The test didn't take long, and to be honest, it's not terribly exciting. But I'm hoping the results will be a bit more interesting.
In your case, up to 6 seconds before you make up your mind, we can predict
which decision you're going to make.
6 seconds?
Absolutely, 6 seconds, yeah.
6 seconds? So I was conscious of making a decision to press my right finger down, and you're saying that 6 seconds earlier, my brain had already made that decision?
Exactly. So here we can show you how we did it. In this region, there's a pattern of brain activity that emerges before you make up your mind that tells us which way you're going to decide. And these blue regions, they get more active when you're going to choose left, and the yellow regions get more active when you're going to choose right.
That's a bit frightening. It sort of implies, therefore, my conscious decision is a very secondary thing to my actual brain activity.
Absolutely, absolutely. It seems that there's a lot of unconscious brain activity going on that is shaping your decisions, and that your consciousness comes in at a very late stage. And it seems that what our experiments reveal is that there's like a mechanism unfolding, a deterministic mechanism that leads up to your decision at a later point in time, and that was inevitable. It could only go one way.
I mean, that has got to be the most shocking experiment I think I've seen on this journey. The fact that when I become conscious of making a choice, that John can 6 seconds earlier predict what I was going to do before I even realised what I was going to do. I mean, that is absolutely extraordinary. 6 seconds is such a long time. I mean, I sort of don't find it so disturbing that, okay, sure, some part of my subconscious mind is building up to a conscious decision. But John, by looking inside my head, knows, his conscious knows before I consciously know what I'm going to do. That is...
Listen again to Professor John Haynes, because this is so important.
There's a pattern of brain activity that emerges before you make up your mind that tells us which way you're going to decide. It seems that there's a lot of unconscious brain activity going on that is shaping your decisions, and that your consciousness comes in at a very late stage. What our experiments reveal is that there's like a mechanism unfolding, a deterministic mechanism that leads up to your decision at a later point in time.
Professor John Haynes explained, what our experiments reveal is that there is a deterministic mechanism unfolding that leads up to your decision at a later point in time. Remember what Karl Pribram said? That our brains mathematically construct hard reality by relying on input from a frequency domain. If we put these brain experiments together with Pribram and what we know from quantum physics, the conclusion is inescapable. Your brain first receives a hologram in wave frequencies downloaded from the field. It then translates those waves into particles to create your holographic physical reality, and then it sends that reality out there for you to perceive and experience. You remember how a hologram is made. At the end of step 1, we have an object stored on the holographic film in wave frequencies. To get that object to pop out as a hologram, we need to do step 2. Therefore, here's what we're talking about in terms of the human brain and our holographic universe. If we consider that the field is like one giant, actually infinite piece of holographic film with every possibility already contained in it, in other words, step 1 of creating the hologram has already been done, then what Pribram is talking about is a new step 2 to get our holographic reality to pop out, where wave frequencies are downloaded from the field to the human brain translated into particles, and then projected out there to appear as our holographic physical reality. Or, as Pribram actually said it, our brains mathematically construct hard reality by relying on input from a frequency domain. So let's talk about each of the brain experiments we looked at.
In the late 1970s, a neurophysiologist at University of California, San Francisco, named Ben Libet did some very...
In the Libet experiments, when he stimulated the little finger, it took no time for the sensation to be felt in the brain because the brain already knew the little finger was going to be stimulated, since that hologram had already been downloaded, translated into a hologram, and projected out. But when the brain was stimulated directly, it was like a new hologram being downloaded to the brain, so it took time to send the sensation out to the little finger and back to the brain again.
So the experiment that I developed to look at this is...
In Dean Radin's experiments, the brain knew what picture the computer was going to choose and display because it was all part of a hologram that had already been downloaded, translated into a hologram, and projected out. And as the brain sent that hologram out there to be perceived and experienced, the body responded to the hologram on its way out while it was being projected. So the body knew what picture the computer was going to choose before the computer actually chose the picture and displayed it.
In this region, there's a pattern of brain activity that emerges.
And the BBC's documentary is like the ultimate proof. Apparently, they have actually found the area of the brain which is collapsing the wave function, converting the wave frequencies downloaded from the field into holograms to be projected out there. So by watching this area of the brain, we know 6 seconds before the person knows what their hologram is going to be. In this case, pushing the right or left button. The only conclusion that makes sense when you put all these experiments together is that wave frequencies are being downloaded to the brain from the field, which are then translated into a particular or particle hologram and projected out there to perceive and experience as reality. And only when we perceive and begin interacting with that particular hologram do we become consciously aware of what's happening. And the whole process can take as much as 6 seconds. Let's briefly review what we talked about in part 1 of this workshop about an observer collapsing the wave function. We said that when quanta, or electrons, are viewed by an observer, these waves of possibilities pop and assume a specific location in space and time, which is what we see as reality. This is called collapsing the wave function. To put it the other way around, the natural state of an electron is as a wave. It only pops out of its wave state to form a particle in a specific location in space and time when it is being observed. This new brain research proves that the human brain is the observer that collapses the wave function, since quantum physics says it is the observer that changes an electron from a wave into a particle. Put more simply, it's the brain that takes those wavy 3D pictures and translates them into something we can see and understand.
Only conscious beings can be observers, then we're intimately hooked into the very existence of reality. Without us, there would just be this expanding superposition of possibilities with nothing definite ever actually happening.
Out of millions and millions of blobs of energy and light, photons and electrons, they make up this imaginary three-dimensional solid world, which doesn't exist at all according to relativity or quantum mechanics.
It might be easier to understand all of this by using an example we are familiar with: the personal computer. Computers use what is called binary code, which is made up of nothing but zeros and ones. If you look at the zeros and ones themselves, they look random and chaotic, like those wavy 3D pictures. But inside every computer is a CPU, a central processing unit, that acts as the brain of the computer. This CPU receives the binary code in sequences of zeros and ones, translates that binary code, and projects the results onto a computer screen where we can see it in a form that makes sense to us. For example, we start with binary code, In fact, that's what's happening right now in order for me to be able to show you this movie. A computer also has its own sensory perceptions, which include things like a mouse, a touch screen, a microphone, a video camera, and so on. When we interact with the computer through one of its senses, like clicking the mouse, that message gets sent back to the CPU for further processing. Therefore, in the same way that a computer's CPU receives the binary code, translates it, projects the results onto a screen, and then processes the inputs that come back through the mouse and other sensory perceptions, our human brain receives wave frequencies from the field, translates them into particles by collapsing the wave function, projects the results out there, and then processes the inputs that come back through our own sensory perceptions. And it looks like this. This is a very important point. Our senses, seeing, hearing, tasting, smelling, touching, are not really sensing some independent reality out there, but in fact are first projecting that reality so that it appears to be out there. It's not just a one-way street of incoming perception, but a two-way street of projection first and then perception. Apparently, once our brain converts the wave frequencies downloaded from the field by collapsing the wave function, it projects the results out there and makes it appear that we are surrounded by a holographic 3D total immersion movie. Once again, as Pribram said, our brains mathematically construct hard reality by relying on input from a frequency domain. Then, and only then, our senses read what has been projected out there and bring that information back to the brain. Here's a video from YouTube produced by a Turkish non-scientist, Adnan Aktar, that has a very good message, but was a very poor English translation. So I rewrote and re-recorded the translation, and that's why it will be my voice that you hear. We've been taught that the process of seeing is when light clusters, called photons, travel from an object to the eye and pass through the eye where they are refracted and focused on the retina at the back of the eye. Here, these light rays are turned into electrical signals and then transmitted by neurons to the center of vision at the back of the brain. We now know that the opposite is true, that the act of seeing actually takes place in this center in the brain. All the images we view in our lives and all the events we experience are actually experienced in this tiny and dark place. Both the film you are now watching and the boundless landscape you see when you gaze at the horizon actually fit into this place of a few cubic centimeters. These physical facts make us come to an indisputable conclusion. Everything we see, touch, hear, and perceive as matter is only electrical signals in our brain. For instance, we see a bird in the external world. In reality, this bird is not in the external world, but in our brain. The bird we see is in fact the electrical signals in our brain. Likewise, the sounds we hear from the bird are also in our brain. Put simply, the shape and sound of the bird are nothing but the brain's interpretation of electrical signals. This is also true when it comes to distance. Someone who watches the stars in the sky assumes they are millions of light years away from him. Yet the stars are actually inside him, in the center of vision of his brain. While you are watching this film, the truth is that you are not inside the room that you assume yourself to be. On the contrary, the room is inside you. When you see your body, you think you are inside of it. But remember that your body is an image formed inside your brain as well. To imagine matter to have an existence outside the mind is indeed a deception. The perceptions we observe may well be coming from an artificial source. We can understand this better with an example. Let's imagine that we could take our brain out of our body and keep it alive in a glass box. Then let's get a computer filled with information related to a particular setting, such as image, sound, and smell. We'll connect this computer to the brain with electrodes and send the pre-recorded data to the brain. As our brain receives these signals, it will see and live the setting that the computer is transmitting. We could also send signals to the brain from this computer about our own image. For example, we could send the electrical information, such as the sight, hearing, and touch, that we would experience while sitting at a desk. Our brain would perceive that we were a businessman sitting in his office. This imaginary world would continue as long as the information kept coming from the computer, and we would never realize that we were actually a brain sitting in a glass box. It is indeed very easy for us to be deceived into believing that what we are perceiving is real, even though it has no material basis. We have been conditioned since birth to believe that what we see out there is real, an independent, objective reality that has a life of its own. And our role is limited to observing it and perceiving it and interacting with it. Not so, according to the latest scientific research. We are projecting our reality first and then perceiving it coming back to us. The bird first arrives in our brain as wave frequencies downloaded from the field. The brain then translates those wave frequencies into a hologram of the bird by collapsing the wave function. That hologram is then projected out there so that the bird appears to be real. And then the bird comes back to us through our physical perceptions.
The more you look at something in detail, in what we think of as solid matter, the less and less solid it begins to look.
The only realities we know are the ones our brain manufactures. Our brain receives millions of signals every minute, and we organize them into holograms which we project outside ourselves and call reality.
It's as if you were sitting in the middle of a movie theater with a white screen 360 degrees all around you, but the movie projected onto that screen was coming from inside your own brain. In other words, although we don't know exactly how this works yet, your brain is the movie projector, and the movie you're watching, that you're totally immersed in, is a hologram and is not real. In 1991, before all this recent research took place, Michael Talbot asked, if the holographic brain model is taken to its logical conclusions, it opens the door on the possibility that objective reality, the world of coffee cups, mountain vistas, elm trees, and table lamps, might not even exist. Is it possible that what is out there is really a vast, resonating symphony of wave forms, a frequency domain that is transformed into the world as we know it only after it enters our brain? Of course, now we know the answer is yes. That's exactly what's happening.
There is no out there, independent of what's going on in here.
Reality is unset jello. That's the way I like to put it. There's this just big indeterminate sludge out there that's our potential life, and there's and that we, by our very act of involvement, our act of noticing, our observation, we get that jello to set. We're intrinsic to the whole process of reality. Our involvement creates that reality. And so we have this involvement in everything. We are our world. There's no out there. We are, there's no place where we end and everything else begins.
David Bohm, you remember him, said that the tangible reality of our everyday lives is really a kind of illusion, like a holographic image. Underlying it is a deeper order of existence, a vast and more primary level of reality that gives birth to all the objects and appearances of our physical world in much the same way that a piece of holographic film gives birth to a hologram. Here are some more quotes from the holographic universe by Michael Talbot. For Pribram, this synthesis made him realize that the objective world does not exist, at least not in the way we are accustomed to believing. What is out there is a vast ocean of waves and frequencies. And reality looks concrete to us only because our brains are able to take this holographic blur and convert it into sticks and stones and other familiar objects that make up our world. If the concreteness of the world is but a secondary reality, and what is out there is actually a holographic blur of frequencies, and if the brain is also a hologram and only processes some of those frequencies out of this blur, what becomes of objective reality? Put quite simply, it ceases to exist. Although we may think we are physical beings moving through a physical world, this is an illusion. We are really receivers floating through a kaleidoscopic sea of frequency. Michael Talbot was clearly ahead of his time, because now we have proof that there is no out there. All there is a holographic 3D total immersion movie which we are projecting so that it appears to be out there. Now the interesting question comes. Is there one big hologram of the universe that we all see and are all part of? Isn't that what is meant by the holographic universe? The answer is no. Each individual must have their own individual and unique hologram they are projecting, their own private reality. Why? Well, remember the quote from Karl Pribram, who believes that the brain is itself a hologram which mathematically constructs hard reality by relying on input from a frequency domain. Since there is not one large common brain, there is also not one large common hologram. Each individual human brain receives and translates its own separate, individual, and uniquely downloaded hologram. If there was a common hologram, one big hologram of the universe for everyone, then we would each see reality exactly the same. And that doesn't happen. We all see reality just a little differently. For example, we're walking down the street and you suddenly stop and excitedly tell me, hey, that guy looks exactly like Brad Pitt. And I turn to you and say, no, he doesn't. He doesn't look anything like Brad Pitt. What's happened here? You have seen pictures and movies of Brad Pitt, and you have an image of what you've seen. I could have seen those very same pictures and movies, but I have a different image of Brad Pitt. So when we see the same man on the street, he can look like your Brad Pitt to you, but he doesn't look like my Brad Pitt to me. If there were only one Brad Pitt that everyone saw in the same way, this kind of thing couldn't happen. But actually, we each see Brad Pitt a little differently. Or we're leaving a restaurant and you say, "Can you believe how rude that waitress was?" And I reply, I thought she was fine. She wasn't rude to me. Same thing applies. I perceive the waitress one way, and you perceive that same waitress in a different way, because we are experiencing the waitress in separate holograms. And we all know that 10 different people can have 10 different stories of how an accident happened. Now, these are small, minor examples, but our mental hospitals are full of people who see a very different reality than the rest of us, so different that they cannot handle it, and neither can society handle them. So each individual must have their own unique hologram they are projecting, their own private reality, especially since we each have an individual brain receiving our own personal holographic downloads. Besides, if there were one giant hologram we are all part of, it would mean there would be an independent, objective reality out there, and all the experts say that's not true.
There is no out there.
There's no out there.
There's an old New Age saying, you create your own reality. While this is technically not true, what is true is that you are projecting your own unique holographic 3D experience that has been downloaded from the field to your brain. It's time to pull together everything we have learned in parts 1 and 2 of this workshop series. We started with the double slit experiment, and we're going to end that way as well. Remember, physicist Richard Feynman has been quoted as saying that if you really understand the double-slit experiment, you can understand all of quantum physics. So let's see what the double-slit experiment says about the existence of an independent, objective reality out there. This time, listen to physicist Thomas Campbell from December of 2011. One quick note, Dr. Campbell is going to use the words diffraction pattern instead of interference pattern that we were using in part 1. Basically, they're the same thing.
This is a double-slit experiment. It's a very famous experiment. This experiment has probably been done more times, more places, by more people than any other single experiment in the history of science. And it's because it gives such strange results that everybody wants to do it and see if it works like that for them. So this has been replicated over and over and over again, and whenever done properly, it always gives the same results. It tells us something very important about the nature of reality. Here's what happened, and I'll show you why it's such a famous experiment. Early on, we knew that waves, if you had a wave came to this thing, we have a barrier, a hole, a barrier, and a hole. That's called a slit. It's two of them. There's a double slit. That's where the experiment comes from. That if a wave came here, some of the wave would go through this slit, some of the wave would go through that slit, and the distance from here to here is a little shorter than it is from here to here, right? We can see that. That's pretty obvious. If that difference in distance turns out to be like this, so the wave coming from the top hole and the bottom hole are shifted in distance one whole wavelength, then they both dip at the same time, they both crest at the same time, and you get a spot of light there. But if they happen to be just that difference in distance, where one gets to a peak just as the other one gets to a hump, you add them together, you get nothing. That's why you get nothing there. So what happens is you get this series of spots. It's called a diffraction pattern when you have waves going through the two slits. So they did this experiment with the double slit. They found a way to just fire one photon at a time at the slits, a particle. What they expected to see was this. What they saw was a diffraction pattern. Okay, now that was a surprise. They didn't expect that. So they said, well, there's something funny going on here at these slits. So these little red things are detectors. And they said, we're going to put detectors there at these slits, and we're going to see what's going on. And they did. They detected every time a photon went through this slit, these detectors would say, it went through the upper slit, or the detectors would say it went through the bottom slit. And whenever they did that, they got this pattern. So now the problem was, we take the detectors away, and you get this pattern. Then the idea was those detectors, they're doing something there. But they found out, and these are called quantum erasure experiments, they found out that you could take this data with these detectors, take all the data, detectors are working, it tells you exactly what slit each one goes through, but you don't look at this data, and you don't look at that data yet, you just take it. Now if you look at it, you'll get this. But if you don't look at it, and then you erase this information of which slit they went through, you get this again. See? So obviously reality is not objective. That's the double slit experiment, and that's why this is such a big deal, because it shows that reality is not objective. There's something else going on here. That's what we want to talk about. Well, I will give you a little experiment that I'm going to make up. This is not an actual experiment, what I'm going to tell you. This is just a logical equivalent, so it's easy for you to follow and understand. Actual physics experiments are very complicated, and they're very hard to explain, but this is, like I say, a logical equivalent. Let's say that we take 102 of this experiment. In other words, we're going to measure what slit it goes through, and then we're going to keep track of what happens over here on the screen. And we're going to do that just 102 times. And we're going to take data for an hour, put that in the computer, take the data again for another hour, put that in. And what we'll do is the first one we'll take this data, put it in an envelope, call it detector data, experiment 1, and we'll take this, put it in another envelope, call it measurement screen data, experiment 1, put those two envelopes into a big envelope, call it experiment 1. You with me with that? So I got an envelope that says experiment 1, and I've got inside that I've got two envelopes. One of them says detector data for experiment 1, the other one says measurement screen. So I've got all my data in here. So that's just an easy way for us to keep them straight. So we're going to do that 102 times, and because we're doing this experiment, we always expect that as the result. So after we have 102 of them, we look at the first one we did, and we take this data out of the envelope, take that data out of the envelope, and this is exactly what we see, just what we expected. That's the experiment we're doing. And then we take the last one we did, and we do the same thing. We want to make sure that they're the same, right, on both ends. So we do that, and we get exactly this. We get the 2 spots of light here is what we get. So the first one and the last one are like that. We assume all the ones in the middle were like that because they were all just done together. All right, but now what this delayed quantum erasure means is that let's take the 100 envelopes that are left, right? We got rid of number 1, we got rid of the first one and the last one. Now we have 100 left out of the 102. We'll take those 100 and we'll shuffle them, we'll randomize them up. Then we'll deal them out into 2 piles of 50. Now, one pile of 50, we will look at them. We'll take the envelopes out and look at them, and every one of them, all 50 of them, will look just like this. We have the 2 spots here. Now, the other 50, we'll take out the detector data of each one of the 50, put them in a pile, and set fire to them. We're going to burn them. We're going to destroy them. That's our erasure experiment. Okay, I'm making a very simple concept in the erasure experiment. We just burn them and destroy them. And no, they're not still readable in the ashes. We'll take the ashes and put them in water or something. Don't complicate the experiment. We're just going to burn them. That's going to get rid of them, and they will be erased. And then we'll open up these envelopes, and every one of them will be a diffraction pattern. You see? That's what I mean by a delayed quantum erasure experiment. Every one of them will be. And you're thinking, how could that happen? You see, the experiment was done, let's say, a year ago before we took these envelopes out and sorted them. It doesn't matter. 10 years ago. The amount of time is irrelevant. In these experiments, they're actually done like 10 nanoseconds. But it doesn't matter. If you can do it in arrears, you can do it any amount of time. So that's why this is weird science. It looks like, depending on what you do with this data, you make this change from this output to that output, right? That's what it looks like. But that's just because you believe you live in an objective reality. You see, in a statistical probability reality, this is still indeterminate. It hasn't happened yet because you haven't looked. You see, you don't know what it is. In an objective reality, you know because you did this experiment, that's what it had to be. So you believe that's the way it is, and then you somehow magically changed it to this. Well, there's no magic involved. It's just that because this data hasn't been looked at, it doesn't really exist yet in this reality. Because we live in a probabilistic reality. I know you're thinking, that sounds impossible, but that's because you are ingrained from your culture with the concept of an objective reality. You believe that's the way it is, so when you see this or hear about it, it just doesn't make sense. Just like the world being around didn't make sense.
Let's make sure we all understand what Thomas Campbell just said. He said that we have to actually look at, to observe, the measurement data taken at the 2 slits in order to get a particle pattern as a result. If we don't look at the measurement data, if we erase that data without observing it, then we get what he called a diffraction pattern, which Captain Quantum called an interference pattern in Part 1. In other words, apparently it's not the act of measurement at the double slit that matters. The only thing that really matters is whether we look at the data we collected. If we look at the data, we get a particle pattern as the result. If we don't look at the data, we get an interference pattern that waves make, even though the data was collected. If there were some independent objective reality out there we all share, the result of the double-slit experiment would be the same all the time, regardless of whether someone looked at the data or not. What we have instead is a totally dependent, subjective holographic reality that is unique for each individual and based on their observation. In other words, What you are seeing right now, and every moment you are alive, without exception, is a holographic 3D total immersion movie written uniquely for you, downloaded to your brain, translated into the holograms you see, and projected out there for you to experience. That's worth repeating. What you are seeing right now, and every moment you are alive, without exception, is a holographic 3D total immersion movie written uniquely for you, downloaded to your brain, translated into the holograms you see, and projected out there for you to experience. Listen to Dr. Amit Goswami very carefully one last time.
This is the only radical thinking that you need to do. But it is so radical, it's so difficult, because our tendency is that the world is already out there, independent of my experience. It is not. Quantum physics has been so clear about it.
If all of this is true, and the latest scientific research says it is, the question then arises, who or what is choosing certain wave frequencies from the field and downloading them to a human brain to be converted into particles to become the reality we see and experience? Or, who or what is writing the script for the holographic 3D movie you are now and always immersed in? Who or what is the laser that chooses the holographic 3D total immersion movie to download to your brain for you to experience as your reality? We will answer that question in part 3 of this workshop series. And I guarantee the answer will surprise you and shake your most fundamental beliefs, like discovering that the earth is actually round. Meanwhile, your homework, what I want you to do in preparation to watch part 3, is first to watch the movie called The Truman Show, and then practice seeing the world out there as a hologram that you are projecting, rather than as an independent objective reality that you are merely perceiving and interacting with. Welcome back to the Holographic Universe. This is part 3 of a 5-part workshop series designed to examine how quantum physics and recent scientific experiments are radically changing our understanding of life, our reality, and our spirituality. In part 1 of this workshop series, we learned that what we have always thought of as our solid physical reality is actually not solid or real at all, but an illusion, a holographic 3D total immersion movie that only looks and feels real to us inside it.
But there's a quote that I like. Very much. It comes from a famous intellectual by the name of Sherlock Holmes. When you have eliminated all that is impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable. The thing I'm going to tell you tonight is one of those things which seems nutty, it seems wildly improbable, but it wasn't just something that some of us, I wasn't alone in saying this, that some of us just said, oh, one day, maybe the world is a hologram. That's not the way it happened. The way it happened was exactly this way. When you eliminate everything that's impossible, whatever is left over must be the truth. So let me tell you a little bit about where we're going. Good. Okay. What is this thing which Sherlock Holmes might have eventually concluded after trying everything else? And the answer is that in a certain sense, in a certain peculiar sense, the world is a hologram.
Michael Talbot in the Holographic Universe said creating the illusion that things are located where they are not is the quintessential feature of a hologram. If you look at a hologram, it seems to have extension in space. But if you pass your hand through it, you will find there is nothing there. It is relatively easy to understand this idea of holism in something that is external to us, like an apple in a hologram. What makes this difficult is that we are not looking at the hologram, we are part of the hologram. And then in part 2, we learned several very important things, like the fact that this holographic 3D total immersion movie has been downloaded to our brain in wave frequencies from the field, where it is converted into particles and then projected out there for us to experience as reality. We know this from all the brain experiments that have been done, proving that our brain and body know what is about to happen before we become conscious of it.
Now, what you would think would be that if you stimulate the little finger, it takes a finite period of time to get to the opposite side of the cortex, so the patient would report it a fraction of a second later after the stimulus. And when you stimulate it directly, the patient would report it immediately. He found just the opposite. When you stimulated the little finger, the patient felt it immediately, and when he stimulated directly in the cortex, there was a delay.
People become aroused before randomly selected pictures in the future that happen to be emotional, and they remain calm for randomly selected pictures that are calm. This has been seen in heart rate changes, in skin conductance, in the brain, and basically systemically throughout the body.
There's a pattern of brain activity that emerges before you make up your mind that tells us which way you're going to decide. Absolutely, absolutely. It seems that there's a lot of unconscious brain activity going on that is shaping your decisions, and that your consciousness comes in at a very late stage. And what our experiments reveal is that there's like a mechanism unfolding, a deterministic mechanism that leads up to your decision at a later point in time.
We found out that this holographic 3D total immersion movie is a unique holographic universe created especially for each individual, not some common independent objective reality out there we all share.
And these are called quantum eraser experiments. They found out that you could take this data with these detectors, take all the data, detectors are working, it tells you exactly what each one goes through, but you don't look at this data and you don't look at that data yet, you just take it. Now if you look at it, you'll get this. But if you don't look at it and then you erase this information of which slit they went through, you get this again. See? So obviously reality is not objective. That's the double slit experiment, and that's why this is such a big deal, because it shows that reality is not objective. There's something else going on here.
What we have instead is a totally dependent, subjective holographic reality that is unique for each individual and based on their observation. In fact, there is no out there, out there.
There is no out there, out there.
There's no out there, out there.
And we discovered that one piece of holographic film can store a lot of different wave frequencies on it, and in order to get a specific object to pop out, we have to shoot the laser beam in step 2 at a specific angle to choose exactly the right frequencies for the apple. We ended part 2 by asking the question, if all this is true, and quantum physics says it is, then who or what acts as the laser gun for us? Who or what is choosing certain specific wave frequencies from the field and downloading them to a human brain to be converted into holograms to become the reality we see and experience? If you did your homework and watched The Truman Show, you will remember this scene.
How do we stop him?
Okay, we're going to be accessing the weather program now, so hold on to your hats. You got that?
No, I think we're going to want to localize a storm over the boat. You can get the coordinates for that.
There's no rescue boat. He won't know what to do.
He'll turn back. He'll be too afraid. There she blows. Watching. We can't let him die in front of a live audience. He was born in front of a live audience.
the best you can do! You're gonna have to kill me! What should we do with the drunken sailor?
The Apple Studio, I demand that you cease transmission. Keep running.
What do we do with the drunken sailor? I am the morning.
Increase the wind. Increase the wind! I am telling you for the last time. How close is he? Very close. Capsize him. Tip him over. Damn you, cracked off!
No, you can't. His tide is up to the boat.
Shut up!
He's gonna drown. He doesn't even care.
Do it. Do it! That's enough.
It's clear that Truman himself did not write the script for that experience. I doubt he would have voluntarily chosen to go through such drama. Just as I doubt you would have voluntarily chosen to go through some of the traumatic experiences of your life either, if you were writing your own script, correct? So who did write this scene for Truman? Obviously, the answer is the director who ordered the wind and the storm. So now we have our answer. Ed Harris is the one who is creating all of our experiences for us. He's the one to blame. No? Okay. So let's ask the question this way. Who or what is writing the script for your holographic 3D total immersion movie? Who or what is your director, screenwriter, producer? The best answer quantum physicists have come up with so far is consciousness. Here's how Dr. Amit Goswami puts it.
Quantum physics enables us to see directly that we can make sense of the world only if we base the world on consciousness. World is made of consciousness, world is consciousness, consciousness is the ground of being. Quantum physics makes this as clear as daylight, because quantum physics shows you clearly that science, quantum mathematics, which is, in our belief, the most fundamental mathematics, most accurate mathematical description of nature that we have discovered. This mathematics shows us clearly that the movement of objects are describable only in terms of possibilities, not the actual events that happens in our experience. Quantum physics calculates only possibilities. But if we accept this, then the question immediately comes, what chooses among these possibilities to bring the actual event of experience? So we directly, immediately see that consciousness must be involved. Consciousness must be the ground of being, of which objects are part, but not all of them. And these objects then can be described as waves of possibility. And quantum physics succeeds in giving this description very accurately and gives probabilities so that we can do science on the basis of it whenever there is a large number of objects and large number of events. But when you speak of individual objects and individual events, then this very intriguing choice, the word choice by consciousness, out of these possible events, the actual event of experience comes in. And so, for the first time, science encounters free will. Consciousness is free because there is no mathematical description of the subject in our science. Only objects can be described mathematically, and only to the extent that there are possibilities. The question still remains paramount: who is the chooser? And when we see that, then we see that the chooser is free. There is freedom of choice. And of that freedom of choice comes our actual experience.
Quantum physics enables us to see directly that we can make sense of the world only if we base the world on consciousness. According to Dr. Goswami, consciousness is the thing that chooses certain specific wave frequencies from unlimited possibilities in the field and downloads them to a human brain to create its holographic experience. So we are going to call this the consciousness model. We had the field model, the holographic universe model, and now we have the consciousness model. I want to be clear that this is not a belief system. There is a very big difference between a belief system and a model. A model is something you build or create based on the scientific evidence you have to date to test a theory to see how well it works. A scientific model is designed to be challenged to see how it performs when applied. On the other hand, a belief system is often formed in contradiction to the evidence at hand and cannot withstand testing and challenging. It's something you're emotionally invested in, attached to, and depend on. In fact, a belief system tries to avoid being tested or challenged at all costs, for fear it might fall apart. And then what would you do? With a model, if it doesn't work, you simply go back to the drawing board and try again. In other words, you're not invested or attached in any way to the outcome of a model, emotionally, mentally, or spiritually, as you are with a belief system. So, let's take a look at this consciousness model. First, you should know that not all quantum physicists agree with this consciousness model, because you can't study consciousness scientifically, as Dr. Goswami pointed out. Instead, they have proposed many other theories. But we are going to follow the vast majority who do use consciousness as the best answer. For example,
quantum physics says something about the role we human beings play in the universe. It says that consciousness is playing a role. It says there's a secret underground that seems to be affecting the reality we live in, and that this reality we live in is not at all what it appears to be.
Matter is not what we have long thought it to be. To the scientist, matter has always been thought of as sort of the ultimate in that which is static and predictable. We like to think of space as empty and matter as solid. But in fact, there is essentially nothing to matter whatsoever. It's completely insubstantial. The most solid thing you can say about all this insubstantial matter is that it's more like a thought. It's like a concentrated bit of information.
At its ultimate level, say in M theory or string theory, reality is not solid, it's mostly empty space, and whatever solidity it has seems more to resemble a hologram picture rather than material, harsh, solid reality. It's a shimmering reality that seems to be very susceptible to the power of thought.
What is the relationship between consciousness and material reality? Whether or not the material world can actually be derived from a consciousness reality, or whether consciousness itself could even be the fundamental stuff of the universe, so to speak, instead of the cold dark matter or the other aspects of matter that physicists have been looking for. Maybe it has something more to do with consciousness. And in that regard, then we really can think about the universe as being more a state of consciousness, or more inundated with consciousness, much more so than the material reality that we normally look at.
If you put it that there is an intangible world that affects the tangible world of our experience, and if you then say that's what quantum mechanics says, and granted that's a fair way of trying to put into English something which is very, very difficult to grasp, but it then leads quite naturally to the conclusion that quantum mechanics says that there is a spiritual world that makes this choice, that there's another world that is intangible that affects and influences the physical world. That intangibility, however, is itself the bedrock of physical reality. It may be intangible, but it is, and we can't really say what it is or why it's there, but it is in fact the most fundamental feature of matter. So you could say, well, if it's a feature of matter, that's not intangible. Matter is the most tangible of things. So, these are word games. The fact of the matter is that that matter is not what we have long thought it to be.
There were some very interesting statements in that video. Let's briefly review a few of them. Fred Alan Wolf said, "Quantum physics says that consciousness is playing a role in the universe. It says that there is a secret underground that seems to be affecting the reality we live in." Notice the word affecting. Effect with an E means to achieve something and cause it to happen, or create, whereas affect with an A means to influence. So Fred Alan Wolf was saying, it says that there is a secret underground that seems to be affecting or creating the reality we live in. Then Dr. Jeffrey Satinover said, quantum mechanics says that there is a spiritual world that makes this choice, that there is another world that is intangible that affects and influences the physical world. Notice that Dr. Satinover goes one step further than Fred Alan Wolf when he says that consciousness both effects or creates and influences the physical world. Then Dr. Andrew Newberg wondered whether the material world can actually be derived from a consciousness reality, or whether consciousness itself could even be the fundamental stuff of the universe. So, the simplest and best answer to the question, who or what is choosing certain specific wave frequencies from the field and downloading them to a human brain to be converted into holograms to become the reality we see and experience, is consciousness. So, what goes in place of the laser gun? The answer, according to this model, is no, not Ed Harris, is consciousness. Consciousness is what is choosing specific wave frequencies from the field to download to a human brain to create its holographic 3D total immersion movie. Now, clearly, this is not a linear process as these graphics make it appear to be, but that's the limitation of two-dimensional images. I wish I had a hologram of this to show you. What probably is closer to the truth is something like this in 3 dimensions. And it might even be that consciousness and the field are more intertwined. Be that as it may, are we all agreed? Consciousness is what chooses the specific wave frequencies from unlimited possibilities in the field that it wants and downloads them to a human brain, which then converts them into space-time particles, and out pops our holographic reality. Wonderful. Question answered. Problem solved. We can all go home now. Oops, wait a minute. What exactly is consciousness in this context? That would be a very important thing to know. How can we possibly build a consciousness model unless we know what we mean when we say the word consciousness? Well, let's go back to the experts and find out, what is consciousness?
What is consciousness?
Well, consciousness is a very difficult thing to define.
What is a simple definition of consciousness?
What is consciousness? Where does it come from?
What is consciousness?
People have been trying to explain consciousness and try to figure out what exactly it is, what it means for us as human beings, why we even have it.
What is consciousness?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm going to give you an answer that you're not going to be happy with. And I'm not happy with it either. I just don't know what more to say about it at the moment.
On a simple way of defining it has to do with awareness, and in particular it has to do with awareness of the self. That's at least how we as human beings have self-consciousness, so that when we look in a mirror we recognize that it's ourselves that we're looking at and not some other person or some other animal.
There is one can use all kinds of other words: awareness, self-awareness, sentience, feelings, what people call qualia in philosophy. These just seem to me synonyms for it. They're not elucidating what's going on at the bottom of it. Let it suffice to say this. I'm putting myself back on the border again. The phenomenon of consciousness seems to me one of the points at which the collision between the scientific worldview and various anti-scientific worldviews are going to be the most acute. And it's exactly for this reason that I think it's an enormously important phenomenon.
I applaud the honesty and integrity and humility of these experts in admitting they have no idea what this consciousness is that we're talking about. But we really do need to know, so let's dig a little further. For example, is consciousness the same as self-consciousness, or the same as awareness, as Dr. Newberg suggested? Or is it the same as sentience, or feelings, or qualia, as Dr. Albert suggested? Maybe the dictionary can give us a good definition of consciousness in this context. In the Merriam-Webster Dictionary.com, I found 5 definitions for consciousness. Let's take a look at those 5 definitions one at a time. Definition number 1 has 3 parts. It says, A, the quality or state of being aware, especially of something within oneself. B, the state or fact of being conscious of an external object, state or fact. And C, awareness, especially concern for some social or political cause. So this definition has a lot to do with awareness, both within oneself and without. But it really doesn't seem to fit what we're talking about on the other side of the field. the consciousness we're talking about is much more than just aware. It is making choices and decisions that we are not aware of. Let's go on to definition number 2. The state of being characterized by sensation, emotion, volition, or thought. Mind. No, the mind or emotions is not what we're looking for here either. Definition number 3. The totality of conscious states of an individual. Well, that may be getting a little closer, talking about totality, but it still doesn't help me understand what this consciousness is on the other side of the field. Definition number 4 is the normal state of conscious life, and that doesn't help at all. And definition number 5, the upper level of mental life of which the person is aware as contrasted with unconscious processes. First, we're definitely not talking about mental life here when it comes to the consciousness on the other side of the field. And then, in the experiments in Berlin with the left and right button, we certainly were not aware of the thing that was choosing our holographic experience. In fact, we didn't become aware of it for 6 seconds after the hologram had been chosen and downloaded to our brain. In fact, if anything, the choice of what experience we were about to have, pressing the left or right button, was definitely an unconscious process as far as we are concerned on this side of the field.
Absolutely, absolutely. It seems that there's a lot of unconscious brain activity going on that is shaping your decisions, and that your consciousness comes in at a very late stage.
So definition number 5 directly contradicts what we're looking for. Then I looked up self-consciousness and conscious and self-conscious, but nothing seemed to shed any light on this use of the word consciousness for whatever is on the other side of the field, choosing the experiences we have. So, when in doubt, let's try the Wikipedia. Consciousness is a term that has been used to refer to a variety of aspects of the relationship between the mind and the world with which it interacts. It has been defined at one time or another as subjective experience, awareness, the ability to experience feelings, wakefulness, having a sense of selfhood, or as the executive control system of the mind. As we say in the United States, that makes everything as clear as mud. But the one thing I think we can agree on after all this is that the word consciousness has a lot of different definitions, different connotations, and different uses, which is why we are not making any progress in trying to find out exactly what this consciousness is on the other side of the field. V.S. Ramachandran is director of the Center for Brain and Cognition and professor with the Psychology Department and Neurosciences program at the University of California, San Diego, and adjunct professor of biology at the Salk Institute. Rama says, "We may be forced to admit that consciousness, like infinity and the particle wave concepts in quantum mechanics, is a property that cannot be made intuitively straightforward. Consciousness, like gravity, mass, and charge, may be one of the irreducible properties of the universe for which no further account is possible." Or, as someone on the internet once put it, a definition of consciousness is as difficult as someone asking you why you like what you like. We're calling this thing on the other side of the field consciousness because it seems to be aware and it is making choices and decisions, things we normally associate with our own consciousness. But then we use the same word, consciousness, for other things on this side of the field, like mind and awareness and mental life and wakefulness and selfhood, that have nothing to do with what's on the other side of the field. So I think it's clear no one really knows exactly what this consciousness is, especially in this context, or how to properly define it. Remember that radio in part 1 that we took to a tribe in the Amazon? Eventually, they figured out that the music they heard had to be coming from sound waves in the air they couldn't see, and the radio was translating those sound waves into music. I assume they would also at some point later take the next step and ask, who was creating those sound waves? And who was choosing to broadcast certain sound waves on certain frequencies so that when they changed the dial, different music would come out? The natives might actually find out the answers to those questions one day, but unfortunately, we won't. We are incapable of knowing, and always will be incapable of knowing exactly what this consciousness is, simply because we are on this side of the field. And our brains, at least according to Carl Pribram, are designed as holographic receivers and translators, and have no capacity or ability to access or process any information on the other side of the field. So anything we might say about what goes on the other side of the field is simply speculation. Basically, no one seems to know what this consciousness is, and that's probably the most truthful thing we could say at this point. We only know that something, which we are calling consciousness for the moment, must exist on the other side of the field that is choosing our experiences and downloading them to our brains. What we can do is build a model based on the scientific evidence we have at hand and see how well it works. So let's briefly review what we know from the science to be true to this point. Consciousness, whatever that is, chooses certain wave frequencies that it wants from the infinite number of possibilities in the field, downloads those specific frequencies to a human brain, which translates them into a holographic 3D total immersion movie by collapsing the wave function, and then projects that movie out there for us to experience as our reality. We have now arrived at a point halfway through this 5-part series of workshops, and we have also reached the limits of what quantum physics can tell us at the present time. But a few minutes ago, I said we were going to build a model based on quantum physics and the latest brain research to test certain theories of how this holographic universe might work, contrary to everything we've been taught to date. And we can still do that. After all, we're just playing with a model. This isn't rocket science. But we're going to have to switch now from quantum physics to metaphysics. And I want to be honest with you. I said in the beginning of part 1 that you would not be listening to my theories or my beliefs or my opinions. And that's been true to this point. I have let you hear all of this directly from the experts themselves. That is changing now. As I discuss this consciousness model that many of us have been using and testing for the last few years, it will include some of my own theories based on my research and experience, along with input from others. However, whatever model we build must conform to and be consistent with all the scientific evidence we have to date. This is a prerequisite for any model anyone builds. The first step we need to take is come up with a working definition for this thing we are calling consciousness. Not only a definition, but a new name, so we don't keep confusing it with our own consciousness on this side of the field. We need something specific and clear, even if it's a guess at this point. Something to base this model on. Something we all understand what we mean when we say that consciousness is the thing that is creating our holographic experiences. So maybe it's time to try another approach. It often works well, that when we can't figure out what something is, we can start eliminating what we know it is not. Remember what Leonard Susskind said.
But there's a quote that I like. There's a quote that I like very much. It comes from a famous intellectual by the name of Sherlock Holmes. When you have eliminated all that is impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable.
Let's take a few minutes and talk about what we're pretty sure this consciousness on the other side of the field is not, and then maybe we can more easily build a model of what it is. I think we can agree that this consciousness on the other side of the field is not the body, not the brain, not the mind, not the intellect, or anything else in the holographic universe on this side of the field. Those things belong to the human being, the self-consciousness that lives in this holographic reality. It is also not the consciousness you and I have right now, not the self-consciousness that is conscious of one's own acts or states as belonging to or originating in oneself, as the dictionary puts it. All the brain research proves that we are not conscious, we are not aware of the experience we are about to have until after the brain and the body know what experience we are about to have. Until after the experience has been chosen by this consciousness on the other side of the field and downloaded to our brain. Since, in the case of the BBC experiment in Berlin, someone watching our brain activity can know what experience we are about to have as much as 6 seconds before our own self-consciousness knows.
I mean, that has got to be the most shocking experiment I think I've seen on this journey. The fact that when I become conscious of making a choice, that John can 6 seconds earlier predict what I was going to do before I even realised what I was going to do. I mean, that is absolutely extraordinary. 6 seconds is such a long time. I mean, I sort of don't find it so disturbing that, okay, sure, some part of my subconscious mind is building up to a conscious decision. But John, by looking inside my head, knows, his conscious knows before I consciously know what I'm going to do. That is really shocking.
So, some consciousness we are not consciously aware of must be choosing those specific wave frequencies from the other side of the field and downloading them to our brain in order for us to have that experience. It's time to call on a channel for help. This channel's name is Darryl Anka, a cousin of the famous singer-songwriter Paul Anka, and he channels an entity called Bashar. This is an audio recording of a session with Bashar in which he talks directly about this issue, using a very clever differentiation between conceiving, receiving, and perceiving. Listen carefully and read along.
Most of you are familiar with the idea that you have a physical consciousness, a personality as a physical being that you relate to as yourself, so to speak. But then there is this mysterious idea of the higher self. Simply put, most of you understand, or at least intuit, that the so-called higher self, well, is relatively non-physical. Even more simply put, you could say that there is a vibrational frequency just above physical reality, just beyond physical reality, in which resides what you might refer to as a template for physical reality, or upon which you construct your physical experience. It is in that template level, just beyond the physical threshold, that the higher self exists. So the higher self is like a guiding principle, a governing principle, so to speak. It might surprise you to know, as personality constructs, as physical minds, you do not conceive of any ideas. What do I mean? The personality does not conceive of concepts. It perceives concepts. It does not conceive them. Here are the three levels. The higher self conceives. The physical brain receives. The personality mind perceives. That's all it does. Any idea, any inspiration, any imagination you have ever had doesn't come from the physical mind portion of you. It comes from the higher self portion of you. Through the receiver, the brain, and is translated by the brain into a vibration that the physical mind then perceives as a reflected reality. One more time, because this is crucial to understand. You don't conceive of any ideas as a physical mind. That's not what the physical mind is designed to do. It cannot create ideas. It can only perceive the result of an idea from the higher self. Now, this may sound at first somewhat limiting, but in fact, it's very, very freeing, because you can all stop thinking. You can all stop thinking you're in charge. You can all stop thinking you have to think of everything. You can all stop thinking that you're the one guiding the ship. You're not. You are just looking at the road. You're just experiencing the path. But the reason you get into trouble, the reason you feel stuck as a physical mind, is because you've been taught to believe that the physical mind is the one coming up with all this stuff. And it's not. So when you try to manipulate it, it doesn't work, because the physical mind is not designed to actually create those concepts. It is only designed to perceive the effect of the creation of those concepts through the receiver, the physical brain. And this allows you to lighten up your load, stop carrying so much baggage, stop trying to do your higher self's job, and just do your own. That's why so many of you are so tired when you are trying to do certain things in a certain way. It's because you're trying to do a job you weren't designed to do. That's exhausting. Stop. You were not hired to do that job. Your higher self already has the job, and it's working for you perfectly. Work with it. Work with it, not against it, by trying to do the job it was designed to do. Just do the job you were designed to do, which is perceive. So again, higher self conceives. Physical brain receives. Physical mind perceives. That's it.
If we combine Bashar's terminology with the terminology we have been using in these workshops, then consciousness, or what Bashar calls the higher self, conceives or creates, the brain receives, and now we know it translates the waves into holograms, and you, what Bashar calls the personality construct, perceive and react and respond. Bashar said some other very interesting things in this session, such as, the higher self is like a governing principle. Remember Professor John Haynes?
It seems that what our experiments reveal is that there's like a mechanism unfolding, a deterministic mechanism that leads up to your decision at a later point in time, and that was inevitable. It could only go one way.
Is this consciousness on the other side of the field, Bashar's governing principle, the same thing Professor Haynes was referring to when he talked about a deterministic mechanism? Bashar also said, the personality does not conceive of concepts. Of course, Bashar was using this clever language thing with conceive, receive, and perceive. But conceive means to create. So Bashar is clearly saying that it is the higher self that creates, not us, not the personality constructs on this side of the field. The only thing a personality construct, that's you and I, can do is to perceive the effect of the creation of the higher self. In very simple language, this higher self on the other side of the field that is creating our experiences is not us on this side of the field, not any consciousness or self-consciousness we might possess. In fact, according to Bashar, we on this side of the field are incapable of creating anything in terms of our holographic experiences.
It might surprise you to know, as personality constructs, as physical minds, you do not conceive of any idea. Any idea, any inspiration, any imagination you have ever had doesn't come from the physical mind portion of you. It comes from the higher self portion of you, through the receiver, the brain, and is translated by the brain into a vibration that the physical mind then perceives as a reflected reality.
Bashar also said, you can all stop thinking that you're the one guiding the ship. You're not. You are just looking at the road. You're just experiencing the path. Apparently, Bashar likes to mix metaphors as much as I do. My favorite way to put it is that you, we, I, are not driving the bus. You and I are just sitting in the back of the bus, experiencing the scenery as it goes by. The consciousness on the other side of the field is driving the bus, deciding where to go, where to turn, when to stop, when to go, what scenery we will see, what experiences we're going to have. And our job is to have those experiences, perceive them, as Bashar would say, and react and respond to them in any way we want. This, of course, is a very radical idea. I really should play Dr. Amit Goswami's video again. This is the only radical thinking that you need to do, but it is so radical, it's so difficult, but I won't. And yet, this idea is fully supported by all the recent brain research. We, you and I in the holographic reality on this side of the field, do not and cannot have any power to create our experiences. That's the job of the consciousness on the other side of the field, what Bashar calls the higher self, who is the only one in the correct position to choose the frequencies it wants from the field to create our holographic reality. Remember that according to all the quantum physicists you heard, everything we see in this holographic universe comes from or emerges from the field.
But we can't explain what we do see as matter in these small corners of space and time unless we picture that these matter particles somehow come out from or emerge from these thought wave patterns which are invisible to us.
And remember step 2 of creating a hologram. The laser that chooses the specific wave frequencies to pop out is on the other side of the holographic plate from the hologram. So the source of everything we see in our reality must be on the other side of the field, choosing the specific wave frequencies to create our holograms. Not only that, once the holographic experience has been created and downloaded, we also have no power to change, fix, or improve it either, even though we think we'd like to sometimes because we have judged something about that experience to be bad or at least not what we want. No matter how much we try to use the secret or the law of attraction or visualization or rituals or things like that, as Bashar said, when you try to manipulate it, it doesn't work. However, we do have total power, complete free will, over how we want to react or respond to any experience. So now we know a lot more about this consciousness on the other side of the field. Its job, or at least one of its jobs, is to create a holographic 3D total immersion movie down to the smallest detail and then download it to a human brain. Let me say it again very clearly. We, you and I on this side of the field, are not the ones creating our experiences. We simply can't be. We're on the wrong side of the field to be choosing specific wave frequencies to download as holograms. Of all the new concepts we have talked about so far in these workshops, this one is going to make the biggest changes in your life, in your belief systems, in your reality, and in your spirituality. As Bashar said, this may sound at first somewhat limiting, but in fact, it's very, very freeing. You will experience that for yourself if you decide to start using this model in your life. But for many people, it is also the most difficult concept to accept. Why? In part 1, you learned that the reality you see out there is actually a holographic 3D total immersion movie. That wasn't really a problem for most people. In part 2, you learned you are projecting that movie out there for you to perceive, and that there is no independent, objective reality. That maybe was a little more of a problem. But now I'm suggesting that all the evidence points to the fact that you are not creating the experiences you have in your life. And now we have a big problem. Why? Well, for one thing, you've been taught just the opposite since you were born. Many people have a deeply ingrained belief that says you are the one driving the bus, that you are the one in control, that you create your experiences, that you are responsible for what scenery you see. And they have created an enormous and intricate belief system around that. In fact, chances are you have been trying to be the bus driver for years and years. And that's not easy to give up. You're invested in that belief. You've put a lot of time in using that belief. There's a deeper reason as well that this concept is so difficult. It's because it's the first time the ego has really felt threatened. The ego thinks it's in charge. It was actually designed that way, so it's only doing the job it was designed to do. No judgment here. But it doesn't like you to even consider the possibility that you are not creating your experiences, or at least co-creating them. Its existence depends on you keeping those beliefs. But that's what I'm asking you to do, even just for a short time, maybe just as an experiment. Consider the possibility that you are not choosing or creating or co-creating your experiences. That you, watching this right now, are not the consciousness on the other side of the field and literally have no power on this side of the field to create, change, fix, or improve any experience you have. But you might be saying to yourself, that consciousness on the other side of the field, that's just part of me, the real me, my higher self, as Bashar said it. So in reality, I am creating my reality. It's true that the New Age has gone to great lengths to convince you that you are really this higher self, that all you need to do is spiritually evolve until you realize that and become this higher self yourself. But is that true? Because if it isn't, it can be a very limiting belief system. If you ever want to really confuse someone, make them crazy, keep them under control, or totally frustrate them, just give them a goal that is impossible for them to achieve. I'll admit that there are some people making a lot of money selling techniques supposedly designed to help you become your higher self. It's a very popular idea, and one that very much appeases the ego. But that doesn't make the premise true by any means. Bashar said we should stop trying to be the higher self by trying to do its job. You are trying to do a job you weren't designed to do, he said. Your higher self already has the job, and it's working for you perfectly. Just do the job you were designed to do, which is perceive. Let me give you a couple examples of what I mean. Think for a minute about a trumpet player in an orchestra. If your job was to be the trumpet player, what do you think would happen if you tried to be the conductor? Most likely the orchestra would be in deep trouble, and you would be confused, unhappy, and always dissatisfied. Does the trumpet player choose the music the orchestra plays? No. A good trumpet player knows he's the trumpet player and doesn't try to be anything else. How about the left tackle on a football team? If your job was to be the left tackle, what do you think would happen if you tried to be the quarterback? Most likely the team would be in deep trouble, and you would be confused, unhappy, and always dissatisfied. Does the left tackle call the plays and run the team? No, a good left tackle knows he's the left tackle and doesn't try to be anything else. And now think about a surfer. Does she think she creates the waves? If the surfer believed she was the one creating the waves and tried to do that job, she would be in deep trouble. She would be confused, unhappy, and always dissatisfied, and never get to enjoy surfing. Instead, she waits with curious anticipation to see what wave is created for her to ride next. I am not saying that you are not connected to this consciousness on the other side of the field. We'll talk about that connection in the next workshop. I am saying that you are not it. In the same way, I would say you are connected to your parents or your children, but you are not them. How could you be this consciousness creating your reality when in fact you don't even know what holographic experience is coming up until 6 seconds after your brain and body do? I am saying that this model suggests it's time we stopped trying to do a job we were not designed to do, according to Bashar, face the fact that we on this side of the field are not the consciousness who is creating our experiences, and stop trying to be something we are not and never can be. Is it any wonder that so many people are so depressed, dissatisfied, unhappy, unfulfilled, and frustrated? As Bashar said, they've been working so hard to try to be something they aren't. It's only the ego that would like us to believe that we're more than what we actually are, and in this case believe that we are the consciousness creating our experiences. The way this ego worked for so long was such a perfect mechanism, but now it's time for a new game. We'll also talk a lot more about our relationship with this consciousness in the next workshop. Once again, this model says we are not the consciousness on the other side of the field, we are not our higher self. We are not in training to be our higher self. The higher self is not who we really are, and we are not ever going to be our higher self, no matter how much fasting, prayer, meditation, organic food, or spiritual evolving we do. We simply can't be. We're on the wrong side of the field to be choosing specific wave frequencies to download as holograms. And we literally have no power on this side of the field to create, change, fix, or improve any experiences we have. So I think it's time we come up with a new name for this consciousness on the other side of the field, so we can stop all this confusion using the same word for very different things. Does it really matter what we call it? Can you call it something different than I do, for example? Well, yes, I suppose, although it's always helpful to have the same name for something we want to talk about together. If I call this a chair and you called it a table, conversation would not be that easy. And there's another factor involved here. Those of us who have been living and testing this model for some years now have discovered through experience that words, language, take on a new importance. The man who got me started in this model, Robert Scheinfeld, calls it transformative vocabulary. Basically, we found out that a lot of our language is based on the judgments, beliefs, and opinions we have developed, along with the fears that run our lives, that simply don't express what we want to say anymore in this new model. For example, Bashar called this consciousness on the other side of the field the higher self. That name, frankly, can be interpreted to be very judgmental. The word higher implies that this consciousness is somehow better than, or more elevated, or more spiritual, or more advanced than we are on this side of the field. There's no doubt we're different, but we're no worse or no lower than this consciousness. And I'm sure this consciousness would not want us to think we were either, just as a good parent would not want their child to think the child was somehow an inferior version of them. For the same reason, terms like higher consciousness or higher power or expanded self don't work either. Then there are the New Age terms like universal mind, cosmic consciousness, God ray, divine self, and the list goes on seemingly forever. But these terms all imply that this is a position of enlightenment, an avatar, an advanced soul, and so on, a position you haven't reached, but you should, making you less than in your current condition. By the time we are finished this workshop series, I hope you fully understand that you are not less than anything and can stop judging yourself, thinking you need to be something else you are not. So I'd like to find a name that isn't judgmental or disparaging to us as human beings. But I don't want to use soul or spirit or anything else with any religious connotation. This isn't about theology or ascended masters or higher levels of spirituality. And there doesn't seem to be much more agreement about what soul or spirit means than what consciousness means. René Descartes said, "I think, therefore I am." However, in quantum physics, we are finding that the opposite of everything is also true. I am, therefore I think. The consciousness we're now talking about is the I am. You and I and our self-consciousness are the I think. When we're talking about the you and me in our total immersion movie on this side of the field, We could actually call ourselves the finite I, bound by the limitations and restrictions of the holographic universe. When we're talking about the consciousness on the other side of the field, I can imagine that it has more of an infinite nature, not bound by the limitations and restrictions of the holographic universe, maybe including infinite power, infinite joy, infinite wisdom, infinite abundance, unlimited and unconditional love, and an unlimited desire to play and express itself creatively, which is Robert Scheinfeld's model. So I'm going to suggest that instead of calling it consciousness, we call it the infinite I. At least that's a name that has worked very well for me as I test and apply this model in my life. So from now on, through the next 2 workshops, I will be calling this consciousness the infinite I. Therefore, in conclusion, this model says it is your infinite I on the other side of the field that chooses each and every experience you have by selecting specific wave frequencies from unlimited possibilities in the field and downloading those experiences to your brain exactly the way it wants, down to the smallest detail. So what about that old New Age saying, you create your own reality? According to this model, this slogan is not very accurate. What seems to be more accurate is that your infinite I creates your unique holographic experiences, which you perceive, to which you are totally free to react and respond in any way you choose. You could say, your infinite I creates your unique holographic experiences. Not quite as catchy a slogan, but much more accurate. So there it is. This is the fundamental shift that needs to take place in our understanding of how this holographic universe works. That you and I on this side of the field do not create our holographic experiences. That we are not our infinite I. And our job is simply to perceive those experiences created for us by our infinite I and react and respond to those experiences in any way we choose. This is the equivalent of learning that the earth is round and not flat. This is where we have been headed in these workshops. Why is this so important? Because it seems that true joy in life and peace of mind is being able to embrace every moment of every experience equally, without judging one experience to be better or worse than any other experience. When you truly realize and understand that your infinite I is creating each and every experience for you down to the smallest detail, and therefore stop judging and resisting those experiences, it becomes relatively easy, or should I say, relatively easier, to do that. In turn, it means you can truly live in the moment, knowing the experience you are having is perfect, exactly the way it is, with your focus on appreciating what you have rather than what you don't have or wish you had. But this brings up so many questions, like, why would my infinite I create an experience for me that I don't like? Why doesn't my infinite I give me what I want, like more money, a good relationship, and happiness and joy and peace of mind? Why would my infinite I cause me to suffer so much? Am I really just a pawn of my infinite I, like a puppet on strings? These are all very legitimate questions which we will talk about in Part 4 of this workshop, along with the more basic questions of, why would my infinite I create me as a hologram in the first place? What's my purpose in the holographic universe? What's the actual relationship between me on this side of the field and my infinite I on the other side of the field? What game is my infinite I playing with me? We're going to take a look at the answers to those questions in Part 4. Your homework, what I want you to do in preparation to watch Part 4 of this workshop series is, first, watch the movie called The Game with Michael Douglas and Sean Penn, and then practice seeing every one of your experiences as coming from your infinite I, who wrote the script for the holographic 3D total immersion movie you are projecting. Welcome back to the holographic universe. This is Part 4 of a 5-part workshop series designed to examine how quantum physics and recent scientific experiments are radically changing our understanding of life, our reality, and our spirituality. In Part 3, we started building a consciousness model that says it is your infinite I, not you, that is choosing specific wave frequencies from the field to create each and every one of your holographic experiences down to the smallest detail. And then downloading those frequencies to your brain, which collapses the wave function into a holographic 3D total immersion movie, and then projects that movie out there for you to perceive and react and respond to. So let's explore the model of this infinite I a little more and talk about the relationship between it and you, the finite I. But first, let's come up with another name to use instead of finite I, a name that could better represent who and what we are, our relationship to our infinite I, and why we are here living in a holographic universe. I said before that one of the best clues or hints about how our holographic universe works is our kids' video games. If you've never played one of these games, I recommend going, for free, to Disney's Pirates of the Caribbean online. What's the first thing you do when you want to play almost any video game? You create a player to play the game for you. And Disney has very amazing technology, at least it's amazing to me, that lets you design your player in great detail, down to the shape of its nose. Your first choice, of course, is what gender you want your player to be, male or female. Then you can choose the shape of the body from 5 different appearances. And then the height, from short to tall. You can even choose the color of their skin, ranging all the way from pale white to red to brown. Then it's time to focus on the face, ranging anywhere from thin to filled out. And then the width of the face, and the height of the forehead, and the roundness of the face. Now it's time for the jaw, the width, the length, the angle of the chin, the size of the chin, and then the width and thickness of the lips. And we finish working on the face with the cheeks, from fat to thin. You have your choice of eye color, the shape of the eyebrows, and even the spacing of the eyes. Next, it's the size, angle, and position of the ears, the length of the hair, and 8 different shades of hair color. Then you can choose all different styles and colors of the shirt, vest, belt, pants, and shoes. And now that you've decided what you want your player to look like, down to the shape of its nose, you can give it a name. I know that most parents think they choose the name for their child, but I also know in my case that was not true. My parents wanted to name me Craig, but it was changed at the last minute to Stephen. And I've heard other stories like that as well. I can imagine my infinite I created me that way as well to play a game, choosing certain wave frequencies from the field to make my body, down to the smallest detail, including the shape of my nose and my name. But the point is, instead of calling us the finite I prefer to call us players for our infinite I. William Shakespeare may have had it right some 400 years ago when he said, "All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players." We've tried thinking of ourselves a lot of different ways over the years, such as lost souls, fallen angels, sinners that need to be saved, immortal spirits on a quest for perfection, apprentices in training to be gods, kindergartners in the school of life, flesh and blood bodies and nothing else. And most of those ideas haven't worked so well for many of us in terms of bringing lasting peace and joy and satisfaction to our lives. Perhaps we can at least consider the idea that we might be players for our infinite eyes and see where that gets us. At this point, the question often comes up, do I have my own personal infinite I for whom I am the only player? There is no way to answer that question with any certainty, because there is no way for any of us on this side of the field to know what's going on the other side of the field. Carl Pribram said our brain was a holographic receiver and translator, and that's all. And Bashar said our personality constructs are simply not designed to do anything except receive wave frequencies and translate them into holograms, and then perceive and react and respond to those experiences. In other words, every experience we have is a holographic experience, no matter what kind of experience it is, and whatever goes on the other side of the field outside our holographic universe is totally unknowable to us, regardless of what the New Age would like us to think about altered states of consciousness. But still, it's an interesting question to speculate about. Do I have my own personal infinite I? Let's look at the two extreme answers. The first answer is that there is only one infinite I for all the players that exist. This is essentially what God is to most people. And maybe that's true. The other extreme is that every player has its own personal infinite I, meaning that there are as many infinite I's over there on the other side of the field as there are players here on this side of the field. There's no question our egos would like us to think we're very special and that we must each have an infinite I that created us and looks after us and only us. And maybe that's true. But in between these two extremes is what makes more sense to me and is supported by another metaphysical source, Seth, channeled by Jane Roberts. In her Oversoul 7 trilogy, Jane explores the idea that one infinite I can have a number of players representing it in the game, even different players living at different Earth times, and maybe even players on different planets or in different universes, called parallel universes by the quantum physicists.
But ever since the 1920s, physicists have been trying to make sense of an uncomfortable discovery. When they tried to pinpoint the exact location of atomic particles like electrons, they found it was utterly impossible. They had no single location.
When one studies the properties of atoms, one found that the reality is far stranger than anybody would have invented in the form of fiction. Particles really do have the possibility of, in some sense, being in more than one place at one time.
The only explanation which anyone could come up with is that the particles don't just exist in our universe. They flit into existence in other universes too. And there are an infinite number of these parallel universes. All of them slightly different. In effect, there's a parallel universe in which Napoleon won the Battle of Waterloo. In another, the British Empire held on to its American colony. In one, you were never born.
Essentially, anything that can happen does happen in one of the alternatives, which means that superimposed on top of the universe that we know of is an alternative universe where Al Gore is president and Elvis Presley is still alive.
Physicist Fred Alan Wolf wrote a book called Parallel Universes: The Search for Other Worlds. In that book, he said, "What is a parallel universe? Like an everyday universe, it is a region of space and time containing matter, galaxies, stars, planets, and living beings. In other words, a parallel universe is similar and possibly even a duplicate of our own universe. Not only in a parallel universe must there be other human beings, but these may be human beings who are exact duplicates of ourselves and who are connected to ourselves through mechanisms only explainable using quantum physics concepts. The possibility exists that parallel universes may be extremely close to us, perhaps only atomic dimensions away, but perhaps in a higher dimension of space, an extension into what physicists call superspace. There is also a theory in quantum physics called the many worlds interpretation, which Dr. Alan Guth referred to in the video you just saw. The Wikipedia explains it this way. Many worlds claims to resolve all the paradoxes of quantum theory, since every possible outcome to every event defines or exists in its own history or world. In layman's terms, this means that there is a very large, perhaps infinite, number of universes, and that everything that could possibly happen in our universe but doesn't, does happen in some other universe. Prior to many worlds, this universe had been viewed as a single world line. Many worlds rather views it as a many-branched tree, where every possible branch of history is realized. So there is speculation among very prominent and respected quantum physicists that other worlds might exist simultaneously with our world, and that we might have a connection to them. In short, the many worlds interpretation says that all possibilities occur in one universe or another. Think of it this way. When you turn right in your holographic universe, another player from your infinite eye turns left in a parallel universe. That way, your infinite eye has the chance to experience all possibilities. It would make sense to me that one infinite eye would want to take advantage of all these possibilities to play and express itself creatively, and have many players in many lives and in many worlds. This also presents an interesting new twist to past lives, for example. Since we know that space-time is only a function of the hologram and doesn't really exist, perhaps past lives are simply present lives being lived simultaneously by another player from the same infinite eye. And since we share the same infinite eye, we have a connection to that other player, which we are mistakenly calling a memory, through our mutual infinite I. Personally, I have no problem with the idea that my infinite I might have other players than just me, as brothers and sisters are normally not bothered that their parents have other children. But if you want to think about your infinite I as your own, that's fine. It really doesn't matter. The possibility that you might share an infinite I with another player has no relevance or bearing on how you play the game. But why would an infinite I create a player like me, or many players, in the first place? What's our purpose? Frankly, I can't imagine an infinite I needing a reason to create a player other than its unlimited desire to play and express itself creatively. Do you need a reason to write a song, or paint a picture, or play a sport? No, you just do it for the fun and joy and excitement of it. It would make sense to me that my infinite I created me for the same reason, for the sheer joy and excitement of playing a game. The same reason we build bigger and better roller coasters and Ferris wheels, and Disney worlds and sports teams. In other words, this game on Earth may be to our infinite eyes what a great roller coaster or Ferris wheel is to us. A fantastic, interesting, exciting ride in an amusement park. And apparently I'm not alone in thinking this. Here's comedian Bill Hicks.
The world is like a ride at an amusement park, and when you choose to go on it, you think it's real, because that's how powerful our minds are. And the ride goes up and down and round and round. It has thrills and chills, and it's very brightly colored, and it's very loud, and it's fun for a while. Some people have been on the ride for a long time, and they begin to question, is this real, or is this just a ride? And other people have remembered, and they come back to us, and they say, hey, don't worry, don't be afraid, ever, because this is just a ride, and we kill those people. Shut him up. We have a lot invested in this ride. Shut him up. Look at my furrows of worry. Look at my big bank account and my family. Has to be real. It's just a ride. But we always kill those good guys who try and tell us that. You ever notice that? And let the demons run amok? But it doesn't matter because it's just a ride.
Ironically, Bill Hicks died 2 years later, in 1994, from pancreatic cancer. He was 32 years old. If I were as good at playing tennis as these guys, for example, just for fun, I might tie one hand behind my back and see how well I played. Then I might even put on a blindfold. In other words, I'd actually create limitations and restrictions just to explore the possibilities and see what would happen. In the same way, an infinite I might have created a game of finite limitations and restrictions, what we're going to call the human game, and then created us as players to play that game, since as an infinite being, it couldn't play the game itself. But the truth is that we don't know, and will never know, as long as we are in the holographic universe, exactly why an infinite I created us. And frankly, it's pointless to ask why, since the answer wouldn't change anything about how we react or respond to our experiences. All we know for sure is that we are in a holographic 3D total immersion movie of finite limitations and restrictions. And please note that I did not say we are in a movie of pain and suffering. Your infinite I is not a sadist or some kind of ogre. It does not create experiences just to watch you suffer. All pain and suffering are a choice we as players make to the experiences we have because of our beliefs, judgments, and resistance. We'll talk more about that in Part 5 of this workshop series. This human game model, however, clearly does not view the holographic universe as a school or as a training ground, or as a kindergarten that we should all graduate from and become something else. In fact, the human game model says that we, as players, are perfect exactly as we are, and doing the job exactly as the infinite I wants us to, by freely reacting and responding to each and every experience it creates for us. Which, by the way, means that no reaction or response we have can ever be wrong, since the infinite I values each and every reaction and response equally. And, according to the many worlds interpretation, whatever reaction or response we don't have is going to play out in another universe anyway. It is only we as players who judge ourselves and our reactions and responses to the experiences we have, thereby causing our pain and suffering. There are a number of analogies I use to try to explain this more clearly, which might help in understanding the nature of our relationship as a player to our infinite I. One of those analogies is called the big toe, and it goes like this. My infinite I, in its unlimited desire to play and express itself creatively, created an ocean, and then decided it wanted to go swimming. But it wanted to test the temperature of the water first before diving in. So it created me as its big toe and stuck me in the water. My job was to have the feelings in reaction and response to the temperature of the water, and that's all. And no reaction or response I could have would be wrong. If the water was cold and I shivered, that's what the infinite I wanted to know. It was only I who judged my shivering to be wrong. If the water was hot and I pulled back, that's what my infinite I wanted to know. It was only I who judged my reaction to be wrong. As its big toe, I was fully connected to my infinite I all the time, whether I was aware of it or not. And the feelings I had were transmitted back to my infinite I through that connection. But as the big toe, I did not think I really was the infinite I. I was simply an aspect of the infinite I created to test the waters. I did not try to be my infinite I, or think that I should be. I did not focus on what I wasn't, but totally enjoyed being what I was, a big toe. And I had a lot of fun being that, by the way, as long as I didn't judge or resist my job, or try to become something I wasn't. At other times, I like to think of myself as an astronaut sent by NASA to explore what the moon is like. NASA determines all my experiences, and my job is to react and respond to what I encounter, and then send my findings back to Houston. My job is not to tell NASA what experiences I think I should be having, or that the experiences it is creating for me are not the best ones, or the right ones, or the ones I want. If I tried to do that, they'd probably bring me home, and I wouldn't be an astronaut anymore. My only job is to have the experiences NASA creates for me without resistance or judgment, and send the results back. Now, there is a possibility I might have a reaction or response that is unexpected or unusually interesting. And NASA might decide to change my experiences to explore that possibility even further. But they don't have to, and they might not, for their own reasons. Likewise, I could also put in a request for a particular experience, as long as I only sent the request once and didn't keep bugging NASA if I didn't get my request fulfilled, as if they didn't hear me the first time. But again, NASA doesn't have to fulfill my request. In fact, they may have very good reasons why they don't want me to do that. reasons they understand from their perspective, but I don't from mine. It's only my arrogance that would think they should give me what I'm asking for, which might in fact interfere with something better they had planned for me. I could go on with other analogies, but I hope you get the point. While I'm on the subject, I'll also take this opportunity to expand my comments about the feedback loop between an astronaut and NASA, between a player and its infinite eye. An infinite eye creates an experience, and the player reacts and responds to that experience. The feelings the player has are transmitted back to the infinite eye. Those feelings, that reaction and response, might have an influence on the next experiences the infinite eye chooses for its player, but they don't have to. An infinite eye is always free to choose any experience it wants its player to have, regardless of any feedback from the player. This, of course, would be true as well for any requests the player makes to its infinite eye. Those requests will all be heard, but do not in any way have any power to decide the next experiences. So please don't get confused thinking there is some co-creation going on. There isn't. A player's reaction and response may influence an infinite eye, and it may not. An infinite eye downloads an experience. The player uploads the feeling it has in reaction or response to that experience, and that's it. That's the feedback loop according to this model. Bottom line is that the human game model suggests that we, as players, were created to be aspects or representatives of our infinite eye to do a specific job. In this case, to experience the limitations and restrictions of the finite holographic universe, and have the feelings associated with our reactions and responses to those experiences. That's our purpose as players. It is the feelings we have as players that the infinite eye is interested in, not our thoughts. And all those feelings are transmitted back to the infinite eye through our constant connection. But we can only have those feelings if we have total free will to react and respond in any way we choose to each and every experience. No, we have no choice of what hologram we will experience. That is determined by the infinite eye. But we have total choice over how we want to react and respond to it. Now, there's one last question to address before we can talk in depth about the human game model. What about other people in my hologram? Are they real, or am I creating them too? First, you have to remember that nothing in your hologram is real. Not the people, not the presentation you're watching, not even your body. It's all a hologram. And by definition, a hologram isn't real. At least not in the way we have always thought about things as being real.
But surprising new clues are emerging that everything, you and I and even space itself, may actually be a kind of hologram. That is, everything we see and experience, everything we call our familiar three-dimensional reality, may be a projection of information that's stored on a thin, distant, two-dimensional surface. Sort of the way the information for this hologram is stored on this thin piece of plastic.
Is the three-dimensional world an illusion in the same sense that a hologram is an illusion? Perhaps. I'm inclined to think yes, that the three-dimensional world is a kind of illusion, and that the ultimate precise reality is the two-dimensional reality at the surface of the universe.
When we look at some of the modern scientific views of reality that have tried to get down to the nitty-gritty, we see that at its ultimate level, say in M theory or string theory, that reality is not solid, it's mostly empty space, and whatever solidity it has seems more to resemble a hologram picture rather than material, harsh, solid reality.
So let's change the question a little. Do the other people I see in my hologram exist as separate individuals? Are they players as I am, with their own infinite eyes? Or are they just created by my own infinite eye for my personal hologram and have no independent life of their own? Even among those of us who have been actively testing this model, there is no real agreement on the answer to this question. Let me give you both sides. One side says that your infinite eye is creating everything in your hologram, including the other people you see. And to a large extent, that's true. Nothing can appear in your hologram that your infinite eye did not create for you. If or when you start to test this model in your own life, that is the best and easiest approach to take. Otherwise, you have the tendency to give power to someone out there in your hologram, another player, and fall back into the same traps you've always been in. So there is no harm in taking the approach that your infinite eye creates everything in your hologram, including the other people. But this idea also smacks, to me, of solipsism, the philosophy that you are the only thing that really exists in this universe. So once you have gotten very comfortable with no longer giving any power out there to any person, place, or thing, you might consider another answer to this question. And that is that certain other people you have interactions with might be players in their own right, acting out their own holographic 3D total immersion movie, which somehow miraculously can merge with your own holographic 3D total immersion movie, like two virtual reality experiences interacting. The closest example I could find of this is the movie Disclosure, with Michael Douglas and Demi Moore.
Access Digicom's Corridor, our prototype for a virtual reality database. Enjoy the demonstration. All information accessed during this demonstration is for entertainment value only and should not be duplicated or fed to another database. If you have any questions, please ask the Angel. Operations.
7-year handle is to more appropriate and cost-effective number 5. You can't put number 5 handles in there. They're getting in everything. Yes! My God, she's in the system.
Let's explore that possibility a little more using me, for example. If a hologram is like a total immersion movie, someone has to write the script for everything that happens in my hologram. According to the consciousness model, that someone is my infinite I. And let's say my infinite I wants me to experience a car accident for whatever reason, which is exactly what my own infinite I did. My infinite I can create a hologram where I have that car accident by myself, with no one else involved in the accident, which is what happened to me, and that's fine. But let's say there are other reasons why my infinite I would prefer me to experience a car accident that involved other people rather than just me alone. My infinite I could send out an email across infinite land asking if there is any other infinite I who wants its player to be part of this car accident. Maybe my infinite I gets some positive responses from other infinite I's, and together these infinite I's work out the details and write a joint script for this accident movie. But there is one catch. No player can ever say or do anything in any other player's hologram that their own infinite I has not requested or approved. In other words, no one can ever be a victim of anything that is said or done in any hologram they experience because their own infinite I has either written the script itself or had 100% script approval. In short, there are no victims or perpetrators ever. Every experience is a gift from your infinite I exactly the way it happens, and it can happen only in the way your infinite I has chosen for you, including whatever any other player says or does in your hologram. So, the players get in their car accident. Each player can, and probably will, experience that accident slightly differently than any other player, since each player has its own individual hologram as its reality. In fact, two players will often disagree, honestly and sincerely, about what actually happened in that accident. We already know that virtually everyone who witnesses a car accident will have a different version of the crash. But the player that I get into a car accident with, more than likely, will be another player representing its infinite I. So, while my infinite I created that person in my hologram, they actually do exist as a separate player with their own beingness and their own infinite I. This might be true for all the other people who have an impact on our lives. I would guess that almost anyone who has a major speaking part in your holographic 3D total immersion movie might be another player, whose infinite I has agreed for them to read the script your own infinite I wrote for the experience it wants you to have. But be careful. If you start giving power out there to other people you see in your hologram, just because they might be another player, you can end up in a lot of trouble. Robert Scheinfeld, the one who got me started in this model, says that other people serve three main purposes in your holographic experiences. First, to reflect something you think or feel about yourself. Secondly, to give you the gift of information or insight. And thirdly, to set something in motion to support you. I'm going to add a fourth reason to that list because what about all the other people you see that you don't really interact with, that don't have speaking parts in your holographic 3D total immersion movie? Are they players as well? No, maybe. But if we look at a Hollywood movie, there are a lot of extras whose job is simply to fill up the movie to make it look more real, who otherwise have little or no impact on the movie. If there were not thousands of people walking the streets of New York, your movie would look pretty strange. Watch Tom Cruise's reaction when there is no one else around at 9:05 in the morning in New York, in the movie Vanilla Sky.
Open your eyes. Open your eyes. Open your eyes. Open your...
So the fourth reason I want to add to what Robert Scheinfeld says is that most other people you see are extras, who are there simply to make your total immersion movie look more real, to make the world conform to your beliefs about how it should look. These extras play an important role in our holograms. But, like in Hollywood, these extras can be computer-generated, a product of special effects, and do not necessarily have a life of their own. There was a famous HBO TV series called John Adams, and then another program explaining how the series was made. Take a quick look at how they created a crowd of thousands using just 15 people.
Historical research played an incredibly important part in preparing the effects for John Adams.
You see us dressed up today because we are creating a group of spectators for the launch of the first manned spaceflight, and about 15 of us will be multiplied to be 10,000.
If we can do that with our technology, make a crowd of 10,000 from 15 extras, imagine what an infinite eye could do from the field. So, in general, the other people that you see in your hologram are players whose infinite eyes have volunteered to play a role for you and to read the script your infinite eye has written, or they are extras created by your infinite eye to fill up your reality. But keep this in mind always. As far as your hologram is concerned, everyone you see in it is an actor playing a part, reading the script your infinite eye wrote for you. Remember the Truman Show? Everyone Truman met every day was an actor, without exception. No one could say or do anything in Truman's life that was not scripted by Ed Harris, of course. Now, when an actor is finished reading his script in Truman's life, that actor may leave the movie set and have a life of its own to go to. But as long as he is in the Truman Show, he is an actor, not a player. According to the human game model, this is true in your holographic 3D total immersion movie as well. The same thing applies to the movie The Game. Everyone was an actor playing a role, reading a script in Michael Douglas's Game, even his brother. All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts. Thank you, William Shakespeare. All right, it's time to look more closely at how this human game works. And once again, I want to acknowledge Robert Scheinfeld for introducing me to his version of this model. Let's start with a very short description. The human game is a series of outer experiences in the holographic universe that the player reacts and responds to in order to produce inner experiences, in order to share those feelings with its infinite eye through the connection between the two. As players, we do this all the time. We go to a movie, we play a sport, we watch a sunset, or go to a music concert in order to have an inner experience from the outer experience, in order to have the feelings associated with that experience. But we don't always choose experiences that are nice and blissful. Apparently, we have no problem voluntarily going to a horror movie, or through a haunted house on Halloween, or participating in extreme sports. Crazy, scary, even dangerous stuff, just to have the inner feelings. So we should also have no problem understanding that our infinite eye would create a game like this for us to play as well. And like most games, the human game is divided into two parts. The first part of the human game is designed for the player to experience as much limitation as possible, like going into a cave to the deepest, darkest place on a treasure hunt. Once the player has discovered the treasure, it has to find its way out of the cave again and bring the treasure home. That's the second part of the human game. What's the treasure in this case? Well, instead of gold or jewels, there's a little note inside the treasure chest that says, "It isn't real. It's all a game." That's the treasure that can radically change your life, much more so than gold or jewels. But just like in any treasure hunt, there are rules to the human game. According to this model, these are the rules for the first part of the human game. See if any of these rules are true in your own life. Rule number 1. The players must forget who they really are, a player, and believe they are something else instead. At the extremes, for example, that they are their body or that they are their infinite I. Rule number 2. The players must believe their holographic experiences are real and what they perceive with their senses is actually happening out there in some objective and independent reality. Rule number 3. The players must believe what they encounter out there has power over them and the power to affect their lives. Rule number 4. The players must believe in the judgments of good and bad, right and wrong, better and worse, good and evil. Rule number 5. The players must believe there is something wrong with the reality they see out there that needs to be changed or fixed or improved. Rule number 6. The players must believe they have the power to create a different reality than what they are experiencing and therefore feel defective and deficient, more limited, when they fail. Rule number 7. The players must believe they can think their way out of the first part of the human game by using their mind, or love their way out of it by using their heart. Rule number 8. The players must believe they can make something happen, and when they fail, blame themselves for not being smarter or better or working harder. Rule number 9. The players must believe there are goals to be reached, or agendas to be satisfied, or lessons to be learned. Rule number 10. The players must believe they, and they alone, are responsible for meeting their own needs and wants, which they have to fight for. Rule number 11. Fear and resistance are the foundations of the first part of the human game, and judgments and their resulting beliefs are the glue that keeps the illusions together. And rule number 12. These illusions must never break down, or the players would see through the game and it would be over. To put it briefly, the first part of the human game was designed to experience limitation and restriction in all shapes and sizes, and all these rules lead to that. So if you have been following the rules, and you literally could not do anything else, you have most likely experienced a great deal of limitation in your life. You just didn't know why until now. I understand that you probably didn't like the limitation of the first part of the human game, that it didn't feel good, that it didn't feel right, and that you think you have been doing something wrong. But you haven't, and neither have I. We've been playing the human game exactly as we should, exactly as our infinite eyes created us and wanted us to. Even the judgment and resistance haven't been wrong, since they led to more limitation. In other words, we've been doing a fantastic job as the players we were created to be. But since the first part of the human game is intentionally the opposite of the natural state of an infinite I, it takes an enormous amount of power to create it and keep it going. I really like the analogy of a roller coaster in an amusement park. It takes an enormous amount of power to defy gravity and pull those heavy cars filled with people up the first hill. It's unnatural. It's uncomfortable. It's work. I don't know what goes on in your mind, but I often hear myself saying, "Why the hell did I agree to do this? Am I crazy? Let me off of this thing. I'm going to die today. This is nuts. I'm getting sick. Who designed this crazy ride? I'm going to kill them when I get off, if I survive." Yes, I would resist that first hill with everything I had. I didn't like it, it didn't feel good, and I questioned my sanity for getting on the ride in the first place. Likewise, going as much as possible into human limitation produces the same reactions. It's supposed to. That's the game. But another reason I like the roller coaster analogy is that we can never experience or appreciate the ride to come if we don't go up that first big hill. Like the human game, a roller coaster has two parts. You go up the hill in the first part and down the hill in the second part. If looked at objectively, the first part of a roller coaster is no better or worse than the second part, even if it might feel that way to the people on it. In fact, the second part of the roller coaster could not exist without the first part. So there can be no judgment that one part is better than the other. That's also true for the human game. Someone riding on the second part of the roller coaster is no more enlightened or better or more advanced or ascended than someone going up the first hill. They're just at a different point on the ride, that's all. The last reason I like this analogy is that it reverses how we normally think about limitation. Rather than going down into limitation or down into the depths, the first part of the roller coaster is up. So instead of saying that we reach the bottom in our lives, it's better, in my mind, to say that we reach the pinnacle or the peak or the apex of limitation, when it's then time to start playing the second part of the human game. For me, this also helps take away the judgment. So let me use me as an example to make this more real. I was about to turn 62 years old, January of 2008, sitting in my apartment in Greenville, South Carolina. And I realized I had no job and no one wanted to hire me. I had no car. I had no money. I had no relationship, no one to love. I had 2 marriages, each of which failed after about 15 years because of my own issues. Although I had a few close friends, none of them lived within 1,000 miles of me. I had a wonderful family, including 3 fantastic grandchildren, but other than my daughter and her husband, I hardly got to see them. I had written 2 books that no one was buying and apparently no one wanted to read. I had no future plans, no idea how anything would change. In other words, I didn't think I could ever become any more limited in my life. But the interesting thing was that I was not upset about any of it. No fear, no regret, no judgment, no panic, no feeling sorry for myself. I was completely neutral about it all, not resisting any of it, simply saying, "Oh, so that's how it is," and embracing my situation without needing it to change. 2 days later, I went over the top of the first hill of the roller coaster and moved into the second part of the human game, thanks to watching a DVD series from Robert Scheinfeld, who gave me the missing piece of the puzzle I had been working on for 40 years. Looking back later, I had the thought that since I was no longer judging or resisting my experiences, and therefore no longer had any reaction or response in the face of limitations and restrictions, I had become virtually useless to my infinite I as a player in the first part of the human game. So for me, the first part was over. I had found the treasure at the bottom of the deep, dark cave, and now it was time to bring it back home. And so I started playing the second part of the human game. The second part of the human game is the opposite of the first part. Rule number 1: the player knows what it has been calling reality is not real at all, but a hologram created by its infinite eye to play the human game. This game is being played by consciousness, in consciousness, and for consciousness. In fact, there is no out there, no independent objective reality. Rule number 2. The player knows, once it has moved into the second part, all holograms experienced by the player will be totally in support of coming out of the cave rather than toward more limitation and restriction. Rule number 3. The player knows it can never and will never experience anything in any hologram its infinite eye has not created and wanted to experience, and that its infinite eye has written and approved the script being used by anyone else appearing in the player's hologram. No one else in the player's hologram can ever do or say anything its own infinite eye has not requested. Rule number 4. The player knows its focus changes from thinking to feeling. In this second part, there is nothing to analyze, dissect, or understand. Never any reason to ask why. Thinking and studying are now only the result of an inner curiosity to expand one's knowledge instead of being required to figure out the world or make a player better or more enlightened. Rule number 5. The player switches from assigning power out there to make a hologram real to taking its power back from it. When holograms appear that cause any kind of discomfort, it is an opportunity to recognize the hologram was in fact not real at all and reclaim that power from it. Rule number 6. The player leaves behind any and all judgment of anyone or anything in any hologram at any time, such as good and bad or right and wrong. As Rudyard Kipling said in his poem, If you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same. Rule number 7. The player knows that since everything is created specifically for it by its infinite eye, there is never anything that needs to be fixed or changed or improved in the holograms it experiences. The only thing a player might want to do is change its own reaction or response to an experience. Rule number 8. The player switches from being proactive to being reactive. There is nothing the player ever again needs to make happen. In other words, the player simply follows its inner excitement as long as it is fun and brings total joy. Being reactive means that when a holographic illusion appearing out there seems to require a decision, a response, or an action, the player takes it, as long as it does not include discomfort, or when the player feels an internal motivation or impulse to act, it does. Rule number 9. The player lives from moment to moment, one day at a time. There are no goals, no planning, no targets, no objectives, and no agendas. There is no past and no future. Just now. Rule number 10. The player develops a deep love and sincere appreciation for its infinite eye, for itself as a player, and for all the first part holographic creations, even though at the time of the experience they may have seemed less than joyful. In fact, the player marvels in awe at the beautiful, perfect, and miraculous job the player did in the first part to convince itself it was real and that the holographic world it saw around it was real. Rule number 11. the player has the knowing and the complete trust its infinite I will take care of all its needs, including money, and there is no reason to worry about anything. The infinite I would not create a hologram it wanted the player to experience if it did not also give it everything it needs for that experience. Rule number 12. The player wakes up each day looking forward with curious anticipation to the experiences its infinite I will create for it that day, and the player buckles up, relaxes, and enjoys the ride.
The world is like a ride at an amusement park, and when you choose to go on it, you think it's real, because that's how powerful our minds are. And the ride goes up and down and round and round. It has thrills and chills, and it's very brightly colored, and it's very loud, and it's fun for a while. Some people have been on the ride for a long time, and they begin to question, is this real, or is this just a ride? And other people have remembered, and they come back to us, and they say, hey, don't worry, don't be afraid, ever, because this is just a ride, and we kill those people. Shut him up. We have a lot invested in this ride. Shut him up. Look at my furrows of worry. Look at my big bank account and my family. Has to be real. It's just a ride. But we always kill those good guys who try and tell us that. You ever notice that? And let the demons run amok? But it doesn't matter because it's just a ride.
Let's pull everything together that we've learned thus far in these workshops and talk about how life apparently works in a holographic universe according to these models. 1. Your infinite I creates you as a player to represent it in the human game. 2. Your infinite I, not you, decides on an experience it wants you, the player, to have and writes the script for that experience by choosing the specific wave frequencies in the field that will create this holographic 3D total immersion movie. 3. Your infinite I downloads the wave frequencies in this script to your brain, along with everything you as the player will need to have this experience, including the money and the support from other players as appropriate. We'll talk more about this in Part 5 of the workshop. 4. If there are other players involved in your experience, their infinite eyes download to their brains their own individual scripts and their parts to play in your movie that have been written or approved by your own infinite eye. 5. Each player has its own unique and individual experience as everyone acts out this movie reading their scripts. Each player has total free will to react and respond to its own unique experience in any way it wants, and no reaction or response by any player is wrong or better than any other reaction or response. 6. Whatever feelings the player has in reaction or response to any experience are transmitted back to its infinite I, which is why the player was created in the first place, the whole point of the human game. 7. No player can experience anything that their infinite I did not create and want for them, and no other player can say or do anything in your movie that your infinite I did not agree to and approve. There can be no victims or perpetrators. 8. Nothing and no one out there has any power over you as a player unless you give them that power by your beliefs. And 9. Each holographic experience chosen and downloaded by your infinite I is in the present moment. Any memories of the past and any references to the future are simply storylines in that present moment holographic 3D total immersion movie. So, in conclusion, according to this human game model, who am I? I am a player representing my infinite I in the human game. Why am I here? What's my purpose? I'm here to have outer holographic experiences created by my infinite I, to which I am free to react and respond with feelings, so that my infinite I can share in the inner experiences. In the next workshop, we will look at how these models, the field model, the holographic universe model, the consciousness model, and the human game model, are specifically applied to life. And we're going to use the example of money and how it works in this holographic universe. But there's one more short video I want you to watch before we end. It's called Plato's Cave, an allegory written appropriately by Plato.
Imagine prisoners that have spent their entire lives chained deep inside a cave. They have been chained so that they cannot see behind themselves, and they are forced to stare endlessly at the cave wall in front of them. Behind them a fire is burning, and between the prisoners and the fire is a raised walkway. Now imagine that each day a menagerie of objects crosses the walkway. Animals and people carrying their wares to market. Their shapes create an intricate shadow play on the wall in front of the prisoners. This is the only world that the prisoners have ever known. The shadows and the echoes of unseen objects. Now, imagine that a prisoner is released. After some time adjusting to the blinding light, the freed prisoner will begin to experience the world outside of the cave for the very first time. And it is like nothing he could have ever imagined. With his new perception of the world, the man will of course want to return to his friends to share his incredible discoveries. But the prisoners cannot recognize their old friend. He appears as all things do. His voice is a distorted echo, and his body is a grotesque shadow. They cannot understand his fantastic stories of the world outside of the cave. To them, it will never exist.
We've all been living in Plato's cave for our entire lives. Some of us have been trying to understand and explain why living in the cave is so difficult, so futile, and yes, even so boring at times, like trying to win at tic-tac-toe. Your infinite I is inviting you to see the cave for what it is: a game, a ride that isn't real, like Disney World's Pirates of the Caribbean, and walk out of the cave to start playing the second part of the human game. I only know this because you wouldn't be watching these workshops and getting this information if your infinite I were not ready, or close to ready, for you to find the exit door in the back of the cave. Your homework, what I want you to do in preparation to watch part 5 of this workshop series, is to watch the movie called Yes Man with Jim Carrey, and then practice saying yes to each and every experience you have, knowing it was created specifically for you by your infinite I as a gift, down to the smallest detail. Welcome back to the holographic universe. This is part 5, the last of a 5-part workshop series designed to examine how quantum physics and recent scientific experiments are radically changing our understanding of life, our reality, and our spirituality. We ended Part 4 of this workshop series by taking a look at how life apparently works in this model of the holographic universe. Let's review that briefly. First, your infinite I creates you as a player to represent it in the human game. Second, your infinite I, and not you, decides on an experience it wants you, the player, to have, and writes the script for that experience by choosing the specific wave frequencies in the field that will create this holographic 3D total immersion movie. Third, your infinite I downloads the wave frequencies for this script to your brain, along with everything you as the player will need to have this experience, including the money and the support from other players as appropriate. We'll talk all about that in a few minutes. Fourth, if there are other players involved in your experience, their infinite I's download to their brains their own individual scripts and their parts to play in your movie that have been written or approved by your own infinite I. Fifth, each player has its own unique and individual experience as everyone acts out this movie, reading their scripts. Each player has total free will to react and respond to its own unique experience in any way it wants, and no reaction or response by any player is wrong or better than any other reaction or response. Wait a minute, let's stop here. If you remember, Bashar said in Part 3 of this workshop series that our job as players, what he called personality constructs, is to perceive the experiences our infinite I, what he called the higher self, creates for us.
It might surprise you to know, as personality constructs, as physical minds, you do not conceive of any ideas. What do I mean? The personality does not conceive of concepts. It perceives concepts. It does not conceive them. Here are the three levels. The higher self conceives. The physical brain receives. The personality mind perceives. That's all it does. One more time, because this is crucial to understand. You don't conceive of any ideas as a physical mind. That's not what the physical mind is designed to do. It cannot create ideas. It can only perceive the results of an idea from the higher self.
So it certainly seems that a lot of our reactions and responses to our experiences depend on how we perceive them, how accurate our perceptions are, and what might influence or interfere with those perceptions. Let's take a few minutes and look at our perceptions, and let's start by having some fun and watching some videos by Dr. Daniel Simons.
I'd like you to take a look around you. Take in all the sights, the sounds, if you're unlucky, the smells. You feel like you're seeing the world in all its completeness and detail. You feel like you're experiencing the world as it is. But that experience, as it turns out, is an illusion. What you actually experience is what your mind and your brain give you. It's an alternate reality. Take a look at this image. This is by Julian Beaver, who's a British artist. Now, this is an illusion. This is a nice painting of a swimming pool. It looks like it has depth. It looks like there's a woman sitting in the pool. Looks like Julian Beaver up on the upper right is dipping his foot into the pool. And as he's doing this, you feel like you're seeing the world as it is. But of course it's not. It's chalk art on a sidewalk. It just gives the impression of depth. And this is a double illusion, because as you're looking at this, you feel like, okay, yeah, I'm seeing a painting of chalk art on a sidewalk. But what you're actually seeing is a really weird view of a chalk painting on a sidewalk. You're seeing a chalk painting on a sidewalk from the one view that gives you the impression of depth, that gives you the impression that you're looking at a swimming pool. And from any other perspective, it looks much more like this. It's really substantially distorted. The key is that we feel that we're seeing it as it is, but we're actually not. Let me give you another example. This is from my colleague Bart Anderson. What you see here are two sets of chess pieces. The ones on the top look dark, the ones on the bottom look light. I'm sorry, the ones on the top look light, the ones on the bottom look dark. And you can't help but see them that way, even though that's not at all what you're actually seeing. Here's what you're actually seeing. I'm just removing the background. And when I remove the background, you can see that both sets of pieces are the same kind of mottled gray, and every piece on the top is exactly the same as the one directly below it. Now that you know that, of course, you'll be able to see them as they are when I show you the same image again, right? Nope. Once you go back to the background, you can't help but see it as it isn't. Your visual system is giving you the impression that you're seeing light pieces and dark pieces when you're actually seeing the same thing in both cases. What's happening here is that your visual system is taking into account not just the brightness of those individual pieces, but the brightness of the surfaces immediately around those pieces, and it takes that into account in a way that's actually really useful for us most of the time. It gives us the ability to see a piece of paper with black ink on it, the same inside in a dark room and outside in a really bright light. But it's not giving us the world exactly as it is. It's using a bag of tricks. It's using a set of shortcuts to give us the world as we need it. Now, what makes visual illusions like this so cool? There are two reasons. One is that it's surprising, but that's not terribly satisfying. The more interesting reason is that it's giving us the impression that we're seeing the world as it is, and it's violating that impression. It's breaking our intuition. It's forcing us to confront the fact that we aren't seeing the world as it actually is. Let me give you another example of this. This is from Bill Geisler and Jeffrey Perry. Now, this is a nice picture of flowers, pleasant for today. I'm going to show you a bee, and I want you to follow that bee around this image with your eyes. So track the bee as it moves through the image. So it's just going to kind of wander around the image here, and you're able to follow it just fine. And eventually it's going to end up back where it started. And we're back. Okay, now I want to show you exactly the same sequence, except this time, instead of tracking that bee with your eyes, I want you to maintain your focus, maintain your gaze right on the bright yellow flower. And notice what happens to that flower as the bee gets farther and farther away. It gets blurrier and blurrier. It's exactly the same sequence. You're seeing exactly the same thing you did the first time, except that this time you probably noticed that it's getting blurry, whereas the first time you didn't notice that anything was changing about the image at all. Well, why is that? The reason is that you're actually only taking in detail from a tiny, tiny subset of your visual world at any instant. In fact, you're taking in detail from a subset about the size of that bee. Right? You're taking in, if you stick your arm out and put your thumb up, you're taking in high-resolution information only from the information about the width of your thumb. Beyond that, it becomes progressively blurrier, but we don't notice this at all. Why not? Well, we move our eyes 3 or 4 times a second when we're looking at the world. We don't realize we're doing that. And everywhere we look at that instant, we're seeing everything in detail. If something's in our periphery and it's potentially interesting, we look over there and we see it in detail. So we get the impression, the false impression, that we're seeing everything in detail. Let's take a look at this issue. We assume that everyone is seeing the world exactly as it is. And this has profound implications for how we think about the world around us. Despite differences in our knowledge and our beliefs and our expectations, we feel like we're seeing the same thing as everybody else. I've used visual illusions as a way of illustrating how we don't see the world exactly as it is, but these sorts of illusions are not just limited to our visual system. They're not just limited to our visual system, they also affect the way we think, the way we remember, the way we reason. We think we see more than we do. We think we see all of the detail around us. We don't. But we also think we remember more than we do and that we know more than we do. And these illusions lead to a really substantial problem. They lead us to think that everybody is seeing the same thing that we are, when in reality, two people looking at exactly the same world could be taking in different information at the same time. Now, what does that mean? It means that any time you have to communicate, any time you're trying to be a trainer or a CEO or a leader, or you're trying to lecture or teach, you have to take into account the fact that your knowledge and your experiences and what you see are going to be different from those of the people in your audience. All of advertising depends on exactly that principle. You have to know what your audience is going to see in the advertisement. Now, the problem is that we all share one thing. Even though we don't necessarily see the world the same, we all share one thing. We share this illusion that we see the world the same as everybody else. And only by testing your knowledge and testing what you're actually seeing, just like you do with a visual illusion, do you realize that you're not actually seeing the world as everybody else is. And in fact, we don't all see the same thing. Only by testing your knowledge can you see the world as it actually is.
Here are some important quotes from that video. The key is that we feel we are seeing the world as it is, but we're actually not. Our perception is not giving us the world exactly as it is. It's using a bag of tricks. It's using a set of shortcuts to give us the world as we need it. We assume that everyone is seeing the world exactly as it is, and this has profound implications for how we think about the world around us. Despite differences in our knowledge and our beliefs and expectations, we feel like we're seeing the same thing as everybody else. And in fact, we don't all see the same thing. Now, the problem is, even though we don't necessarily see the world the same, we all share one thing. We share this illusion that we see the world the same as everybody else. I use visual illusions as a way of illustrating that we don't see the world exactly as it is. Only by testing your knowledge and testing what you're actually seeing do you realize that you're not actually seeing the world as everybody else is. So let's take Dr. Simon's suggestion and test our perceptions to see how accurate they really are. Some of you may have seen these before. If so, just play along. Grab a piece of paper and something to write with, and number down the left-hand side from 1 to 13. Now, simply answer the questions starting with number 1. Number 1, true or false? The red lines are all straight and parallel. Number 2, true or false? The green column is the largest of the 3 columns. Number 3, what color is the line making the circumference of the circle? Number 4, true or false? The red lines are all straight and parallel. Number 5, how many different colors do you see in this picture? Number 6, which dot in the middle is bigger, A or B? Number 7, true or false? Every line in this picture is straight and parallel. Number 8, true or false? Line A to B is longer than line B to C. Number 9, which box has the darkest gray dot in the middle? 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5? Number 10, true or false? The long straight lines are all parallel. Number 11, true or false? the straight vertical line in A is longer than the straight vertical line in B. Number 12. Do you see a young woman or an old hag? Number 13. Are you looking at the front or the back of this woman? Let's see how well you did, how good your perceptions are. Number 1 is true. The red lines are all straight and parallel. Number 2 is false. All 3 columns are the same size. The answer to number 3 is that there is no line making the circumference of the circle. It just appears that way. Number 4 is true. The red lines in the pictures are all straight and parallel. In number 5, there are 3 different colors: white, red, and green. The red is the same red throughout the picture, and the green is the same green throughout the picture. In number 6, both the dots in the middle of A and B are the same size. Number 7 is true. Every line in the picture is straight and parallel. Number 8 is false. The line from A to B is exactly the same length as the line from B to C. In number 9, all the gray dots in the middle are exactly the same shade of gray. Number 10 is true. The long straight lines are all parallel. Number 11 is false. Both straight vertical lines in A and B are exactly the same length. Number 12 is interesting because both a young woman and an old hag are there. Can you see both? Looking at the left side of the old hag's face, you can see her left eye, her nose, and her chin. Looking at the left side of the young girl's face from behind, you can see the tip of her nose, her left ear, and her chin. Number 13 is equally as interesting. You can see this woman from the front or the back. The best way is to look at her breast. If you see this woman from behind, that's her right breast, and her left knee is in front. If you see her from the front, that's her left breast, and her right knee is in front. If you have seen these illusions before and know the correct answers, or if you could figure them out, you still have to force your mind to overrule your brain. Because, honestly, when you look at these illusions, our senses perceive them to be very different than what they actually are. This whole question of perception is a fascinating topic, and apparently very key to our job as a player. So we're going to watch 2 more videos with Dan Simons, who is a prominent experimental psychologist, cognitive scientist, and professor in the Department of Psychology and the Beckman Institute at the University of Illinois. Simons is most well known for his work on change blindness and inattentional blindness, 2 surprising examples of how people can be unaware of information right in front of their eyes. This next video is his most famous and will test what you're actually seeing.
The monkey business illusion. Count how many times the players wearing white pass the ball. The correct answer is 16 passes. Did you spot the gorilla? For people who haven't seen or heard about a video like this before, about half miss the gorilla. If you knew about the gorilla, you probably saw it. But did you notice the curtain changing color or the player on the black team leaving the game? Let's rewind and watch it again. Here comes the gorilla, and there goes a player, and the curtain is changing from red to gold. When you're looking for a gorilla, you often miss other unexpected events. And that's the monkey business illusion.
Now watch Dr. Simons as he talks about this invisible gorilla video.
I'm Dan Simons. I'm a professor in the psychology department at the University of Illinois, and I also have an appointment at the Beckman Institute for Advanced Science and Technology. My research here focuses on visual cognition, what we see, what we don't see, how much of our visual world we're aware of, how much we remember from one moment to the next. One of my best-known studies was done with my collaborator Chris Chabris some years ago, and it was based on some much earlier work by our colleague Dick Neisser. And what we had was a video in which people were passing basketballs. So 3 people were wearing white shirts and they were passing a ball, and your task when you were watching the video was just to count how many times those 3 players passed the ball. We also had 3 players wearing black shirts passing their own ball, and you were supposed to ignore their passes. So as you're doing this task, after about 30 seconds, say, we'd have a person wearing a full-body gorilla suit walk into the middle of the scene, stop in the center, turn and face the camera, thump its chest, and then walk off the other side a total of about 9 seconds later. And what we find is that about half the people who do this simply don't notice the gorilla.
When Dan asked me to be a part of this experiment, I thought, no way, people are totally going to see me. I'm a 400-pound gorilla.
We'll ask them afterwards, how many passes did you count, which they generally get pretty close to right. We then ask them, did you notice anything unusual? Did you notice anything other than the players? Did you notice anything walk through the scene? And they'll say no. So we ask them, did you notice a gorilla? And the response is typically, a what?
So then the Simons guy says, you know, we can show you and not everyone's going to see you? Yeah, right. How can people not see me? I'm huge. I'm ferocious. I'm a 400-pound gorilla. What was he thinking?
And we rewind the tape and show it to them again, and their reaction is typically, I missed that? It's shocking that you could possibly miss something as obvious as a gorilla. Of course, the people who noticed the gorilla are shocked that anybody could possibly have missed it, because it's right there in front of you.
I walk in there, I walk in the middle, all these kids are running around throwing this ball around, I stand there, I thump my chest. Not once, not twice, 3 times I thump my chest. That's scary, man. What else are people gonna look at? You know, I'm big, I'm a gorilla, and they don't see me. What's up with that?
This is the intuition we have, that if something important or distinctive or unusual, like a person in a gorilla suit, walks into our field of view, we'll automatically notice it. The reality is that only about half the people do. About 90% think they will.
People are just so focused on counting those passes that they don't notice me. You know, I'm not trying to be subtle here.
Even more remarkable, my colleague Daniel Memmert used the gorilla video in a study in which he had people wearing an eye tracker. And what that does is tells you exactly where they're looking as they're watching this video and counting the passes by the team wearing white. And what he found was that the people who missed the gorilla looked at it for up to a second. So they looked right at it, but still didn't see it. Looking isn't the same as seeing. We have to focus attention on something in order to become aware of it.
How do you think it makes me feel? You know, I'm trying to be intimidating. It makes me feel inadequate.
The most consistent question we get is, are there some people who consistently notice the gorilla and other people who don't? So are there noticers and missers among us? And the reality seems to be no, that it's largely just a matter of a flip of the coin. We know when we've noticed something unexpected, but we're not aware of the times when we've missed something unexpected. The failure to notice people in gorilla suits is really a natural byproduct of something that we do quite well, and that's very important to us, which is focusing our attention. We need to be able to filter out the distractions from our world and not let them interfere with our ability to do the task we're trying to do. The key is that when you're focusing your attention on one aspect of your world, you don't have an unlimited amount of attention to devote to other things. And we only see those things that we focus our attention on. The problem is that on occasion we filter something that we might want to notice, and we don't realize that we're doing that. That sort of mismatch between what we see and what we think we see is a really profound one that has all sorts of consequences for our daily lives.
Okay, I admit it. I didn't see me either.
Dr. Simons said that we only see those things that we focus our attention on, and that sort of mismatch between what we see and what we think we see is a really profound one that has all sorts of consequences for our daily lives. But this doesn't apply only to gorillas, obviously. If we as players are focused on what we don't have in life that we think we want or need, we could easily not see or fully enjoy and appreciate all the things right in front of us. If we focus on the fear of losing our wallet from our pocket as the roller coaster goes upside down, we could miss out on all the fun and excitement of the ride. If we focus on trying to visualize and manifest and attract what we think we want in a mate, we could miss the one right in front of us who doesn't meet those beliefs, but could actually be the one. If we focus on trying to avoid the dangers of taking risks, we could miss the most exciting opportunities of our lives. If we focus on our fear of dying, we could miss living. You get the point. Dan Simons is a lot of fun, but I want to get back to the question, which is, if our job as players, according to Bashar, is to perceive the experiences our infinite eye creates for us, and if we don't always seem to be doing a very complete job of that, according to Dan Simons, are there other factors involved, more than just our focus, that are influencing and affecting our perceptions, making us see the world as we need it rather than as it actually is? It's time to introduce you to Dr. Bruce Lipton. Dr. Lipton began his scientific career as a cell biologist. He received his PhD from the University of Virginia before joining the Department of Anatomy at the University of Wisconsin's School of Medicine in 1973. In 1982, Dr. Lipton began examining the principles of quantum physics and how they might be integrated into his understanding of the cell's information processing systems. And he discovered that the brain of a cell is not in the nucleus, which is what I was taught in school, but in the membrane, the outer surface or skin of the cell. His website says his research at Stanford University's School of Medicine between 1987 and 1992 revealed that the environment operating through the membrane controlled the behavior and physiology of the cell. His discoveries, which ran counter to the established scientific view that life is controlled by the genes, gave rise to one of today's most important fields of study, the science of epigenetics. Many subsequent papers by other researchers have since validated his concepts and ideas. Epigenetics is to biology what quantum physics is to physics. It has turned our age-old understanding of biology upside down. Or, as I've put it many times already, the opposite of what we have always believed is true. From epigenetics, we now know our perception of the environment controls our DNA, not the other way around. We're going to watch 3 video clips from Dr. Lipton. In this first video, he's also going to give you a short perception test. So watch carefully.
So there are 3 conclusions because I don't have enough time to talk about one, but I will list them. Okay, conclusion 1, perception, how you see life, the switch, controls behavior because that's protein. Perception controls which genes are being read and how they're being read. And the one I didn't have time for right now is the third one. Perception can rewrite the genetic code. So perception controls life. No two people see the world in the same way. They have different perceptions. But let's do a perception test. Okay, this is the question. The first one is a simple question because it's important because perception controls your biology. So the perception test is a simple one. Is the surface area of A greater than, equal to, or less than the surface area of B? Which is greater? B. Yeah, this is they're equal size squares. Not equal, but they're uniform. So I want to make a more difficult test. I will show you two surface areas that are not regular. You must, with your mind, see which is bigger. So it depends if you're in the front row or the back row, or you have glasses, or if you're well or not well, what you see. So it's a question. I'll use a map. Which has more surface area, Europe or South America? Calculate in your head the surface. The answer is South America. South America is 2 times larger than Europe. Twice as large. You could see that, right? The map is wrong. This is the Mercator map. It was made by Germans. Where did they put Germany? Deutschland is in the dead center. Isn't the equator the dead center? This map is wrong. You want to see the correct map? It's called the Peters projection map. Which is larger, South America or Europe? The point is that you learn perceptions. And sometimes your perceptions can be right, and sometimes your perceptions can be wrong. Since perception controls biology, and since they can be right or wrong, then it's more accurate to say that belief controls biology. What you believe creates your life, on the inside and on the outside.
If there was one thought I would pick out of that video to remember, it's this. Perception controls life. Sometimes your perceptions can be right, and sometimes your perceptions can be wrong. And since perceptions can be wrong, it is more accurate to say that beliefs control biology. What you believe creates your life, on the inside and on the outside. Dr. Lipton is going to use an example called the placebo effect. Placebo is normally used as a medical term, meaning a patient is given something neutral, like a sugar pill, and yet it makes them feel better. There is no chemical reason in the placebo for it to have any effect at all on the body, but it does somehow. That somehow is because the patient believes it will, and nothing else. It is the patient's belief that changes their biology and their behavior. But this placebo effect does not have to be limited to medicine or pills. In fact, it is in operation a lot of the time as we, the players, believe something, anything, is good for us that is actually neutral, and yet it makes us feel good or better. This, of course, is true for all homeopathic remedies as well. Homeopathy is still based on a belief that taking something from out there, natural though it might be, will have an effect in here. The other side of the coin, and not nearly as well known, is the nocebo effect. This is when a patient, or a player, believes something, anything, that is actually neutral is harmful to them, and it makes them feel bad or worse, when in fact there's nothing in the nocebo that can hurt them at all. Take a look.
Now, we have heard of something called the placebo effect, right? The placebo effect is when you have a very positive thought that something can heal you, even if you don't know it, but it's a sugar pill, but you believe it's the real medicine, then you can heal yourself with that. So the pill didn't heal you, it was the thought that healed you. Statistics reveal that 1/3 of all medical healings, including surgery, are the result of the placebo effect. Now, the issue is that the placebo effect is when you have positive thinking. There was a question this morning, what about negative thinking? And this is what medicine does not tell you, is that there is negative thinking, and it's called the nocebo effect. And in the same power that positive thinking can heal you, negative thinking can kill you. They're both the same effect. One is more positive, one is more negative, but the effects are exactly the same on your health. One will heal you, and the other can make you sick. If a doctor tells you you have a disease, or the doctor tells you you're going to die, and you believe the doctor because he's the professional, the belief will give you a disease and can cause you to die. So belief becomes an important part of medicine. Now, many of you have heard about the drug Prozac. Every year, billions of dollars are spent on buying Prozac. And here's a surprise, that the Prozac is no better than a sugar pill, so that it is a placebo drug. And yet the people who take it believe in the drug so much, it makes them better. So if you believe that something is good for you, it will be good. And if you believe that it's harmful for you, it will be bad. In the United States, in the South, there's a religious group called the Baptist Fundamentalists. And this one group works themselves up into a state of ecstasy, religious ecstasy. And they believe God protects them. And so they will work with snakes, poisonous snakes like rattlesnakes, and they will even get bitten by the snake and nothing happens to them. Now look at this though. Some of them will drink strychnine in toxic doses, and when they're in that state of belief, it does not affect them. So if you can drink toxic poison, then why do we worry so much about the toxins or the food and the air and all that? Because we have a belief that the toxins can kill us. And even on the cigarettes, on the package, it tells you this will kill you. But even though I know this, I will not drink strychnine. And why? Because my belief is not as strong as their belief. Belief is important about everything, including our health and our aging and the world that we live in. This is a picture of some beautiful women that dance in what is called the Palm Springs Follies. And I ask, what do you think is unusual about these women? They have arms, but they're in red gloves against the red, so it's hard to see. What is unusual? Their ages. To 75 years old. Aging is not in their belief because they have a passion to dance. And the passion keeps them young and alive and healthy. But most of us see other people grow old and expect that we must grow old like they do.
In both cases, the placebo and the nocebo, it is the player's belief and not the actual experience that controls their perceptions and determines their behavior. Dr. Lipton said, if you believe that something will be good for you, it will be good. And if you believe that something is harmful, it will be bad. He also said, if you can drink toxic poison, then why do we worry so much about the toxins in the food and the air and all that? Because we have a belief that the toxins can kill us. Belief is important about everything, including our health, aging, and the world we live in. In the next video, Michael Talbot, author of The Holographic Universe, also discusses the placebo effect, and at the end, the nocebo effect as well, tying it directly to Carl Pribram and quantum physics.
Pribram, as I said, says that we're thinking with holograms inside our head, and that out there exists something that's more akin to the radio waves in the room from which your TV gets the image. So in essence, we're kind of conscious TV sets. And what we think is reality when we look out here is really just the image on the TV set inside our mind, but doesn't exist out there. And Pribram says this is why there's all kinds of evidence that we seem to respond more to the models of reality in our head than out there. In the holographic universe, I give an example of a psychologist who did a study where he took soldiers and marched them all the same distance, but he told some they marched, like he marched them all 30 miles or 20 miles, but told some they marched 10, some they marched 20, some they marched 30. But they all marched the same distance. At the end, he took physiological readings and discovered that physiologically they responded not to the actual mileage that they had marched, but to what they had been told, the model of reality that they assumed they had, the reality in their heads. And in medicine, people have used this application of the holographic idea that we respond to the model of reality, say this may be why we respond more to the placebos, to fake drugs. There's a very famous example of a fellow who had lymphatic cancer, tumors the size of oranges all throughout his body. His doctor basically thought he had about 3 days left to live. The fellow heard about a new drug called Crebiozin and said, "You've got to give this to me." And the doctor said, "Well, frankly, I don't think you have long to live, and this drug takes several weeks to take effect." The man implored him, and the doctor gave in sort of as an act of pity. He gave the man Crebiozin, and 3 days later, the man's tumors melted, as the doctor put it, like snowballs in a hot stove, completely gone out of his body, faster than the strongest radiation treatment could have melted them away. The man is up and around, walking around his hospital room, resumes his normal life, seems to be completely cancer-free. Several months down the line, he reads an article saying Crebiozin isn't that effective. Boom, 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 all his tumors come back. He's back in the hospital. The doctor starts to realize that maybe it wasn't the drug that cured the man, but the man's belief. So he lies to the man and he says, "Those articles are wrong. Crebiozin is effective, and in fact, I've got an even more potent version of it." He injects just salt water into the man's veins. Again, the man's tumors melt away. He resumes his normal life. Unfortunately, many months down the line, he reads final studies on Crebiozin saying it's completely ineffective. Boom, 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 his tumors come back and he dies. But the bottom line is somehow this man had the ability to access some deep level of healing himself. It wasn't the drug, because salt water worked just as well as this alleged drug. And so again, here's an instance where he responded to the model of reality in his head, this deep belief that this drug would heal him, even though he wasn't even receiving the drug at a certain point in his treatment. And his body responded in kind. And that, to me, is the most exciting aspect of the holographic idea. And there are countless examples of it. There's a study of a new chemotherapy in England where they took a group of cancer patients. Half the patients they gave the drug, half the patients they gave a placebo, a fake. No one knew who was receiving the real drug or not. They told all the patients this is a very toxic drug, may cause you to lose your hair. 30% of the people receiving just the fake lost their hair. And when I first heard this, I immediately thought, oh my gosh, about every donut that I'd ever eaten in my life, and thought, oh, this is really bad for me. That I may be responding to the model of reality more than the nutritional aspects of the donut.
There was a book and a popular British TV diet show in the last decade called You Are What You Eat. Once again, a catchy slogan, but not true. You are what you believe about what you eat. Not so catchy, but a lot more accurate. But getting back to Dr. Bruce Lipton, in the next video, he uses the analogy of a camera, taking snapshots of the physical world our brain has projected out there. But, he says, our beliefs act like filters on that camera, filtering out certain frequencies and changing the picture that comes in. The video you are about to watch is very poor quality, and the sound actually goes out of sync in places. It was one of the early workshops Dr. Lipton gave and not professionally produced. But still, the information is so important that I ask you to put up with that and listen carefully anyway.
Here's the point. We adjust our genes to fit the environment that we think we live in.
And I say we think we live in because perception may be right and perception may be wrong. And therefore, perception is belief. And if this is true, do you understand what this means? It's belief that changes your genes. It's your perception that changes your genes. It's not an accident. And so this chart out of Science, which is about Cairns' work about genetic changing, I marked this one with an asterisk because when this article came out, this box was called Genes of DNA Metabolism. There's now a new name for that. They're called genetic engineering genes. What this means is this. We have now found out that in every one of your cells, you have genes whose function it is to rewrite the other genes when necessary. So you are all equipped with an ability to adapt and change your genes as you respond to the environment. So all of a sudden it says this. The environment, watch where the arrow goes, the environmental signals activate genetic engineering genes. They can change your own genes and change your genotype. But this one, organisms' perception of the environment separate from the environment. Why? Because perception and environment may be two different things. I might say, I live in a toxic, hostile environment. But that might be by belief. I might be in a very supportive environment. So it says, my perception may differ from the reality of the environment. But nonetheless, what does perception do? Follow the blue arrow. Activates genetic engineering genes. Your own beliefs are selecting your genes. And if you don't have the right genes to handle the stress that you're in, your belief will rewrite your genes in an effort to do so. So all of a sudden it says there's a lot of control over your life, but it's mediated by the perception of the environment. That's what's controlling the whole thing. So our third conclusion is not only does the perception activate behavior, not only does the perception activate the genes, but when necessary, perception rewrites genes. So what's the conclusion? Are you genetically controlled? Are you at the behest of your heredity? Are you a victim? Absolutely not. Why? Because by adjusting your perception, you can adjust your behavior. By adjusting your perception, you can select different genes in your function. By adjusting your perception, you can rewrite your genes. Now, I wouldn't want you to rewrite your genes because 95% of us got here with very appropriate genes to survive and have a great life. Here's the problem. Almost always when you rewrite your genes, you do a negative process because your genes were already working. And so lots of illnesses and things like cancer, 95% of cancer has no hereditary linkage. 95% of cancer is actively produced by an individual's perception rewriting their normal genes and making cancer genes. All of a sudden, unfortunately, remember when I told you when you were a victim of your heredity, you could be irresponsible because the genes just came that way. If you understand what I'm talking about, then all of a sudden you say, oh my goodness, then how I see things, how I believe things are going on become important. The answer is, well, if you think your behavior or the selection of your genes or the rewriting of your genes is important, then the answer is yes, because all of these are connected to belief, because perception in humans is related to belief. So you have the ability to change anything in your body. Unfortunately, if you got here healthy and you change it, that usually means you're making it less effective as a living organism. So the bottom line is this. The perception of the environment, your nervous system sees the environment and interprets it. So here's the real environment. Here are the cells. Interestingly enough, if I would take dystrophic patients and take muscle cells out of their body, in many cases when I took the cells out of the body and put it into a good environment, the cells grew beautifully and grew healthy and well. But when they were in the body, they didn't. Why? Because somewhere between the environment and the cell, the perception got involved with it. So our beliefs are altering our biology at every moment, at every time. So in conclusion, let me wrap it up and show you this. Here's the point. The body is like a camera for the following reason. Whatever the environmental signal is, it's picked up by the lens, so the camera sees something. The lens picks it up and translates it into the film where you make a complementary copy so that the camera always makes a complement of what is found in the environment. Well, the truth is in biology it's the same thing.
The cell is like a camera. Whatever is in the environment, the membrane is like a lens. It picks up the image and sends that image to the nucleus where the database is. And that's where the stored images are. And the interesting aspect about it is this. The cell will make a physical structure to complement the environment. So that's, if you're a diagnostician and you're looking at somebody's health, their physical expression is a reflection of the environment that they're in, because they're making that mimic. So the bottom line is this: when you open your eyes, is this the image you see? The reason why: if you open your eyes and live in this stressful situation, what are you going to do to your physiology? Adrenaline, fight or flight, shut down growth, shut down the immune system, and be less intelligent. But you could easily look at the world and see a much better, healthier picture. For example, Maxfield Parrish's ecstasy. When you see this picture, so the question is, I could see the world and see this, and what do you think I'm going to be in, growth or protection? Growth. So the bottom line is, how I see it is adjusting who I am. Well, the interesting part about that is as follows. The perception interfaces between the environment and your biology. But your perception is belief. And therefore, beliefs act as a filter between the real environment and your biology. So your belief filters interfere if they're not accurate. If your beliefs are off, you're going to select genes that are inappropriate for the environment. So again, what keeps you in balance? Keeping your perception clear. So the bottom line is this: we actually end up with a filter between the environment and the camera, which is learned. We learned these filters. Before we were born, we were already learning. On the weekend course, I talk about conscious parenting. Many of your beliefs were already installed in you before you were born through the interaction of your mother and her perception of the environment, because she was helping. Mothers and fathers are actually are genetic engineers. They are selecting genes in their offspring as they develop, so the offspring fits the environment that the parents live in. Interesting point. Well, the question is this: we have filters. Now, you've got envelopes that you came with. There's a red and green filter. Let's call these belief filters. And what I would like you to do is put one or the other filters in front of your eyes. Pick a red one or a green one, whatever one they got, and hold it up in front of your eyes and look at the screen. I'm going to ask you a question, and the question, don't open them up. If they're double, keep them folded. Okay? Here you go. Now I'm going to ask you a question. When you look at the picture, tell me if this is a picture of love or fear. When you see it, does it look like love or fear with your glasses on? Put the glasses on. Are you living in love or are you living in fear? Okay, now take the glasses off and find the other glasses. Okay, you got a different set of glasses now? Okay, put those up. You ready? Are you living in love or are you living in fear? Okay, are you living in love or are you living in fear? Well, here's the simple point. This is the beautiful point. Life has everything in it. Life has everything, but you will only see what you have perception filters to see. And you were taught perception filters. You were taught by your parents. You were taught in school. You were taught how to see life. And here's the beautiful part. We can remove these filters that have interfered with our lives.
Of course, as a cell biologist, Dr. Lipton focuses on the body, and in particular, the genes. We adjust our genes to adjust to the environment we think we live in. And I say we think we live in because perception may be right and perception may be wrong. I might say, I live in a toxic, hostile environment, but that may be my belief. I may actually be in a very supportive environment. My perception may differ from the reality of the environment. Your own beliefs are selecting your genes. He says it again and again. It's belief that changes your genes. It's perception that changes your genes. Not only does perception activate behavior, not only does perception activate the genes, but when necessary, perception rewrites genes. Since Dr. Lipton equates perception and belief, that sentence could read, not only do your beliefs activate behavior, not only do your beliefs activate the genes, but when necessary, your beliefs rewrite your genes. Our beliefs are altering our body at every moment, at every time. your belief filters interfere if they're not accurate. But we can remove these belief filters that have interfered with our lives. This is such an extremely important point. Dr. Lipton did not say we can change these belief filters that interfere with our lives. This is not about changing belief systems. This is not about trading one belief system for another one. This is not about replacing negative beliefs with positive beliefs, or about the power of positive thinking, which is a belief in itself. This is about removing, letting go of our beliefs altogether. What was not very clear because of the poor quality video and the way the experiment was run this time was the picture at the end and the different colored glasses the audience was supposed to put on. I've seen Dr. Lipton do this a couple times, and here's how it actually goes. Dr. Lipton puts a picture on the screen. If the entire audience puts on the glasses with the red lenses, or the fear filter, they would filter out everything in the picture that was red, leaving the picture full of fearful things. If the audience puts on the glasses with the green lenses, or the love filter, they would filter out everything in the picture that was green, leaving the picture full of loving things. Then Dr. Lipton said, "Life has everything in it, but you will only see what you have belief filters to see." That's how belief filters work. They determine what we see, how we perceive things in our holographic 3D total immersion movie. So, are you ready for the heresy? Unless you can love war and violence for the perfection they are, as much as you love a beautiful sunset, or inspiring music, or the touch of a woman's skin, that love becomes conditional, not unconditional, and acts just like another belief filter, as it was in Dr. Lipton's experiment. And if you try to see the world only through a love filter, you will miss everything else your infinite eye has created for you there. For the secret to true joy and lasting peace of mind is being able to see the complete picture and everything that's in it, and embrace and enjoy it all equally, without judgment or resistance. And there's no reason you can't do that when you understand that your own infinite eye is creating it all for you, as a gift to you, down to the smallest detail. So what I want to do now is take a very specific example we all encounter every day of our lives and see how these belief filters apply. And that example is money. In the U.S., if I go around and ask people what they believe about money, I get a lot of different answers. See if any of them might be something you believe as well. I have to earn money. I have to work for money. I can't afford even my basic needs. There's a limited supply of money available to me. Every time I spend money, the supply of money decreases. Nothing I really want is free. If I want more money, I have to work harder, or smarter, or deliver more value. I've got to have a plan to make money, invest it wisely, and build wealth over time. If I have money, I have to protect it, or I could lose it. I have to be responsible with my money. I must be fully, totally, and truly committed to making money. There's never enough money. There's something dirty about money and those who have a lot of it. Money is the root of all evil. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer. More money is better. Money doesn't grow on trees. Some have the gift of making money and others don't. Money doesn't come easy. you can't have money and be spiritual. Money comes from out there, and you have to go out there to get it and bring it in here to you. The world's financial system, the way it is set up and run by a few international bankers, is rigged against me, and a normal person stands no chance to make money. And the one that pushes my button so much, I've tried to use the secret and the law of attraction and visualization and meditation and other self-help techniques to manifest money, but they didn't work. So I must be doing something wrong. There must be something wrong with me. Maybe you have even more beliefs you can add to this list. All the statements on that list are beliefs people have about money, stories they make up to explain why they think they don't have enough money or can't make more money, or in many ways feel like they are a victim of the money game. If any of these are true for you, and if Dr. Lipton is correct, these beliefs are acting as a filter on your perceptions and directly influencing your relationship with money. But are any of these beliefs about money actually true? Well, yes, they can all be true in the first part of the human game, because they all lead to more and more limitations and restrictions. But as we now know, the second part of the human game is exactly the opposite of the first part, and none of these beliefs is true in the second part. Not one. My favorite is, money doesn't grow on trees, which is what my parents told me all the time. But it's not true either. Money does grow on trees. Money is made of paper, which is made from trees. It's amazing what beliefs we are taught, as Bruce Lipton said, and then carry with us the rest of our lives, never questioning whether they are true or not. The truth is, you don't have to work for or earn money. There is an unlimited supply of money available. Whenever you spend money, the supply of money does not decrease. There is always enough money for any experience your infinite I wants you to have. More money is not necessarily better. Money does come easy. You can have money and be spiritual. Money doesn't come from out there. You cannot be a victim of the financial system or the international bankers. It is not your fault when the secret and the law of attraction and other self-help techniques you try to use to manifest money don't work. Do you believe all of that? Or any of it? Let's talk about why it's true. First of all, where is money created? And who creates it? Money is part of the hologram, like everything else in our holographic universe, and is created from the field by choosing specific wave frequencies and downloading them to a human brain. And the one who is choosing those frequencies from the field is your infinite I. It is your infinite I that creates the money you have and no one else. Not you, not the central banks, not the international banking cartel. Interestingly enough, though, the central banks and the international banking cartel use exactly the same method to create money as your infinite I does, out of thin air. But that's beside the point. If an infinite I chooses certain specific experiences from the field it wants its player to have, wouldn't it also give its player everything it needs to have those experiences as well? Does it make sense that any infinite I would want its player to have a certain experience and then not give it everything it needs to have that experience, including all the money required for the experience? Where else is the player going to get the money and other things it needs for an experience if its infinite eye doesn't create them, since the player has no power to create anything itself on this side of the field. If we go back to our kids' video games, like Minecraft that we saw before, the person working the controls has to make sure its player has everything it needs for the experience it is about to have, like weapons, tools, money, energy and power credits, and so on. In this example we're going to see, the experience is to collect sand from the ocean. So the controller is going to make sure the player has everything it needs to do that.
Hi guys, and welcome back to Let's Play Minecraft. This is Regarth here, and we are on episode 5. I decided this morning what I'd do today is, in my given amount of time, which is not very long, I'm going to go out and collect some sand. And it just turned night, so I don't even know if that's going to work out. I do hear a zombie. Alright, I'm going to try it anyway. I'm going to go out in the water and do it. So, I need a few things to be able to do this. Firstly, I'm going to need a boat. And a lot of shovels. So, there's some stone. Let's put my coal back. Let's put everything I don't really need back. I'm going to eat one of these so I can get some health. Okay, so let's craft some more. How many sticks? Let's say 4 more shovels to do the job. Shovels do break pretty fast, so I will need a few of them. And let's go ahead and just eat this now. Pair of boots so that I have a little bit more armor. And you can see my armor gauge went up down there in the corner. And what else do I need? Is that it? I have my spade, I have my sword, I have this. Oh yes, I need a boat. There we go. Alright, I'm ready to go.
In exactly the same way, if your infinite eye wants you to have an experience, it's going to have to provide you with everything you need for that experience, including the money. Can't you just picture an infinite eye at the field, shuffling things in and out of the infinite inventory, choosing the frequencies for what you need? On the other hand, if you want to have an experience that your infinite eye decides it doesn't want for you at that time, it won't provide what you need, especially the money, no matter how hard you pray or visualize or try to manifest it. But let's say your infinite eye has decided on an experience for you and wants to get the money to you that you need. How does it do that? This is where your beliefs come in. All the beliefs a player has about money have one major effect. They limit its infinite eye when it tries to get that money to the player. In other words, the player is causing its own limitations and restrictions by walking around with all these beliefs in its head. What are the 3 basic ways most players today think they can get money? Earning or working for it, investing it, or winning the lottery. There are a couple other minor ways, like borrowing it, inheriting it, stealing it, begging for it, and so on. But if you have the belief that you basically have to earn or work for all the money you receive, your infinite eye's options are very limited in getting the money to you that you need for an experience. Let go of that belief and you make its job a lot easier. Let me give you an example from my own life. I had an invitation to travel from Portugal to deliver these holographic universe workshops to a group in Berlin. My hosts were going to pay for my transportation, but they wanted me to buy the ticket and they would reimburse me when I arrived. I wasn't sure this trip was what my infinite I wanted me to do, although it excited me very much to think about it. So I went online and found that an airplane ticket would cost €250. Then I looked at my bank account and I had $96.31 to my name. Obviously, I couldn't buy the ticket then, and I still didn't know whether I would go. I went to sleep, and when I woke up the next morning, an extra $250 I had not expected had been deposited in my bank account. And here's the picture of my bank statement to prove it, although it's hard to read. I took this screenshot of my bank account because I figured no one would believe me if they couldn't see the evidence. I will admit that $250 is not exactly the same as €250, but still, I now had enough money to buy the ticket and confirmation that my infinite I wanted me to make the trip. The point is that I did absolutely nothing to earn or work for that $250. I did nothing to try to make it happen. I did nothing at all. I went to sleep. The money just appeared in my bank account overnight because I no longer had the belief that it couldn't. That has happened time and time again as I have applied this model in my life. My infinite I has always provided the money for whatever experience it wants me to have, but not necessarily for whatever experience I want to have. And that money has most often come from very unexpected sources that I could not have imagined or created myself. So I now have complete trust through personal experience that my infinite I can create money for me out of thin air. But I'm not yet at the point where I can just hold out my hand and have money appear, like Sai Baba did with vibhuti and jewelry. That would still freak me out. Yet I know it's possible if I could let go of my fears about that as well. I could give you lots of examples from my own life like this, but let's just do a couple more short ones from other people. A friend of mine and his friend were in Monte Carlo, and they suddenly had a very exciting idea to go to the casino. My friend had just been to the cash machine and gotten 3 €100 notes, and he and his friend knew that was all he had in his wallet. But they found out it was a €500 minimum to gamble, so they decided to pool their money and see if they had enough. My friend took out his wallet and counted one and then a second €100 note. But the third one was a €500 note. My friend and his friend looked at each other in amazement. Both of them knew my friend only had what he had just withdrawn, 3 €100 notes. So they believed this wasn't possible. And right before their eyes, the €500 note changed back into a €100 note. A woman owed her bank $10,000 for a loan she had taken out. She got a bank statement saying her balance was 0. She immediately called the bank and told them they had made a mistake. They agreed, and the balance she owed was restored to $10,000. Another woman had a $30,000 mortgage on her house. She also received a statement from the bank that her balance was 0. She expressed great appreciation to her infinite I and went on about her business. And if you have a moral or ethical problem with that, I would point out that that's a belief system as well, which you might want to consider letting go of. If you were in a virtual reality machine and you watched your bank balance go from $100 to $100,000 in 10 seconds, would you protest and say, "But I didn't earn or work for that money"? Would you call the bank and tell them they made a mistake? Of course not, because you know it's a virtual reality and the money's not real. It's just created out of thin air by a computer program. Well, guess what? Now we know the holographic universe is a virtual reality, and money is created out of thin air by our infinite eyes. And it might be wise to start letting go of our old beliefs that make it harder to get that money to us. Am I suggesting that you don't need to do anything in order to have money? That you don't have to earn or work for it, for example? Yes, that's exactly what I'm suggesting. About all a player needs to do in order to receive money from its infinite eye is get its beliefs out of the way about how that money can come to it. That was the one good thing about The Secret. It allowed people to let go of the belief that a BMW could never just show up in their driveway. But I do want to add that if you feel truly excited about doing something that brings you total joy to do, that might also mean some money would come your way, then by all means do it. Follow that excitement, and maybe there will be money coming to you as a result, and maybe not. Just don't do anything or try to make something happen for the money. Do it for the pure excitement and fun and joy. And remember, all the money you have ever received in your life came from your infinite eye. There is no other possible source for it. All that's required for you to have money is for your infinite eye to want you to have it and create it for you, and for you to be able to receive it without blocking it with your beliefs. That's it.
This is the only radical thinking that you need to do. But it is so radical, it's so difficult, because our tendency is that the world is already out there, independent of my experience. It is not. Quantum physics has been so clear about it.
I just had to play that one last time. Obviously, this does not just apply to money, but to everything we need as players to play the human game. Someplace to live, food to eat, and relationships with other people. If you start living this model, you will get first-hand experience with this and know, as I do, with certainty and trust, that your infinite eye will always provide everything you need to have whatever experience it wants for you, including the money. There's a quote from the Christian Bible that I like. So do not worry, saying, "What shall we eat?" or "What shall we drink?" or "What shall we wear?" Your heavenly Father knows that you need them. But seek first His kingdom and His righteousness, and all these things will be given to you as well. At this point, the question is often asked, how can we get our infinite eyes to create more money for us, especially since we want to do good things with it? Could we just ask for it or pray for it? Can't we just manifest it using The Secret, for example? Of course you can pray for it, if you like, if that brings you joy. There's always an open connection between you and your infinite eye, and you can always send a request to it in any way or form you want. I would caution you about two things, however. First, only pray or request once. don't keep repeating the same prayer or sending the same request. Your infinite I got it the first time, and all subsequent prayers or requests simply mean that you think your infinite I is slacking on the job because you haven't gotten what you want yet, and you want it now. Or, as I like to say, instant gratification is not fast enough. But maybe your infinite I doesn't want to honor your prayer or request, because to do so would interfere with other plans it has for you that you're not aware of. So the other thing is not to be attached to the outcome of any prayer or request. You are free to desire and ask for anything you can think of. Desirelessness is not some kind of virtue. But you can't be attached to actually having any of those desires fulfilled. It's the attachment to the outcome that we need to let go of. Perhaps that's what the Buddha was trying to say. Now, the biggest problem with The Secret and all other New Age self-help concepts, such as the law of attraction, is that when it doesn't work, which is most of the time, the player thinks they must have done something wrong, that they are deficient, defective, or somehow at fault for not manifesting something, and that all they need to do is improve themselves, spiritually evolve, and then it will work. This is not correct. It's not your fault that it doesn't work. It's because the basic premises underlying The Secret and the law of attraction are incorrect, so they can't possibly work all the time. Not even most of the time for most people. Every player is doing everything at every moment exactly right. Exactly what its infinite I wants it to be doing. It is only the players who think they are less than perfect because they want things to be different than they are for some reason, and believe they should have the power to change things. But they don't have that power. Only the infinite I has the power to create or manifest anything. It's true that most players think they make money, and they have created all kinds of stories about how they make that money. By working, by selling something, by getting loans or gifts, by inheritance, by many different methods. But the truth is, according to these models, the infinite I is the one who creates the money for its player, but it can only send it to its player in ways that the player believes it can receive it. The infinite I needs no story to explain its creation of money. Only the player with its limiting beliefs and limited thinking needs a story to receive it. If we as players could let go of all these beliefs we have about money, could stop needing some story about how the money can come to us, it would take away all the limitations we put on receiving money and make the infinite I's job so much easier. So how do we do that? How do we let go of our limiting beliefs about money and about other things as well? There's no easy answer to that question, but there are some techniques out there that might help some of you. Robert Scheinfeld has his process as part of his Tools for Transformation. Jed McKenna has his spiritual autolysis that he describes in his books. Byron Katie has her work. Psych K has its workshops. But the one thing you have to keep in mind and be very aware of whenever you try one of these techniques is that we do not want to trade one set of beliefs for another. We want to let go of our beliefs altogether. And the problem is that many techniques focus on the beliefs themselves, and that will take you nowhere. Because underneath every belief you have is a judgment. And if you don't also address and let go of the judgment, you'll just create another belief on top of it to replace the one you currently have. As I said in Part 4, talking about the rules of the human game, fear and resistance are the foundations of the first part of the human game, and judgments and their resulting beliefs are the glue that keeps the illusions together. A belief is simply the result of a judgment hiding in the corner of your mind, just like an opinion is the result of a belief you have adopted. Let me say it simply. At the basis of all opinions are beliefs. At the basis of all beliefs are judgments. At the basis of all judgments are fears. And at the basis of all fears is a layer of the ego defining who you are and trying its best to maintain its existence. A couple quick examples, true stories. My date turned to me at a party, pointing to a very nice-looking older woman on the dance floor who was dressed a little sexy, and said, "That woman's a tramp," which was her opinion. When I asked, "Why do you say that?" my date responded, "She should dance more appropriately for her age." That was her belief. Under that belief is a judgment. Perhaps something like, "It's wrong to be showing off your talents or your body." And under that judgment is a fear. Maybe, "I might lose my man to someone who looks and dances like that, and then I'd be alone for the rest of my life." And under that fear is a layer of the ego that whispers, "I'm better than her, and I don't have to show off to prove it." If my date let go of her belief that the woman should dance more appropriately for her age, but kept the judgment that it's wrong to be showing off your talents or your body, she could simply form a new belief about the way women talk, or walk, or dress, or the length of their hair, to replace the old one about dancing. I had a very good friend who had opinions, beliefs, and judgments about women who wore the color pink. Didn't want to have anything to do with them. He's single, by the way, based on some past experience he had, or maybe just his gut feeling. And he decided that his opinions, beliefs, and judgments were correct, and didn't want to think about letting go of them. And that's fine. But it wouldn't surprise me if his infinite eye sent him the perfect woman for him, dressed in pink, to give him another opportunity to think again. Another dear friend had the same kind of opinion, belief, and judgment about people who smoke. Fortunately, she let go of them when a man appeared in her hologram who smoked, and they've now been happily married for years. But this discussion is beyond the scope of these workshops. If you want to go further into this topic, I suggest you read my free ebook. Right now, I want to focus on the judgments we have that give rise to the beliefs we hold so that we can let go of them. And if there's one thing I hope you will take away from these 6 hours of workshops, more important perhaps than all the quantum physics stuff and the brain research and the models, it is that our judgments about our experiences, those arbitrary and arrogant, I might add, decisions about right and wrong, better and worse, good and bad, good and evil, are what cause all our pain and suffering. Because the problem is that as soon as we judge some experience to be bad or wrong, or worse than we want it to be, we begin resisting that experience. And if there's one law that seems to be at work in both parts of the human game, it's what you resist persists. In other words, my infinite I might be creating the same or similar experiences for me as long as I judge and resist them, which is an interesting new way to look at karma. And that includes war and violence and all the other things many people are resisting and trying to get rid of in their lives and on this planet. Take an objective look at what's going on out there. As far as I can tell, there are more peace workers than ever before, and there's also more war and violence than ever before. What you resist persists. As long as we resist war and violence, they will continue, and maybe even increase. Buckminster Fuller said, "You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete." The way I would say it is, instead of judging and resisting what you see and trying to change it, follow your excitement and live something radically new. Or, as Mahatma Gandhi said, be the change you wish to see in the world. But if it is your excitement and total joy to step in front of a tank, do it. But do it because it excites you in the moment and brings you joy, not because you are judging war and violence to be wrong and trying to stop it. If you remember, in part 4 of these workshops, I talked about the human game having 2 parts. Many people are judging and resisting being in the first part, trying their best to get out and into the second part. But what you resist persists. As long as we judge and resist the first part of the human game, we're likely to stay there until we don't anymore. Ironically, it seems that you can't leave the first part of the human game until you no longer want to, until you no longer resist being there, until you totally embrace and accept the first part for exactly the perfection it is. But, I hear many people protesting, how can you call all the pain and suffering I see out there perfect? And now we're back full circle to the question of perception, how we perceive things, as Bashar would say it. In part 4, I said we do not have the power or ability to change anything we see in our holograms, and we can stop wasting our time and energy trying. But we do have the power to change how we perceive our holograms, and then change our reactions or responses to them by removing our judgment, belief, and opinion filters, as Dr. Lipton would say, allowing us to see the complete picture as it actually is. Before we end these workshops, I want to quote again from the King James Version of the Holy Bible. From the book of Genesis, the first book of the Bible. And out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food, the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Please note that in the middle of the Garden of Eden there was not just one tree, which we all know about, but 2 trees, the tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And then God created man and woman, and they were both naked, the man and his wife, and were not ashamed. Please note that there was no judgment from the man or woman about their nakedness. Unfortunately, this lack of shame and guilt didn't last very long. According to the Bible, a snake convinced the woman, who then convinced the man, to eat some fruit from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And the eyes of them both were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves aprons. Eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil marked the beginning of judgment for the human race. For that's what the tree of knowledge of good and evil is, the tree of judgment. Not only did the man and woman judge that being naked was now something to be ashamed of and to hide, but they also judged that they had done something wrong. From this point forward, according to the Bible, life on earth would be full of the dichotomies of good and evil, right and wrong, better and worse, and it remains that way to this day. So much for the tree of knowledge of good and evil. What about the tree of life? What was its effect on man when he ate from it? Unfortunately, according to the Bible, God drove Adam and Eve out of the Garden of Eden before they could eat from the tree of life, leaving the human race to live its entire existence thus far in judgment. That's how the Bible begins. But how does it end? To him that overcometh will I give to eat of the tree of life, which is in the midst of the paradise of God, says the last book of the Bible, the book of Revelation. So someone is finally going to get to eat from the tree of life if they overcometh. But overcometh what? The answer clearly is judgment. Overcometh the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Overcometh judgment, and you can eat from the tree of life. Like a butterfly, I might add. To end this workshop series, I want you to watch Plato's Cave one more time.
Imagine prisoners that have spent their entire lives chained deep inside a cave. They have been chained so that they cannot see behind themselves, and they are forced to stare endlessly at the cave wall in front of them. Behind them a fire is burning, and between the prisoners and the fire is a raised walkway. Now imagine that each day a menagerie of objects crosses the walkway. Animals, and people carrying their wares to market. Their shapes create an intricate shadow play on the wall in front of the prisoners. This is the only world that the prisoners have ever known. The shadows and the echoes of unseen objects. Now, imagine that a prisoner is released. After some time adjusting to the blinding light, the freed prisoner will begin to experience the world outside of the cave for the very first time. And it is like nothing he could have ever imagined. With his new perception of the world, the man will of course want to return to his friends to share his incredible discoveries. But the prisoners cannot recognize their old friend. He appears as all things do. His voice is a distorted echo, and his body is a grotesque shadow. They cannot understand his fantastic stories of the world outside of the cave. To them, it will never exist.
I hope by now it's clear that it is our judgments and beliefs that are keeping us chained inside the cave. Nothing else. I've tried to give you all the scientific evidence through quantum physics and the recent brain research, why you no longer need to judge your experiences, or anyone or anything in them, since they were all created specifically for you by your own infinite I as gifts, down to the smallest detail. In short, there is no reason to say no anymore to what appears in your holographic 3D total immersion movie, no matter what it is.
The Covenant. Hey, buddy, you all right? The Covenant. It's coming down hard on me, man. God, he keeps talking about this Covenant nonsense. It's not nonsense.
It is nonsense.
Oh, thank God. Terrence, you have to remove the Covenant. It's killing me.
First of all, what were you doing in my car?
I told you, I need you to remove the Covenant.
There is no Covenant. There never was. We're just riffing.
Riffing?
Well, I had to say something. You were being difficult. Embarrassing me in front of my crowd.
So the whole yes thing is all bullshit?
No. You just don't know how to use it, that's all.
Yeah, I do. Say yes to everything. Real tough to grasp.
No, that's not the point. Well, maybe at first it is, but that's just to open you up to it, to get you started. Then you're saying yes, not because you have to. Not because a covenant tells you to, but because you know in your heart that you want to.
Yeah. You're right. That makes perfect sense. Well, I told you, I said that. You didn't say that. I did say that. You didn't say it like that. Well, I didn't say it with an accent, but I said that. Whatever.
If we will let go of our beliefs and the judgments underneath them, and stop resisting the experiences our infinite I creates for us, and just say yes to them, all of them, our lives will never be the same. If true joy and excitement and peace of mind are what you are hoping to find in life, you might want to give these models a try. Good luck. And thank you for watching this workshop series.